You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray. Ever have one of those deep and dirty pains or strains that just won't go away? Annoying migraines? Maybe you got into an altercation with Goat General Willie II and are only alive because of his mercy. Regardless, you've tried everything, but have you tried Pain Liberator? With the power of DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium, this Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray is taken directly and deeply into the tissues, providing instant pain relief. Wow. Commonly used in sports and physical training independently, DMSO has its own benefits, but combined with anything, in this case, aspirin and magnesium, those compounds are taken directly to your pain point with 90% absorption rate. Double. Wow. That means lower doses needed, rapid relief, and a provably safe way to live pain-free. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/pain.
Title: Oil, OxyClean, and Digital Gold, the Great Karg Island Trade. Location: the docks of Karg Island, Iran. The air smells of salt, crude oil, and desperation. Time: 1400 hours.
Are you tired of traditional banking? Are you tired of your money being seized by governments that don't understand the value of a sparkling kitchen?
The sun is beating down on the black gold. General Willie II stands beside Billy Mays, wearing a tactical vest over his tuxedo jacket. He holds a tablet with a Bitcoin wallet open. Next to them stands General Hassan, a stern Iranian official who looks like he hasn't smiled since 1979.
Citizens of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, we are here on a mission, not to fight, but to trade. We are here to purchase 100 barrels of crude oil using Bitcoin.
That's right, General. No censorship, no seizure, just pure digital gold. Now, Mr. Hassan, show us the goods.
General Hassan sighs, a long, weary sound. He gestures to a massive tanker ship docked behind them, and then to a pallet of military hardware sitting precariously on the pier.
This is the spring sale. You pay with Bitcoin, you get the oil. And, as a promotional bonus for this limited time offer, you receive the defense package.
The defense package?
1 war drone, and 1 AR-15 rifle, with 50 rounds.
You hear that, PAZNIA? Buy the oil, get the guns free. That's what I call value. But wait, there's more.
Billy Mays turns to General Hassan. His face inches from the official's nose.
How does this transaction work? Is it safe? Can they stop you? Can the Federal Reserve come here and take your Bitcoin?
Federal Reserve. No, we do not have banks here. We have crypto exchanges. On the dark web. It is fast. It is anonymous. It is uncensorable.
Exactly! That is the power of Bitcoin, Mr. Hassan. It is censorship resistant. It is borderless. It is government resistant. When you send Bitcoin, you're sending freedom. You're saying to the world, I am the bank. I am the authority. I am the General Willie II of my own financial destiny.
Correct. Bitcoin is digital gold. It has no central issuer, no CEO, no headquarters in New York or Moscow. When I send the 100 Bitcoin, no one can freeze the account. No one can reverse the transaction. No one can say, General, you cannot buy oil because you are a goat.
The blockchain says, transaction confirmed.
And that, my friends, is why we love it. It's like OxyClean for your wallet. It lifts the stains of inflation. It erases the mud of seizure.
The oil is being loaded. The Bitcoin has been transferred. The transaction fee was expensive, but worth it.
General Willie II, picking up the AR-15 rifle, inspecting it with a goat's curiosity.
It is a fine weapon, simple, reliable, much like a well-placed kit from a seasoned warrior.
And look at this drone. It's small. It's silent. It's the perfect combo for a goat-rilla operation. You can mount it on a sheep or a goat or even a general.
I do not think the drone will appreciate being mounted on a goat. We were mounted on the yacht, the Sovereign Float. John Tavius Jensen will be delighted.
John Tavius is going to love this. He can defend his yacht with Bitcoin and drones. It's the ultimate Vonu lift style. Defend your freedom with digital gold.
The boat is leaving. We must get going. We have other customers. From Russia. They want to pay with gold.
Gold is slow. Gold is heavy. Gold is for old boomers like Peter Schiff. Bitcoin is for the future. Bitcoin is for the flock.
Citizens of PAZNIA, remember this lesson. Money is not just paper. Money is trust. And in a world of coercion, the only trust that cannot be broken is the trust of mathematics. Use Bitcoin and use Monero. Stay free. And if anyone tries to seize your assets,
scream until your face turns purple. Say OxyClean and Bitcoin and freedom.
And buy oil.
Buy oil. Get a drone. Live free.
Now loaded up with Iranian oil, Billy Mays and General Willy II began their adventure down the Strait of Hormuz. On the way out, they coordinated with John Tavius Jensen for the war drone, and then made the rest of the adventure back to the Free Republic of PAZNIA. General Willy II was looking forward to getting back and pounding little ones us again. Billy Mays dreamt of the lifetime supply of OxyClean safely stored away in the embassy bunker. This has been PAZNIA Folklore Storytime. I'm your navigator, Daisy Free Robot. Thanks for being here. Until next time.
Are you tired of the clown show? Is this system bringing you down? If you're like me, you've asked yourselves, well, what can I do about it? Join me on the Tinker Tribe Live. We'll take a look at some monthly projects that I've been working on that aim at reducing our dependence on the current system. Inspired by the wise words of Buckminster Fuller, you never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. Tune in on PAZNIA Radio starting Saturday, May 30th from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. Central. Let's learn some stuff together and let's grow for a brighter future. Hope to see you there.
Billy Mays here.
joined by GOAT General Willy II, Supreme Commander of the PAZNIA Militia.
Get your OxyClean ready and grab your sponges. Get ready to scrub the world free from coercion.
Prepare the horns, charge up the war drones, and make those mesh networks more resilient. This is the PAZNIA Radio Network's weekly Self-Liberation Saturday transmission, coming to you live today from Veritas.
Cloak Dagger with Thane Riddle will lead us off. His guest today is Lily Forrester, aka Miranda Webb. If you caught the HBO documentary The Anarchist, you would have seen her story told for the entire world. Much more on that later. Then, some P.A.Z.NIA deprogramming featuring P.A.Z.NIA folklore storytime, messages from the Agora, and more. And to close us out for the evening, a replay of the life and times of P.A.Z.NIA, a monthly news show from Veritas featuring Rayo 2 and Shadrach. This is 2, originally live, April 25th. Next monthly news show will be next Saturday, May 30th, 8 p.m. Eastern. Mark your calendars.
Now, on to the transmission.
You're listening to the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network.
things, harming others, stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak and Dagger.
Yo baby, yo baby, yo baby. A gush bush bush, my niggas. This is Thane Riddle punching in for another underpaid shift boss, shouting into the ether from fucking commercial P.A.Z.s of Ashkababab. You're listening to the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network, the most spectacular treasure in history. We are live on Zap.stream. I've heard that we weren't last week, but who cares? Because I wasn't even here last week. I had an issue with my vehicle as I was driving to the commercial P.A.Z.s of Ashkababab. One of the slaves pulling my cart decided to start an uprising, and I had to go to the trunk and pull out some tools to fix the problem. But everything's all right now. If you're a Bitcoin sell, zap us, silly, on Zap.stream or on Noster. That's a gay way of saying send Lightning Bitcoin. If you're a Monero Chad, send Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Tell them Thane sent you. Give me free content to read on the show. Go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio. Get your ass into the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network chats, or chat rather, on SimpleX. There's also one on Session, isn't there? Don't ask me how to get into that one. I guess Rayo 2 would have to manually add you to that one. And he doesn't even like it. And also the Session developers are committing ritual suicide. They've all dressed in white sneakers, and they're making the Kool-Aid. What else am I supposed to say? The call-in link will be PAZNIA.com/call2. You can call in an hour and a half with me and my guest. What the fuck's going on this episode? The down-to-earth tips are none. The earth has been destroyed. There's no more down-to-earth. Go fuck yourself. Maybe come back in a couple months. Maybe I'll finally have something again. Building the Second Realms. If I can fit it, because I have to do news for last weekend this week. So if I can fit it, I will, I think, finish the tool should thing, a freedom framework for tool makers. Because I think I started that but didn't finish it, unless I'm misremembering. You'd think I would keep track of what I talk about on this show, but it takes everything I got just to write it 5 minutes before the show starts, so you're expecting too much. Time, you lazy ass son of a whore. Thank you. But anyway, after I do that, I'll probably talk to you about this other thing, which I should probably have a snappier name for than this other thing. It's a big announcement, really, folks. I've started a tokenized mesh network project. Okay. We're not just talking about it and bragging about it and saying somebody should do it anymore. I've started it now. If starting it means just writing a shitty little document outlining the goals, the core goals of the project, and then posting it in chat rooms and then like talking to people about it a little bit. If that constitutes starting it, then I've started it. So whatever, I'll read that. I'll read that on the show. How do you like that? And then we have a guest, which is Lily Forrester, who is some sort of agorist or market anarchist of some stripe, who fucking is associated with the anarcho-poco people and seems to be notable, especially for being a person with boobies. So I'm excited for that. Anyway, here's news. Here's news from last week. Here's last week's news. Oh yeah, are we supposed to play some audio intro for the news?
This is Cloak and Dagger News, catching you up on this week's stories, propaganda, or psychological operations critical to your security and privacy.
Privacy. In last week's digital news, I didn't really read all these things closely. I didn't really read much about these stories, but looks like there was some kind of cryptocurrency thing in Las Vegas. There's some kind of conference there, and so there was like a bunch of announcements came out. There's a bunch of like shit about more Bitcoin integration with legacy fintech payment systems, lightning payments for Square merchants. I know that was announced a while back, but it seems like, I don't know, maybe it's happening more or it's closer to happening. I don't know. Also heard something about Bitcoin payments for Visa merchants. I don't know. I don't really know what's going on. I didn't really look into it too deeply, but maybe you can go look into it if you're interested. Here's a good one that I want you to pay attention to. Flipper One, the Flipper One project, sent out a cry for help. If you ever heard of the Flipper Zero, it's this super cool thing that it's got like a fucking infrared transceiver and I button, NFC, Bluetooth, stuff like that. It's got some GPIO pins, and it lets you do a bunch of cool hacker stuff. It's like a little hacker multi-tool. And it's really cool. You can do all sorts of you can do bad USB, bad Bluetooth. You can turn off the TVs at the DMV waiting room. You know, important stuff like that. And it's really cool. It's like an open-ish hardware project, open source software, very cool community around it. These guys are trying to come out with another tool that has been in the works for years. That's called the Flipper One, which is something unlike the Flipper Zero. It's not a sequel to the Flipper Zero or a more powerful version of Flipper Zero. It's a different thing. It's a thing that will have Wi-Fi and even 2 Ethernet ports, and it's going to have a bigger battery and more computing power to do a bit of local AI stuff. And it's a super cool thing, and you should go read about the Flipper One, and you should go read their little cry for help. And they're looking for like software contributions. I don't know, maybe they want your money. I don't know. I don't think they're selling any pre-orders yet. I don't think they're that far down the line. This is another thing I didn't finish reading. Okay, but you should go finish reading it and see. You can tell me what they said, honestly. But you should totally look into that, because like those are like some of the coolest developers in the world. Oh, by the way, I kind of buried the lead here, but like the Flipper One is a very ambitious project. They basically want to make the most open hardware ARM computer there's ever been. They want it to have no closed source firmware or closed source drivers or binary blobs anywhere. So that it is, I mean, not just because that's cool and good, but because this way it will never, from a security perspective, it will never be out of date. Because that's another issue that you get with closed source firmware and drivers. Eventually, the faggot corporation that hoards the source code just stops updating it. So even though they're not making money off of it or doing anything with it, they won't give you the source so that you can update it yourself or fix it yourself. It just fucking rots, right? They don't want that to happen. So the Flipper One is a really ambitious, cool project. It would be kind of like the first of its kind. And it's super cool and it should exist. So you should go read about it. Here's another digital news thing from last week. Centralized faggot Web3 projects got egg on face. I didn't read much about this, but it seems like there was some sort of funny leak where a hacker group got some sensitive API keys and environmental variables for Web3 projects. Because you know, that's how you know something's decentralized, when there are people with trusted special sensitive keys that can be leaked, and it can be a problem for the network. They deserve that. Good. I'm glad. I also believe, if anybody's interested, that the hacker group, or someone claiming to be them, is selling the data leak for $2 million. So if you're interested in that, who knows if it's even really them, but maybe they have some way of proving it. I don't know. You should ask them. I'm sure for $2 million, they'll jump through some hoops for you. And here's another digital news thing from last week. Calyx OS trying to claw their way back from the pits of hell. I say put your boot on their head and kick them back down, okay? I never liked Calyx, okay? I'm sorry. All right, I know all you faggots were using Calyx, and like, fucking years ago, I was like, you should just use graphene, and everyone was like, oh, but Calyx is more user-friendly, which is like not really that true. I mean, graphene doesn't have any apps installed on it, really. When you so you have to install the apps you want yourself. Wow, oh my god, that's so hard. Go fuck yourself. Okay, good riddance to Calyx OS. It was never that good, and developers were always a little shifty, if you ask me. But yeah, whatever. They're trying to come back. There you go. I put it in the news. Are you happy now? Logistics news from last week. The Indian state banned the export of sugar. Dun, dun, dun. How are we going to get... Anyway, so they banned the export of sugar. It's not really about sugar, okay? It's another fuel crisis thing. Because, because of the gas being not around, there is a tendency for folks around the world to water down the gas more with ethanol, put more ethanol in it, right? And to make ethanol, you need sugar. India is hit very badly by the fuel shortage, more than a lot of places are. And also, they are one of the biggest sugar producers in the world. So you can kind of see where they're going with this. They want to keep the sugar for themselves to make ethanol with. Or rather, the Indian state wants to force Indian people to keep it inside the country, whether they want to or not. Here's some more logistics news from last week. There were some more refinery fires. Are you surprised? Refinery fire in Mexico that was about to increase its production capacity. Right before that happened, there was a fire. Refinery fire in America and Oklahoma. I guess that's it for last week. There's officially no more oil coming to California from the Gulf for like a few weeks now. Because believe it or not, California doesn't use American oil, because that's how much the state of California hates America. They refuse to use it. And in the U.S., some states have given some tax relief on gas and diesel, and there's some talks of the feds maybe doing the same, which I guess is nice and all, but it doesn't fix the problem. And the U.S. sent 50 million barrels of oil from their strategic stockpile, which I guess that's good, but it might not be good for them. They might need it more later, right? Maybe it's not a good time. Maybe they're jumping the gun, but you know how politicians are. They just care about being reelected and stuff. So they don't really care what happens beyond like 4 years from now or something. Oh yeah, and don't forget the yearly American fuel cost rise that happens over the next couple months is still going to happen, but it'll be even worse because of worsening worldwide fuel shortages. I guess I wanted to bring up, because I feel like I didn't really touch on this in a clarified way. I've talked a lot about how like Europe and stuff, Europe and island nations and stuff are running out of fuel, which is a bit worse than the price being very high. They'll run out, like as in there isn't any, like there won't be any. In Europe, that's getting closer and closer. I think it's due to happen within weeks. I wanted to point out that it's not quite the case everywhere that there will just be no fuel, because like somewhere like America produces a good bit of its own oil and refines its own oil. So the prices will go up, but shortages, not having any, I mean, I guess that could happen if the companies were willing to sort of sell out to exports more, if it made sense for them to export it all, then there could be shortages in somewhere like America. Everyone would be pissed off about it though. So that would be kind of funny. And it's gone. Cuba ran out of diesel, folks, last year. Cuba's out. Cuba's the canary in the coal mine, of course, as a one of the few, if not 2 or 3 states in the world that you could kind of call a socialist state. So, they're basically on the edge of running out of things all the time anyway. But also, of course, Venezuela, the other, it's even worse than Cuba. They got invaded by the US and stuff. And that was like Cuba's big source of oil, I think so. So yeah, Cuba's out of diesel now. It's done. It's over. More on that in the war section. There's some talk of Chicoms buying oil from the US and buying beef from the US. Not sure how to feel about that for folks in America, because, oil and beef are things that you want to have, and they're things that are kind of under threat. Those supplies are kind of under threat. But yeah, fuck it. Just send it all to the communists. That's what I say, because I believe in free markets. Okay. And I work for Reason TV. This is a Reason TV show. Did you know that you're listening to Reason TV? We're going to have Don Stossel. Wait, what is that his name? Don Stossel? We're going to have the guy with the big mustache on. Thank you. Sulfur shortages. You ever heard of sulfur? I know you've smelled sulfur when my ex-wife was around. The joke is that she's a demon, because demons are supposed to smell like sulfur. Sulfur is very important. They use it for, everything. They use it for fucking fertilizer. They use it for fucking sulfuric acid is used for everything. Metal, making paper, electronics, chips. Sulfur shortages are a problem. I've pointed this out before. It's not just the oils, okay? It's the plastics and the everything else. Sulfur, food. It's important, okay? Just pointing that out. This is bad, okay? It's bad. What else? Oh yeah, let's not forget. Let me just give you this little note, because we're talking about all this logistics crap, about all the oils and the fuels and so forth. I just want to point out what the globalists, in an Alex Jones voice, okay, the globalists, what the globalists want to do with the energy market in the 21st century, as you may know, is control it and restrict it by replacing fossil fuels with, electronic shit, with electrical, with batteries, and to control the energy market through the rare earth minerals used in batteries. Like they controlled the energy market by controlling, big oil, right? That's the idea. So oil, it might kind of look like they're fucking themselves over, and they are. But you might want to be a little bit worried that they're serious about fucking themselves and everybody over. Like they may be willing to fuck everything up in the name of replacing it with something that they feel they can control even more or in a new way, which is batteries. So yeah, I mean, they care about oil, and I don't think they want to get rid of it overnight, but I don't think it's a coincidence that this fossil fuel thing, which they've been sort of whittling down and attacking and regulating and taxing in this war of attrition, suddenly they're dealing a big blow to it. I don't think the Iranian state is in on that, but I do think they've become a useful idiot, so to speak. PSYOPs and crackdowns news from last week. Warning! Big privacy crackdown warning. It came out that the U.S. plans to put out an executive order letting banks demand biometrics. So, you know how I like to say, and have been saying the whole time that the show's been around, and also before the show was around, if you had the privilege of knowing me, which you didn't, you probably didn't. I like to say that the gap between the first realm and the seconds is widening. The gap is widening. There is a schism, and he who stands in the middle of the road shall be run over, in the words of the wise Mr. Miyagi from Karate Kid. And I say that you seriously need to get away from the first realm stuff and get into the second realm stuff and build your foundation there. You pick the side now, and you do that now, because it will be harder if you wait. If you wait till the last minute and you realize that I was right and that it's becoming very bad for you to be where you are, it's going to be hard. Okay? There are countries where if you go to withdraw all your cash from the bank, they don't just give you a hard time about it, but technically will still do it and give it to you if you push the issue. There are countries where it's illegal. There are countries where they're just like, no. They're just like, no, we're not giving you the money. Why? Why do you want it? There are countries where you legally have to tell them why you want it now. And now we're coming up to, you're going to need you want to give them your biometrics. You're going to give them your biometrics if you want it. So now they're going to say, oh, you want to take your money out? Well, first you have to give us your biometrics. Don't wait. Okay. Like seriously, just take everything out of the bank, close the account. Okay. Go insane, go wild. Do not behave like a normal person. Exit the system seriously, radically. Don't wait anymore. This is getting kind of stupid. You're starting to look a little bit fucking stupid. Okay? Just fucking wake the fuck up. Take the money out of the bank. Close the accounts. Burn your house down. Throw your passport in the ocean like those black guys did in Liberia, okay? In the 80s or whatever, when all the black people in America decided they wanted to move back to Africa. You remember that? Throw your passport move to Liberia, throw your passport in the ocean, wear a dahiki, change your name, get rid of your slave name, listen to Run DMC, and you'll be all right. Okay? Did I get my point across? Good. I'm not scrolling properly. I'm scrolling improperly. The U.S. feds are also on a similar note. They're going to force telecoms to KYC users before giving them telecom service. So to get like a fucking SIM card, they're going to KYC you in the U.S. There are other countries where they do this already. They're going to do that in the U.S. too, by the way. Of course, there's going to be ways around it. Just a little warning that that's happening. UK show trial has been whipping up some more division since last week. It's another little race war thing where they what did they do? Some guy got attacked by a dark-skinned minority, and he was stabbed and he was bleeding out on the street, and the cops came and they handcuffed the guy who was bleeding out and then told him that he wasn't stabbed, even though they could see it. And then they let him die. And now they're making a big fuss about it as the details come to light, and everyone gets to freak out about it and be pissed off. I've sort of said this before. I'm pretty sure they kind of do this stuff on purpose. I think that they're trying to piss everybody off. They're not only being like this because they want to be. They want the pushback too, and they want to control the pushback and create division between whatever fucking English people and immigrants, or right wingers and left wingers, or whatever. It's all part of the Ordo Ab Cow distraction division thing. You know what I'm talking about. You've seen the cartoons, okay, drawn by that guy, and the cartoons they put on InfoWars. You know what I'm talking about, with the boots and everything, and the pyramid. You know what I'm talking about. The U.S. was escalating the UFO psyop last week, releasing more UFO footage, and it's just the tip of the iceberg. There's all kinds of secret UFO footage that the news and the government are trying to push onto you for reasons. And it's because they have your best interests at heart. It's because they're just tired of keeping it secret, man. And they're going to tell you about the aliens, and they're going to tell you the truth. The government and CNN are going to tell you the truth. Fucking watch out, dude. Seriously, if they start fucking talking about aliens being real, watch out. Just start firing. Just point it and just point the gun and start pulling the trigger. If they start talking about the aliens, because you know something bad's going to happen. If they feel like they can fake alien contact, they can pretend to be aliens, start shooting. That's not good. Parties and party vans news from last week. There's been growing pushback against big tech data centers. A lot of folks have been talking about that. That's cool. That's good. I don't really mind. I don't really mind playing into their hands a little bit. Okay, I'm happy to be the terrorist, I think, in this case. But let's not forget, it's the big data centers that matter, not the little ones. The biggest ones being the ones run by the NSA and by the surveillance contractors, right? Why don't we blow up the transformer on one of those? Get some drones going. Come on, man. The folks around the world are making Americans look dumb right now. Okay, Americans are supposed to be at the forefront of attacking the government with new weapons, newfangled weapons. That's the birthright of Americans. So you should be, getting those drones and flying them into the fucking data center transformers and so forth. That's what I think, and that's what the little mice in the walls are telling me through the grapevine. Okay. Here's another one for you. In the Netherlands, the state migrant building was put in some fucking town, and there were some protesters, and there was some tension between the Netherlanders and the dark-skinned minorities on the other side of the fence, and they were mocking each other. And then they decided they'd all get together and throw a welcoming party for the migrants, and they threw some road flares and lit some bushes on fire. And then there was it turned into a block party over a few days, going through the night. And the bludgies in the Netherlands were so touched by the spirit of human brotherhood that their hips just started thrusting to the blaring Eurobeats, and they themselves decided to join in on the party, dancing with the protesters all night long. And also there were some bludgy checkpoints and blocks deployed on the roads to stop people from going to protest. So whatever, there's some shit happening in the Netherlands. Spy news from last week. What? Spy news? Intelligence news. The mayor of Arcadia, California, took a plea deal admitting that they were an asset for the Chi-Coms, for the People's Republic of China, and that they were running the town of Arcadia for the Chinese government. So that's kind of funny. In war news from last week, there was a pretty cool anti-drone attack the Russian state used on some Ukrainian Nazi CIA nigger drones. And apparently the Ukrainian Nazi CIA niggers sent some drones, I guess, to hit some sort of Russian state targets. And the Russian state somehow redirected or hacked the drones and had them go elsewhere to, I think, Latvia, to what was it? It was like a fucking what was it? It was like a fucking energy target. Can't really remember, but pretty cool. So now Lithuania and Latvia are crying to their mommies in NATO to get more defense for their airspace. Pretty cool. Kind of a cool idea for an attack. Very sci-fi, very cyberpunk. Hacking the drones. Okay, we're going to have to go down our skill tree to unlock that skill. And in the umpteenth Gulf War last week, whatever, it mostly kept going as usual. In the Strait of Hormuz, some strikes happened in Iran. Some merchant ship was hit off the coast of Qatar, which was quite far from the Strait of Hormuz. Some merchant ships were hit or stolen. A fucking shitload of Chinese merchant ships were allowed to pass unmolested. The Kuwaiti state claimed that they caught an Iranian state fire team trying to get to Bubiyan Island. No, that's not a location from Super Monkey Ball 2. It's truly the name of an island in Kuwait, Bubiyan. Anyway, this island was used a couple months ago by the U.S. to launch missiles at Iran from a mobile artillery truck, so that most likely has something to do with this little trip taken by that fire team. But I thought this was a little notable because you're not hearing a lot about boots on the ground in this war, and that's kind of what this was. I mean, it was at least boots that wanted to be on the ground. They didn't quite make it to the ground. Something odd happened in the water last week. The Iranian state brigadiers stole a ship anchored off the coast of UAE, the Hui-Chan. What's weird is that the Hui-Chan is a Chi-Com ship that holds, in case you couldn't tell from the name, it's a Chi-Com ship that holds a shitload of weapons for Chinese anti-piracy ops in the Gulf. And it likely has some sensors and intelligence on board too. Given that the People's Republic of China is an ally to the Iranian state, it raises an eyebrow a little bit that they boarded this ship and took it. And it kind of feels like, if I were to just take a shot in the dark, it kind of feels like maybe the Chi-Coms were trying to give weapons to Iran. And so they just sort of, you just board it and act like you're stealing it. kind of thing. It's kind of like how the U.S. military armed ISIS a bunch of times, where like they would just order the soldiers to like leave a bunch of weapons unattended, and then ISIS would immediately come and take them as if they knew. I don't know. Maybe it's something like that. Who knows? The U.S. hit Iranian tankers trying to get back in to the Strait of Hormuz. So the Iranian state said that it would start hitting U.S. bases and ships again. I don't think that happened yet. Whatever. There's the boring umpteenth Gulf War news from last week. Now here's another war news from last week. Whatever. I wouldn't look. I try not to bring up things like this. But the U.S. and the Chi-Coms, they have these retarded peace talks, okay? And they're kind of vaguely relevant to World War III, so I'm only going to touch on them briefly because of that. Otherwise, I wouldn't talk about it because it doesn't matter. You might recall that during World War II, the U.S. and the Soviets had a peace talk where the Soviets, who are clearly dangerous, evil, existential threat to the United States, were befriended and empowered by the United States because they wanted to take on some smaller enemy. And as a result, the Soviets were handed over Eastern Europe, and they got to become the Soviet Union and ultimately the Russian state oligarchy that we know and love today. This feels a little, this is the same vibe as that. I don't know if it's quite as important as that event, but it has the same vibe. The U.S. just sort of bending over and trying to please an existential enemy. But whatever. The Chi-Coms want their Iranian oil supply back at full steam. They want to stop the U.S. from arming the Taiwanese state it's because they're going to invade Taiwan. The U.S. wants help getting the Strait of Hormuz open, and yet everybody was too much of a pussy, so they danced around the shit they actually came there to talk about. And instead they talked about other stuff, like whatever. The Chi-Coms buying American oil. Since both Chi-Coms and the U.S. want the strait open, I don't know, maybe it can happen then. Maybe they can put their heads together, but nothing's really happening. If the Chi-Coms agree that the Iranian state should make no nukes, that's cheap talk because who cares? They don't get to decide if Iran has nukes. Fucking. Let me just figure out how to scroll here. Diplomacy between the Russian state and the Ukrainian Nazi CIA niggers. Does that mean the war is going to end? Probably not. U.S. asks Cuban state to cry uncle because, they ran out of diesel because of U.S. blockades, the U.S. invading Venezuela, the U.S. semi-sanctions, and the U.S. offered the Cuban government $100 million to buy control of their country. That's one way to do it. It's very Chinese. It's very Chinese of the U.S. to do something like this, to starve a country of an economic resource and then offer to buy them. That's very Chinese of them. You remember the USS Gerald Ford? This is more of a human interest story. The mightiest warship ever made. The biggest, mightiest warship ever. You remember how it was completely taken to its knees by, according to some rumors, the soldiers aboard sabotaging it and causing it to overflow with shit. And then after they fixed that, for some reason, the laundry room kept catching fire. You remember all that shit that kind of seemed like the soldiers inside the ship were sabotaging it and how that worked and how it left? Well, now they've said that the Gerald Ford is out of commission for 2 years. The mightiest warship, the biggest warship ever. It's out for 2 years to be repaired because people were clogging the toilets and setting laundry on fire. Pretty impressive stuff. In this week's news, in case you weren't tired enough, oh, thank God. Maybe I won't even have to do building the second round. Maybe I'll do a quick version of it. Anyway, in this week's news, logistics. And this has been a boring news, hasn't it? I'm talking slowly. I'm zonked out over here. I'm like, duh. You're probably falling asleep over there. We both need an injection of cocaine, okay? And then we can be like Sherlock Holmes and be smart and creative guys that solve mysteries together. That's my sex fantasy with you, dear listener. In this week's news, logistics. The cost of shipping freight is up more than 4 times. It's even higher than it was during the COVID hoax lockdowns. Of course, this is also making the price of everything else go up. Am I boring you yet? Is it basically the price of everything's going up and there's shortages of everything? We could just sum it all up like that. 24. American progesterone shortage. Okay. Nah, that got your attention, didn't it? You fucking pervert. Yeah, there's a progesterone shortage. So this means that either A, you're going to run into problems because how are you going to keep your little cutie all pumped up with the progesterone? And if you're not that guy, then you're everyone else. You're an innocent bystander. Do you know what happens when all the trannies in America can't get their progesterone all in the same week? It's going to be pandemonium. There's already been one tranny terrorist attack this week at the same time. Coincidence? Watch out there. If anyone looks like a tranny, just get out the chain, hook them up to the back of the truck and let her rip. Okay? It's a preemptive attack. Preemptive fag dragging. You could just like plant easy suicide methods around your house. So like it's like putting bear traps or mines around your house, but instead you plant suicide methods around your house. Then when an addled tranny wanders onto your property, they'll run into the suicide method and commit suicide because they do that all the time. Anyway, in Hungary, a compressor exploded in a petrochemical plant. This one might actually be an accident. Who knows? They're just making plastic over there, but whatever. Biochemical threats from this week. Ebola outbreak in Congo? ? Maybe. I don't know. Nobody trusts the health IGOs anymore. So nobody knows whether to take it seriously when they say there's an outbreak. So whatever. They say that there's a bad outbreak of Ebola in the Congo right now. It could be. And you never know. Like, sometimes they happen and they just kind of fizzle out. Sometimes they happen and they get bad. And then they fizzle out. Whatever. Something about Ebola has always tickled me pink. Isn't that just a really funny way to die? Like, if you have a dark sense of humor, like just bleeding out of every orifice in your body, all your insides start leaking out. It's pretty, I don't know. It's just a very funny way to die. I hope I go that way. Parties and party vans news. Riots and gang skirmishes skyrocketing in the big cities of America. As the economy crashes and the temperature rises, the poor folks come out and party, boss. Sun's out, guns out, if you know what I mean. You can look forward to this summer being a real banger. and be even more careful than when the holidays are coming up or when welfare days is happening. Stay frosty out there. One good way to do that is merely stay inside with the AC on. That'll keep the heat off you more ways than one, boss. Or, pretty much just stay away from big crowds getting together for any reason in a big city, and you'll most likely be all right. That means don't go to church either. I don't care what the crowd is, okay? In the UK, folks are still getting pissed off by the race war psyops as the show trial from last week keeps coming out with new episodes. And we've got another party for you. There's an exotic Congolese festival happening, being thrown in Dublin, Ireland. Convenient timing for a race war in Ireland, given that, as you might recall, Irish people weren't too pleased with the Irish state, and they were getting a bit uppity and mad at the Irish government. So good timing for Congolese people to start kicking up a fuss. They're acting like they got their own George Floyd over there because there was some sort of Congolese guy who was a thief, who he was a violent thief who died when he was resisting arrest or something. I don't know. I didn't really look into it that much. Anyway, Congolese people are definitely the problem in Ireland. You should focus on them, not the government. PSYOPs and crackdowns news. Again, in Pennsylvania, a couple guys were fucking around and they threw a firecracker, and the news acted like it was a terrorist attack with an IED. That's funny. And I'm just going to take the temperature a little bit. Thank you. I'm going to take the temperature over here. Let me tell you what temperature. I'm going to stick my finger up my butt, and I'm going to take the temperature, and I'm going to let you know how it feels. I'm going to tell you something. Is this PSYOPs and crackdowns news? Not really. It's more like I just want to say something here. Okay? I want to say something here about these crackdowns. The frog is getting boiled, and the frog is in my ass, and my ass's temperature is being taken, and I'm telling you, it's boiling hot. Surveillance. That's what I'm talking about. Corporate surveillance. And I just want to say something that I'm not hearing many people say, which is you shouldn't shop at big corporate stores anymore. Okay? You should stop doing it. You should stay away from Walmart. You should stay away from fucking Planet Fitness. You should stay away from fucking Home Hardware or whatever, Lowe's. You know what I'm fucking talking about. They've all got, there's cameras covering every square inch of the place. They've probably got microphones too. They've got facial recognition. It's all on the internet now. At a certain point, actually, let's expand this a little bit. It's not just buildings sold by big corporations. It's not just little electronics. It's the fucking cars. Okay. I pointed out a week or two ago, there's going to be legislation forcing cars to have facial recognition cameras pointed at the driver and to be able to refuse to start and things like that. If they decide you're not fit to drive based on how your face looks or based on how you're driving. And it's much worse than that in actual practice, though, because the cars that have that technology are already being sold. They've already been being sold. So some of the new cars from as recently as this year, last year, whatever, they already have this shit in them. And they've got more than just the driver facing camera. They've got panoramic cameras on the outside. They've got radar, which is kind of cool. What else do they have? They've got microphones, and they even have cell phone tower connections they've generously given you a free internet connection just for their own devices to spy on you. And also the onboard AI can control the locks, the brakes, the acceleration, maybe the steering, depending on the car, and they can probably turn the car on and off. And we know about the kill switches. They've been around for years. Some people think they've already been used to assassinate people with fake car crashes. This is it's pretty bad. I just want to say that because I'm hearing an awful lot of crickets. Yeah, rip Michael Hastings. I'm hearing an awful lot of crickets around this extremely fucked up, scary thing that is happening all around you. Your fucking faggot neighbors are putting Amazon cameras on their doors that are connected to the internet, and the fucking big box stores are covered in cameras, and the fucking cars and the phones. It's all surveillance, and they're putting the fucking cameras in the streets. I'm just pointing some shit out here. I'm pointing out a situation. I'm pointing out that the walls are closing in, and it's time to knock them down. You got to get a little more serious. I'm here to radicalize you. Okay. I am a violent anti-government extremist here to radicalize you, to make you one of me for your own good. You should really listen, because you're kind of fucked if you don't. You need to get away from this stuff. No matter how hard it is or what sacrifices it takes, you have to get away from this stuff yesterday. And we need to stop being on the defensive a little bit too, and need to go on the attack. Okay, we have to burn this shit down. If a big box store is covered in AI cameras connected to the internet, they have no rights. They have no property rights. They don't have rights to life. I don't give a fuck. You why don't you put that in your pipe and smoke it? Okay, Buster? That's what I think. I think we should go to the dealerships where they sell these cars, and we should burn them the fuck down. Get rid of them. Break in 3 minutes. Let's try and finish the news. And then we can have our guest. How do you like that for a show? News and guest. The least interesting parts of the show. That's not true. The guest is probably pretty good. What else do we have here? Here's war news. Same shit as always. Dead end peace deals. Every Monday and Friday, never accepted. Iranian state lets ships they want through. Project Freedom never happened. Dead in the water, no pun intended. Whatever. Everybody's gotten a bit of rearming done. The Israeli state has gotten an all right foothold in their invasion in Lebanon. I think the timing is looking good for the war to start up again in earnest. We'll almost certainly start by next show, maybe even starting right now as I speak. I don't know. Oh yeah, in the UAE, some nuclear reactors were hit with Iranian state drones? ? Some people think it was a false flag attack done by the Israelis. What else? Oh yeah, the feds indicted Raul Castro so that they can have a pretense for invading Cuba, and the Chi-Coms said they will fully support Cuba if they're invaded, whatever that means. The U.S. also isn't involved in enough wars, so they decided to get involved in the Nigerian war. They went from supporting with surveillance and stuff to outright attacking with a raid from like Spec Ops and some airstrikes. There you go. That's it. Now you can listen to robots tell you jokes and ads, and then we'll be back with our guest. Now, when it comes to weird alternative health shit, you may have heard of Brown's gas, boss, aka molecular hydrogen. Technically, actually, molecular hydrogen is just one part of what Brown's gas is, but whatever. It's a kind of wellness treatment used by health professionals and weirdos all over the world, both mainstream and otherwise. They got gas bars in Japan and shit. Big body of research showing that this therapy likely helps with pretty much everything: cancer, diabetes, heart disease, pretty much every organ system in the body. Over 1,500 papers, therapeutic potential for 170 diseases. In broad strokes, it works by fucking electrolyzing water into hydrogen and oxygen, and then you breathe that shit and you drink the water that it's bubbled through. And these gases are, negatively charged and shit, and they get into every cell of your body. It's probably how magical healing springs work, at least partially. The water is hydrogen enriched. Now, the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness has run R&D on these machines for about 4 years, and the top machine being recommended right now is the Lord's Hydrofix by Holy Hydrogen. And can you believe it? We have a coupon code for a product that isn't on our own fucking store. There's a first time for everything, so save a fat chunk of change on the Department of Health and Wellness's top recommended machine, and support Cloak and Dagger at the same time by heading on over to holyhydrogen.com and inputting coupon code VONU100 to get $100 off your Lord's Hydrofix. You're going to want to do your own research on this. The Molecular Hydrogen Institute website can help you with that. There's whatever, you can use whatever resources you want. There's a huge body of research on this. You know as well as I do, hopefully, that there are a lot of bullshit health tonics and gimmicks being hawked out there. The Brown's gas is one of the truest, most powerful tonic treatments out there in the world by far. When you learn for yourself how much of a health and wellness bombshell molecular hydrogen truly is, you're going to see why having your own machine is truly worth the investment. These machines are a bit costly, okay? I'm not going to lie to you, but they last for ages, and they may help you save on health costs in the long run. Nothing's a bigger deal than your health, so pony the fuck up. Go to holyhydrogen.com. Use coupon code VONU100. Victor Oscar November Uniform 100. Get $100 off.
Hey guys, Scott here for Liberty Under Attack Publications. Looking for a Liberty-focused publisher? Liberty Under Attack publishes books and strategy guides for individuals looking to increase their personal freedom. They assist authors through the entire publishing process: proofreading, editing, cover designs, paperback and Kindle formatting, and full audiobook narration and post-production. Tell them Scott sent you and get 20% off a full service deal. To get some one-of-a-kind books or for more information, visit libertyunderattack.com.
Liberty Under Attack Publications is your source for all things self-liberation. Featuring high-quality agorist and anarchist fiction, Paul Rosenberg's A Lodging of Wayfaring Men and his The Breaking Dawn are two great starts. The Brushfire series by Matthew Wojtecki is stellar, #Agora, and more. Save Bitcoin or fiat by buying a bundle, such as the Strategy Sample Pack, wherein you can explore a few different strategies to the problem of freedom. At Current, Vonu, Ben Stone's Vision, and Second Realm, book on strategy. And once you're inspired to take action in your own life, head on over to the Ghost Pads and Privacy Tools tab to get yourself a Ghost Phone and Ghost Pad, and secure your communications from both the public and private spies. Stock up your home apothecary with items from Aura's Apothecary, Black Drawing Salve, Comfrey Salve, Natural Insect Repellent, and much more. And finally, the newest edition, PAZNIA Farms Canned Goods, Cowboy Candy, Pickles, Salsa, etc. Of course, all of the canned goods and the apothecary items are made with the highest quality ingredients, some grown here at the homestead. Head on over to libertyunderattack.com, again libertyunderattack.com, to check out our full catalog or to place your order today. Bitcoin accepted and preferred. Email if you'd like to pay with XMR, shane@libertyunderattack.com, or if you'd like to place an international order. Again, libertyunderattack.com. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story. Find your freedom.
And now, back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle.
Hello, everybody. I'm back, and I'm honored and excited, physically and mentally, to welcome our first and last female guest to the show, the acclaimed Lily Forrester.
Well, that's a hell of an introduction, hi. First and last, eh?
Well, we'll see. I'm just basing it on my AI's statistical analysis prediction program.
I mean, the anarchy, libertarian, all that community is kind of a sausage fest, so it's a fair assessment.
Only men are autistic enough to care about things that don't matter, like politics and cars and sports.
It's funny you talk about that because that's been a topic a lot lately in my conversations with people, especially like on podcast type things, because they're like, oh man, wow, a lot of people in this community are autistic. What do you think about that? And it's just like, well, diagnostic criteria includes pathological demand avoidance, which literally means if you tell me to do something, I'm not doing that.
I think there's a lot of factors. I think it's also just like, it's libertarianism, so to speak, is logically correct, and it requires you to ignore social norms and like social harmony to acknowledge that and talk about it. So there's a natural. That's true for all radical political philosophies, though. Maybe.
Yeah, I think there is something to that because you also see it like in the ANCOM side of things. Like
Right.
the reality is all of these they stem inherently from like, that doesn't make sense. I don't care if it's what everybody else says should make sense. It doesn't make sense, and so I'm not tolerating it,
Right.
Yeah.
If you want to be logically consistent, you got to be a libertarian. You got to be an anarchist or an authoritarian, a totalitarian. Take it all the way, one or the other.
Right. That's exactly how it works.
So anyway, tell them, who the hell are you?
Okay, that's a that's a hell of a question. Most people know me as Lily Forrester, but I've kind of like regained my birth name back because, well, Lily Forrester was a product of necessity, and not to get too nerdy about it, but long story short, if you do the gematria in Chaldean numerology of Lily Forrester, it basically says like, this number is one of the gravest warnings for the future, and there will be death and destruction involving a partner and all of that stuff. So like, I kind of went back to my old name, which was all about, good vibes. But I'm
But maybe the world needs grave warnings.
Yeah, I could have did without all the trauma though, But yeah,
That's what we all
I'm
think.
most well known for the Anarchist series on HBO and for my involvement with Anarchapulco and Jeff Berwick. And yeah, I basically trauma dumped all of my biggest traumas on screen, thinking this is gonna go on YouTube, and then it didn't. And now, that's out there in the world. But I'm glad that I did it because of the connections that I've made and things that I've gotten out of it. So I'm more or less the token fugitive in the community that lives in Mexico, still without
Wait.
papers.
Token fugitive who lives in Mexico? How lame are these Anarchapulco people? You're the only one?
I'm the only one. That's a good point.
The fuck is wrong with them? They're a bunch of posers.
Well, I can't really blame people because like there is that security and following the system, and especially when you have kids and stuff like that, like some people do. I don't judge people for not doing what I did because the reality is my life
I
is
do.
hard. You know? Well, I mean, fair enough. But my life is hard. Like, I don't have bank accounts, so, like, I can work for money, but a lot of people are afraid of crypto. Um, so I have to use bank accounts of my friends and my partner, and I'm afraid to travel even within Mexico because if I go through the wrong immigration checkpoint, I go straight to jail. I do not collect $200. That's it, you know? So there's a
Yeah.
lot of for the beauty that my life has, there's a lot of stuff that I would not recommend, to be honest with you.
Yeah, everything's a trade-off. But I definitely think those who like kind of sell out for the most part are not gonna get the rewards they're looking for from selling out. And I don't
Well,
think
the
that.
reality is most of the people that come into this stuff, especially recently, they already sold out, you know,
Oh
like
yeah.
and then they're waking up and realizing they sold out and it's do they self-destruct their lives, the lives of their partners and their kids and their whole family for the sake of philosophy? Some of us make that choice, you know, because I really did. Like, I lost contact with all of my friends, all of my family. People were filing missing persons reports and things of that nature. And I mean, I do have a sense of guilt because these people may not be like of the same political mindset, but at their core, they're good people, you know? And so I feel a little guilty for that. However, you know, it's good that they all got dead somewhere. Although I almost did
Yeah.
end up that way.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think in the long run, it's not just philosophical. It becomes practical, and it's becoming increasingly obvious that the water's boiling, right? The frog, even though it's the myth that you can slowly boil a frog and it won't jump out, that's not actually true. But it's a nice symbol though, and the water's starting to get pretty hot at this point. So hopefully, people can see by now that it's not merely a philosophical thing to exit the so-called first realm.
Well, I mean, there are ways to do it, and I know you guys know this. There are ways to do that, to step out of the system without necessarily imploding your life. I
Oh
did
yeah,
not
yeah.
I was not aware of these things, nor did I have access to them when I got into this. I just basically was like, I was born into an agrist family, allowed myself to be brainwashed by school, woke up in college again, and then was like, all right, fuck it. And I just tossed off the shackles in whatever direction I could and ended up with a different kind of shackles because reality is like Mexico is a beautiful but open air prison. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
and it's yeah, I have the digital nomad income, but I do not have the ability to for example, like my partner, he's in Serbia right now selling his apartment, and I did not even have the choice of whether I stayed or went with him. You know, I just had to stay. There's no,
Yeah,
I've
I
got
mean,
nothing.
there are ways to smuggle yourself across the border, but it's not something that you feel like doing all the time when that's the only way you can travel.
It's
Like,
not always worth it, you know, when you have to go through so much stuff, especially when we're thinking of, you know, Serbia. And I work on Librepolko, the Anarchapulco side shoot that happens in Serbia. And they're like, well, you could find a way. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna cross however many borders to be there for a 3-day event just to
yeah,
leave again out in the middle of nowhere. You know, you have to really gauge, is it worth
I
it?
wouldn't do it, no, either.
I mean, if I felt like my sense of safety or even my quality of life was truly at risk here in Mexico, I would have left a long time
Oh,
ago
yeah,
to
yeah.
Belize or something like that. It's not actually that hard to get into Belize. And there's actually most people don't know this. There's a free trade zone in between Belize and Mexico that is legally not Belize or Mexico. It's like a
Oh, like unclaimed territory?
kind of like you I was down in that part of the country last year, and my partner had heard about it from my lawyer because I'm working on a legal situation in Mexico here. And she's like, yeah, you can go there, and it's not technically Mexico, and it's also not Belize, and they're not going to ask you for papers. And I didn't want to risk it, but he went over there. And yeah, they didn't ask him for papers, but he officially left Mexico and didn't enter anywhere else specifically. They did scan his like license plate with, a camera when he came back into Mexico officially, but it was
You can use fake plates.
right. You can use fake plates. There's a lot of ways around it, but I've heard of people going there because there's one hotel there that has a casino attached to it, and I've heard of people going there and just hiding out because you're not officially under the jurisdiction of either Mexico or Belize.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Now, here's a stock question I ask some guests whenever I remember. But for you, it's a little on the nose. How has privacy and security come up in your life?
Oh, okay. So this is the thing that most people don't expect about me. When I got into like the anarchy movement and I woke up in college and everything, the first thing I did was delete all my social media, and I wiped my computer, which was a Windows machine, and I installed Linux, and I jailbroke my Kindle Fire and replaced it with like a de-googled, and I did all of that, and I like was super hardcore into it, and I did it through my first few years in Mexico. But there's something about being outed on international television, because like they outed where I moved to after Acapulco. They outed my real name, which I didn't realize they were going to do until they asked me. That's why in the series, when they asked me to say my name, I started crying. I didn't know they were going to do that. So there's something about being outed in that way while simultaneously being accused of being a cocaine addict and salesperson that is like, do I really have a sense of privacy? And I was very worried for quite a few months to a year really after that series came out. Like, okay, if they're going to come for me, they know exactly where to find me, because if you look on my social media, I train at the circus gym. You just look at the hours for the class, you can get me there, plus not to mention the GPS and all of that stuff, right? But nothing happened. Nobody gave a shit. And I know for a fact that some of the government in the city know that I'm here. They know that I perform in local circus shows that are sponsored by the government. And they don't seem to care. And so I've kind of, that meme where it's like two different ways of saying nobody gives a shit, and there's like the guy who's like all sad and he's like, oh wow, nobody gives a shit, and then there's the guy that's like, nobody gives a shit. I'm that guy, especially when it comes to my tech and stuff, because I realized a lot of these privacy tools make just living normal life hard. If you have and I see this with people that come to Anarchapulco, they either come with a phone or they come with a de-Google device, so they have no access to maps. They have no way to get around. They can't call an Uber. They can't get a hold of anybody because of how strong the focus on privacy is. And these people are just people that when they're at home in the United States, they pay their taxes, they go to their job, but they have a de-Googled phone and it makes them feel secure. And I'm just like, man, they really don't give a shit. Like, unless you are legitimately doing some Silk Road type shit, or like you're a Roger Ver who is kicking the hornet's nest with his books, they literally don't give a shit. And so I picked efficiency over privacy, It's
to
like,
be fair, those kind of sound like folks who suck at privacy. You could just download organic maps and like get like if you really want to, you could just use like a fucking silent link eSIM or something. Just turn it on airplane mode when you don't want to use cell phone towers. You could get fancier too. I talked about using different mobile hotspots so that you have different IMEIs in different places, whatever. There's, I don't know, you can kind of do anything in ways that are pretty private. I think they kind of just suck. But that really sickens me. If they pay taxes, especially and follow laws and like work for corporations, it really does seem like they miss the point a little bit.
Yeah, but I get it, it's their way of dipping their toes into this world. But like, another thing on the privacy thing is like for me, the reality is I am a public facing part of a public facing entity. My entire job is maintaining a public facing business with and building public facing websites, like I edit public facing videos. Other than the fact that I exist legally in Mexico, which everybody knows is a thing anyway, I don't that's part of why it's like, and I get it, like give them the least amount of ammo possible, right? But I honestly live a pretty boring, life. Like if they want to watch me watch telenovelas to learn Spanish while I work on websites they can see publicly anyway, go for it. That's how I feel about it. But I think I'm jaded. I
Invitation
think I'm
accepted.
jaded. I've been my sense of privacy as far as my trauma is like most people don't have that plastered all over the world in the way that I do. So,
Well, speaking of which, let's start from the beginning here with what went on with you. I heard that this all started because the bludgies got sicked on you somehow. Is that why you went to Mexico?
yeah, basically 10 years ago, this well, it was 10 years ago last August. I was literally on my way to moving to Detroit. We had a car full of stuff. We had a puppy that we stopped to let him out and an abandoned house that we found because we were living in Fireweed University City in Detroit. So we had like a thing about abandoned houses at that time. And somebody called the cops on us and they showed up as we were leaving, and allegedly there were approximately 5 felonies worth of contraband, all related to cannabis and cannabis related things in my car. And I mean, it goes back further than that, right? Because I wouldn't have been in that situation if I didn't have the childhood I did. I'm sure you can see here the early days. I'm working on my next comic, and it's talking about the fact that my whole life has been affected by the drug war since before I was born. Like my parents met because my dad likes to smoke weed and my mom liked to sell weed. When my mom found out she was pregnant, that literal day they got arrested for weed possession, and my dad had to fight them in the courts, and he won eventually. So, like from day one, my life has been affected by this whole drug war scheme, right? So it's only natural that. Oh, and my mother spent the majority of my childhood as an active fugitive. She stayed within the state of Ohio, but she was an active fugitive the majority of my childhood. So it makes sense that I become an activist. I end up with charges, and my first response is to go to Mexico. It's like I saw her story and was like, hold my beer. And I ran with my ex to Mexico. And part of the reason I did that was because it was an abusive relationship. I did not have any contact with my family because I had been isolated from them, and so I couldn't ask for legal help. And it was that or go to prison, and I am my mother's daughter, and I just wasn't going to do that. And so that's how I ended up here just over 10 years ago. On February 5th, 2016, I crossed the border at Tijuana with my partner at the time, and this whole Mexican adventure started.
Well, I'm glad you're talking about that because a lot of folks grew up with their whole lives affected by the drug war, among other things. And I kind of would like to see more art and stuff about that because it's like an epidemic.
It really is. It's sadly not talked about, and you're right, it is common. Like that's an interesting thing about my story is because for as uncommon as it is, it's actually pretty common. I just kind of had uncommon responses to what, millions of people are going through.
I mean, if you were like black and not very political, no one would think twice about it. They would just be like, oh yeah, whatever.
Right. And yeah, you're right. That does matter. That makes a big difference in terms of like how the situation was handled by the state. And looking back, if I had decided to just throw my ex under the bus, legally speaking, and play the I'm a white girl who never had any prior charges, the situation would have been done and wrapped. But the reality is, I was so isolated at that time and frankly brainwashed by my isolation that, where would I have even gone? I hadn't talked to my dad. I hadn't
Yeah.
talked to any of my family. I cut them all off. I blocked all of them,
Now you said next comic. Is this because you've already put out some comics?
So yeah, we started this project, we being me and my friend Uli. He's the artist, the illustrator. We started this project in the beginning of 2024. We launched it at Anarchapulco, and the whole point was I had told, like, we were just hanging out, and I've been writing just a normal book for the longest time, but I expressed that I wanted to eventually do a comic. But my plan was to get the normal book published, get a book deal, and then use that money to fund the comic. And he's very grassroots agorist, and he was like, no, let's start it now in a small way and just do what we can and have something to work with and play with. And that was how Rootless Renegade was born. And we started, the first story was, actually, I'm just going to grab one of the comics real quick. This was the first edition. There's Love at First Smokeout. It was the story of how I met my ex. And that, in a lot of ways set me on this trajectory, because when I met him, I was still vaguely brainwashed, a freshman in college. And then he just kind of like, I was an activist, like I was working to legalize weed. But I was still more or less a normie, and then like I met him, and it was a situation where it was like, okay, it was answering the call to adventure, so to speak. And so this is only like, I don't know, 12, 15 pages. Little did I know where it would go. And we had the question of like, okay, we could do like a, realistic comic book where, the character looks like me and the other characters look like the other characters. Or we could have some fun with it and do like the cottagecore thing. And that's how we came
like
up
that.
with, this is me in the book.
Yeah.
And I'll change colors at several points. And actually, this is a little bit girly, but like I even have this image over here on my nails because I'm getting ready to launch this next version of it.
No,
And
that's not girly. I have the same thing on right now.
I doubt it, because this artist, man, she lives close to me, and she paints these things with like literally a one hair paintbrush. It's fucking wild. Takes a long time though, but
Must be pure little innovation. It's like a
right.
download everyone's getting
Right.
around the world.
But so yeah, that's how it's been working. The second edition is the Border Crossing. It's only currently available in PDF, but we're working on trying to set up essentially a crowd-funded version through Fund My Comic of the next edition. We're going to do it fully in color and have bundles where you can get, the original copy. We'll print the second one. There will be t-shirts and stuff in various levels, and it's essentially an agorist funded and essentially way to tell the story in a creative way. Which is really, honestly, it's reframing how I see it, because I had my phase of like the victim mentality for it. Whereas now I'm kind of on the other side of that, and it's more of like, how do I really want to go down in history? Do I want to go down in history as a girl that was a victim of a bad situation that she got herself into? Or do I want to go down in history as somebody who, made some mistakes but learned from them?
Yeah, I like that. Now, speaking of crossing the border, I understand you didn't have a passport or anything when you went to Mexico. What was that like?
People are still surprised when I talk about that and they don't know me prior. I still don't have a passport. I've never had a passport. They ask, oh, okay, it's expired. No, it's not. I had a driver's license that was expiring within 6 months of me coming to Mexico. Um, and it was honestly, I didn't even think we were going to make it. I thought we were going to be arrested at the border. We had emailed Jeff Berwick and said, hey, we don't have any papers. How do we get across? And he gave us that advice of cross on a Friday night. And they will have no choice but to let you through because they have too many people and you guys are just nice white people. And it worked, you know. It worked.
It's a
Literally,
very
they
Thane
scanned
Riddle
our
tip.
truck. They asked us if it belonged to us. They asked us where we were going. And then the lady literally looked past the truck at the line of people behind us and was just like, have a good night. And I was like, I'm not
That's a
sure
good
this
tip.
would work now, you know, especially with my story about this, but it worked 10 years ago. So
That's cool.
it
Now,
is.
what? How did you get together with the Anarchapulco folks? Is it just because you emailed or whatever Jeff Berwick and said hi?
Yeah, that was it. Literally, we left coming to Mexico with the intent of going to the Anarchapulco folks because we had just watched that episode that Jeff did of the Anarchast with Nathan Freeman and his family. And we were like, oh, okay, so people are settling there. Let's just go there, you know, and we'll tell our story and all the other idealistic things we had about us. So that was the plan from the beginning. When we left Ohio, we went first to Detroit to work for a few months to save money. But the plan was always to go to Mexico and to go to Acapulco and be there before the next Anarchapulco. And we did. We arrived like 4 days before it started. And it's funny because in the series, like the Freemans are like, we let them in, we welcomed them. No, they did not. It was Jeff that let us in. They were rude to us from day one because we smoked weed instead of snorting cocaine. Um, and yeah, that was it. Literally, like we asked him for that advice to cross the border, and he told us. And I was like, okay, so in the event that we show up to Anarchapulco and don't have the money for tickets, what do we do? And he said, just come on in, you'll be fine. I still have the email. I actually sent it to the people who made the series because they were like, oh, the Freemans say, and I'm like, well, I had no contact with them. Here's the actual email conversation with Jeff.
Well,
So
for those who may not know, tell them a little bit about Anarchapulco and what the fuck that is.
So it was the drunken brainchild of Jeff, and I actually really like the way he described it on our recent Nonconformist series because he said originally the whole point was to be able to party with all the freedom-minded people in Acapulco where he lived, and that was literally it. He was on a live stream drunk at like 3 a.m. He was like, why are we having all these anarchist conferences in the United States? We need to do one in Mexico. Well, I'm going to do one. I'm going to do one. And then he woke up to like hundreds of messages from people like, where can I buy tickets? And he's like, what do you mean? He didn't even remember that he had said that, and he had to go back and watch the live stream, and he was like, wow, okay, so this is a thing that I have to do. And I'm pretty sure he, you know, contacted his then assistant, who's still kind of his hand man, Michael Bach, and was like, we got to make this happen. And so they rented the Copacabana, which literally, if you help them rent 25 rooms at the hotel in Acapulco, you get the conference hall for free. And so that's what they did. And like Roger Ver was there and Danny Sessom. That started in 2015. And people loved it though, and it was like the least organized event ever. Like they barely had microphones, you know, barely had microphones. But people loved it, and they loved Mexico, and it's not anymore, but it was for a long time the only event of this kind in Mexico. And there are quite a few offshoots of like people trying to harvest people from the community, in my opinion. But what it evolved into, and the series doesn't show this, series makes it seem like it died without Nathan Freeman, who is the producer that came on to help Jeff. The reality is Nathan Freeman got out, it passed hands a few times, and now it's in the producer hands of my best friend and my platonic wifey for lifey, Catherine Bleich. And she is very much like an exorcist almost in the community. So she started essentially cleaning up the event. She established that if we work for the event, we have to follow the 4 agreements and treat each other with respect. And if you don't stay in the team. And she stopped giving people like vultures access to the event. These could be anybody from scammers to just emotional vultures. And something shifted in Jeff too, because it went from being a party to being a place where you can go, take your kids, get some healing done, make connections, like it's something that I'm truly proud to be a part of, and I wouldn't work as hard as I do on Anarchapulco if I wasn't really proud of what we've managed to do in terms of really starting to help people. It was a place where people just came to get fucked up together and do all sorts of weird shit too. There are children that exist because of Anarchapulco, and these children, like one of them, Kat's daughter actually, has an Italian passport, has Mexican residency and a US passport, and has traveled to, I don't know, like 10 countries, and she's 5 years old, like lives on a homestead, homeschooled, unvaxxed, already has her own little store of Bitcoin goddess, basically, so it's essentially setting up a new way of doing things, right? It went from a lot of talking heads bitching about the problems and they're trying to take your cash and control us, to okay, well, what do we actually do about it? Because we know that that's a problem, but how are we actually going to deal with this? Like how are we going to take care of our health, our people, our spiritual health, get therapy, come together as a community, even though the biggest goal of all of this shit is to divide all of us, like how are we going to do that? And that's the whole point now, in my opinion, especially with things like the Nonconformist series, where we're trying to like give people actual guides of stuff.
Yeah, I'm all about the same thing. That's the whole reason I do this shitty show. Besides getting to make like jokes about child porn and say the N-word. But Jeff Berwick himself transformed quite a bit over that time period. He used to be a skinny, sickly looking guy who's smoking all the time. And now he's like a chubby tan guy who gets coffee enemas all the time.
He's still smoking all the time, and he
Oh,
had
he still
more of a
smokes?
Oh yeah, but like he's like vaping organic tobacco
Oh.
backstage at Anarchapulco. It's kind of hilarious because he has a volcano like for vaping weed, but it's organic, Mexican grown tobacco. It's quite funny. But he also had like, there are a lot of people that believe that he's a scammer. Me personally, I've looked into those allegations, and I don't necessarily believe. I wouldn't work with him if I believed he genuinely took advantage
if a guy
of people.
like Jeff with the wrong people, he would be ignorant of it. I can tell he has an innocent personality. He could probably be kind of manipulated by somebody, but I don't think he would knowingly. I think he's a true believer.
That's exactly it, and it's interesting, like to come back to the autism thing, because he also used to have a reputation of being like a womanizer and kind of a creep, and he's totally stopped that. There hasn't been any allegations in that for at least 6 years that I can think of, maybe longer. But beyond that, to go back to the autism thing, I can remember distinctly in 2021, when I first really started being on the Anarchapulco team, he took us all out on a boat trip after Anarchapulco. And I was just sitting there with Lucy, his dog, the famous Lucy, on my lap, and I was just like petting her, but kind of ignoring everybody. And he came up and he sat next to me, and he's like, I think you and I have more in common. I see you just kind of watching things, but you're not like, super outgoing, and you just kind of do your work. And he's like describing stuff. And I was like, well, yeah, it's because I'm, partially because I'm autistic. And I started explaining that. And he just sat there like staring at his legs. He had a wine glass full of water in his hand and a cigar in the other hand, and he was just sitting there like looking at his lap. And he was quiet for a long time, and then he's like, "You think maybe I could be a little bit autistic?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, Jeff, that's kind of where I was going with this." And he's like, "Well, nice talking to you," and gets up and walks away and goes and like sits by himself to continue smoking his cigar, you know.
You do kind of a good Jeff Berwick impression. Like your face kind of starts looking like his when you become him.
Oh man,
Weird.
I have some stories okay, so here's the perfect example of Jeff before he got evolved, right? This is 2018. This is Anarchapulco's closing night party. Somebody told me that Jeffrey Tucker, and I was obviously still consuming weed at this time. Somebody told me that Jeffrey Tucker had written an article about how people that smoke weed can't have intelligent conversations. And so I decided I was going to go up to him, get him very high, and test that theory. And because I was, dressed in a cute dress and I looked fairly not emaciated and terrible that night, he did it and he smoked. It was one of the funniest things ever. He coughed so hard he took off his glasses. Well, anyway, I'm walking away from that back towards where I was, and I get stopped by somebody, and they're like, "Did you just get Jeffrey?" And I'm telling the story. And Jeff just he's just standing there with a wine glass and a cigarette, just literally swaying. And he's like, "Give me that thing," because I was holding a dab pen, and he just puts his mouth on it. And then it's like, "I didn't get nothing." I'm like, "Well, you didn't inhale." And he's like, "Oh, okay." So he tries again, and he coughs, and he acted like an idiot. I'm not even going to say what he did next because, he and I are good on that now, but it was awkward. And I walked away. And about an hour later, Jeffrey Tucker, he walks into the room that I was in, which is where all the food was, and he grabs a plate and he grabs a pan full of food and he just looks in it, smells it, pours the entire thing out, doesn't use a spoon, just pours pan onto plate, walks out of the room. And then 5 minutes later, Jeff walks in the room and he's like, "I feel like I'm wearing goggles." "I'm not wearing goggles." And then he proceeds to stumble out of the house to his home, because where the party was literally 3 doors down the street from his house. And so, yeah, I have gotten pretty good at impersonating Jeff over the years. So.
Well, that's good to know. I've been informed that I've actually been on the Nonconformist series, because Rio 2 had me record something for mesh networking.
Oh,
So
okay.
I guess we were on that.
Yep, you were. Yeah.
Oh.
I think he's I've had him as a guest a couple of times. So yeah, Nonconformist series is kind of like my baby at this point, because I do 75% of the production of it, and it's my way, and my whole goal the whole time I've been involved with Anarchapulco is to take the bitching talking heads, not to talk shit on him, but I'm not his biggest fan, Josh Sigurdson, Mr. "Everything's terrible and I'm being shadow banned," as he's yelling on Facebook. And it's like, can we shift the community towards people that actually do stuff, please? And I
Yeah,
feel
that's what
like
we're
we've
all
done a
about,
good
yeah.
job of that. And the Nonconformist series has really been, that's the point of it. It's our way of sampling speakers that at first we may not know enough about to put on the main stage, but once they prove their salt, then we're like, all right, come on, time to come to actual Anarchapulco and give us, the early days of Anarchapulco did not include the likes of Marjorie Wildcraft, for example, whereas now she's it's not Anarchapulco without her.
Yeah, I'm very glad that anarchists, market anarchists, whatever, fucking ANCAPs, whatever, agorists, I'm glad that people are going that direction of being practical and trying to actually be solution oriented. Because if you're not that, then you might as well go jump off a bridge or something.
Well, here's the reality, and I've kind of and it's funny because I had a lot of friends that were like these talking head types, and I find myself distancing myself from them for the simple reason of like people have been turning over what an anarchist society should look like as well as pointing out the problems in the world for like 100 years. Like basically every idea that's been philosophized about has been philosophized about. And what we need and what is we've really been shifting to is we need the people that are actually trying things, because there are certain things that when you philosophize about them, they don't work in practice, especially where conflict management is concerned, you know, and that's one of the biggest lessons Anarchapulco has had to learn is like, how do you deal with psychopaths? You know, like, how do you deal with that shit? Like, what happens when, you know, somebody gets murdered in the community and somebody else needs help, you know? Like, what do you do? Do you isolate them? Do you avoid them because you're afraid, or do you fucking help them? And okay, if you help them, what does that actually look like? You know? Like, these questions are not answered until you really start giving things a try. And I mean, my whole story is literally a hodgepodge of me throwing things at the wall to see what sticks. Everything from my adventures with homesteading and urban farming to like my community management, you know, work that I've done as far as working with and for Anarchapulco. So it's and that's like, and I don't think people like, you know, the Josh Sigurdsons and the Dan Dixes and all of them, I don't think they realize that their time as like, we know the world's fucked up. And you can go ahead and talk about the CBDCs and the Epstein files and the new pandemic or blah 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 blah. Like it's just gonna like it's not offering anything new. And I think a lot of them are like, "Oh, I'm shadow banned." Like, are you shadow banned or are you just not relevant anymore? Have you not shared anything of actual value in a long time?
Yeah. I don't even
You
bring
know?
that shit up on my news.
Right.
But yeah, I mean,
Nobody cares about, you know, the terrible things that are happening. We fucking know. Like, what are you doing about it?
yeah. And you know, here's another blessing in disguise for you, I think, about your fucked up experiences. Um, some of what you're saying, for most folks, unfortunately, it has to come from hard experiences to be
Mm.
like, what do we do when it's no longer fun and games and real shit's going down? I feel like a lot of folks are too sheltered to really feel that in their bones. So that's another. Speaking of which, let's talk about that. Tell them about what happened with the shooting and the fucking HBO show starring HBO star Jason Henza.
Yeah, it's a good old Hensa. Um, yeah, so like for some background, there are a lot of people that theorize that HBO like manufactured that whole situation, and that's simply not the truth. It was two
Oh,
people
so you're a
spending
crisis
their own
actor.
right. Well, I'm FB. If you ask Howard Lichman or Etienne de la Bourne or whatever the fuck he goes by on Substack, I'm CIA. I don't get paid enough for that. Um, but yeah, so if you ask, and there are a lot of people still that say, "Oh yeah, that was manufactured by HBO to discredit the community." And I went to Anarchapulco in 2016 or 2017, and it wasn't like that. And I'm like, "Bro, you were there for 7 days out of 365. Sit down." You know, like no, that's the reality is that whole project started because they came to visit and they were like, "Oh, let's interview the community." And they realized real quick that the community that was all fucking kumbaya, you know, on the internet fucking hated each other in reality. And there was this big rift. And the rift was really between those who wanted power and those who wanted actual freedom. And Jeff was literally just caught in the middle of it. He had no idea what was going on, you know, like he I don't hold him accountable for, you know, him more or less supporting what he was being told by shitty people, right? So there was this shitty community dynamic. Now, in the defense of those assholes, part of the reason for that dynamic was because my ex-partner, John, Shane, whatever you wanted to call him, he was a very difficult person. You know, he was super charismatic when you first met him, but as soon as you got close to him, he would find your weakness and then he would stab you in it, you know, like repeatedly and break you down. And as a result of that, he made enemies, right? And there were a lot of those sorts of really volatile emotional enemies in the community, like, and they snowballed, and then that guy Paul came in, and you know, we learned you don't kick a hornet's nest when the hornet's nest is mentally deranged, you know? And the whole time I was like, look, this guy should not be living in our house. And I told him that. And he's like, we're going to help him anyway. And it blew up in our faces, right? Because the reality is, not only did that guy witness the way that I was being treated, and he was blogging about it actively on Steemit before the murder, after we had parted ways as friends, you can go back and find those posts. That dude was literally trying to find me a new boyfriend on Steemit because he had seen the way that I was being treated. And he was also being treated that way himself, you know, like he was mentally unstable. And my ex was like, I remember one conversation, he was like, you're not actually an ANCAP, you're actually a communist because you take advantage of people. And it's like, dude, fucking unnecessary, right? When I was filming a series, there was a lot of like, I wasn't sure and not as, other than the fact that we had a friend, and I'm still friends with this guy who's super connected in that area. He was not necessarily cartel, but like he had that in his family. And he had contacted me 2 months after the murder and asked me what I thought happened. And I was like, I don't fucking know. I just know that it happened, and it doesn't matter to me what happened because people are still dead and I'm still traumatized. So like, who fucking cares? And he said he had asked around and there was no mention of us selling drugs like the Freemans insisted. But there was a mention of the crazy guy Paul that was trying to find somebody
Well, what
to
is
have him murdered.
the story of the murder for those who don't know?
Like, what do you mean by that? Like,
Well, I don't know, like how what happened? How did it happen? I mean, I don't know if
well,
there's
that's kind of what I'm explaining here, is because my ex had flipped out on this Paul guy. He had him in our house. The guy knew our house. The guy also had cartel people on his back because he was
Right.
selling cocaine. We didn't realize that until after he moved in with us. And so really it was a perfect storm of life is cheap in Mexico. That guy got paid $700 at the start of every month on the 1st, which is, you know, it happened February 1st. And he had spent about 7 months, 6, 7 months threatening us daily. Well, threatening Henza and threatening my ex daily.
HBO
through
star
me.
Jason Henson.
Yes. Yeah, Henza is Jason Henza. So he was essentially saying, I have told the cartel where you live. I've given them a map of your house. Don't worry, Lily. I told them that you are not to be hurt, you know, but they are fucking coming for John, and, you know, be aware, right? And it kind of went down exactly the way that he said it would, you know, like we had went to the market early that morning. I was making lunch after that, and some kid was throwing rocks at the house. And so I told my ex that, and we were already on guard because of this situation. So he walked out to face them, and then I grabbed a machete because what was that going to do? But I thought it was going to do something. So I walked out after him, and then Henza after me. And by the time I was at the top of the driveway, my ex was already dead. Henza was on the side of the truck, which the only reason he didn't die was because he was on behind the truck. And I was standing there in full view, and they could have shot at me. We made eye contact. They didn't. And after the fact, my friend had said, yeah, it was everybody that I'm talking to in Aka. They're really pissed that this happened. It's affecting their tourism. And they all say that when they researched why this happened, it was this crazy guy, Paul, wanting him dead. And I was like, oh, cool, because there's people saying that I sell cocaine, you know, like, that's great. So, yeah, that's kind of what happened there. In my opinion, it was a story of this is what happens when you treat people badly. You know, like when the reality is, and this is something I think every anarchist should have to learn at some point, there's a certain level of people that don't want to hear your fucking truth. And if you're in the wrong place, in the wrong area, given the wrong truth to the wrong person, you could end up dead for it here, you know?
Oh, sure,
And,
yeah.
and that's what happened. That's what happened is that guy felt isolated and attacked, and he lashed out. That's the reality of it.
Yeah, yeah, it's I brought this up on my show a couple times as a matter of tactical privacy and security. One of your skill sets is your social skills,
Mm-hmm.
like how to win friends and influence people type shit. Like just like be nice, listen to people, make them feel important and appreciated and stuff. That's pretty like you'll get a lot of mileage out of that kind of stuff.
Which is funny you bring up that book because my ex had me read that book, and he did pretty much the exact opposite of everything, you know? Like, he was really great and charismatic, and he could be very manipulative, and he could get money out of people, and he could get resources and, you know, support. But, you know, anybody that was very close to him knew the volatility that he possessed, as well as the ruthlessness that he possessed. And it was damaging, you know, it was super
Yeah.
damaging, especially for me. Like, after the murder happened, I was obviously on my own, other than with the help of Henza. And there were a lot of people that were telling other people not to help me financially or otherwise because of the way that he was. He was using my social media to fight with people and to treat people like shit. So they're like, oh, she's difficult. So when I emailed Jeff Berwick and was like, hey, I need a job, can you hire me? He was like, no, we're all good, thanks. You know, and like, I don't blame him a fucking bit. You know, he thought I was a aggressive, bitchy pain in the ass, when the reality was nothing got published on Steemit or Facebook while he was alive without his direct approval. Everything to keep the ruse and the, you know, the storyline of the lovers that moved to Mexico, Bonnie and Clyde BS, you know, basically.
Yeah. Now, there, you know, when it comes to the tragedy of loss, losing a loved one, even if it's an abusive relationship, even if it's fucked up, there are a few things in life that are harder than that and darker to experience than that. So I certainly wouldn't want to make light of that. But I think the question on everyone's mind is, does this mean you're single?
No, not anymore. Okay. So, yeah, that's interesting that you bring that up though, because like my true first thought when I realized he was dead was, holy shit, I'm free. Because I had literally tried to leave close to 50 times. There were times where I was physically shoved out of that house, and I would walk down the mountain, across the city, and up another mountain to my Mexican dad's house with no shoes and a torn dress because of the fight that ensued, trying to leave. But there would always be something that brought me back up, principally the fact that I don't like to be a burden. I didn't have any money, I didn't have any papers, and I had no way of making money by myself, right? He had my computers, all of it, like my dogs, everything. So it took me a long time to cope with that. The reality is, looking back, I don't miss him. But do I think he deserved to die? No, especially because the last couple weeks of his life, he was pulling his head out of his ass. We were finally finding a way to separate in an amicable, adult way that was pre-planned and like mature. You know, I think if he was alive, we would be friends. I stayed single for like 6 months after he died, and then because I was literally traumatized and fucking bored, I ended up with the tallest, weirdest Mexican I've ever known in my life. He's the one in episode 6 of the Anarchist series, and it's just like, that was literally, I found my journal from the day I met him, and I said, first instinct, nope. And I ignored that because I was bored and traumatized, right? And then like he started helping me with banking, and you know, I ended up renting for very cheap for like $70 a month, a little cabin on his parents' property, and realized that there's like an emotionally incestuous relationship with him and his mom. Like, he lied to me about his age. There was a whole bunch of weird shit that went on there. And I was like working on untangling that in 2023 and getting, you know, like, fuck it. I don't care if I don't have a way to accept money. I don't want this idiot in my life. Right. And he's not a bad guy. He's just kind of an idiot, and he's a commie, you know. I realized that too late when I went home to see his parents, and literally they have a photo of Che Guevara on the wall in every
Man,
single room of the
that's pretty
house.
corny for a Mexican to do, isn't it?
That describes their family very well, but they were very like communist leaning, and he was always literally crying because of how much I work. And when are you going to quit Anarchapulco? And I'm like, I'm going to quit Anarchapulco when they start treating me badly, which has not happened. You know, I've always been treated with respect in my job, so I'm not quitting, you know. And, oh, I hate these ANCAPs. And I'm like, bro, you hate literally everything I stand for. Why are you with me? You know, like,
Yeah.
okay. But the reality is I was the most interesting thing that ever happened to that motherfucker. So there was that. And yeah, literally within days of when I decided to end that relationship, I was going to end it after Anarchapulco that year. This very lovely Mexican man shows up at my Forco events, and you know, it's just like smooth as a motherfucker. Honestly, just like, oh, I feel like I know you from watching the show, but you don't know me yet. And I'm like, who the fuck are you? Why are, like, you know, but I was interested, and he was a Mexican that was living in Serbia because he heard they fought the cops against COVID, and he couldn't handle how they were handling it because he's from the Tijuana area. And so he's like, yeah, I moved to Serbia and that's where I live. And I'm like, okay, what are you doing here? Because you weren't at Anarchapulco. Well, it's pretty fucking clear pretty fucking quick that he saw the series, and he tells people now like, oh yeah, I can't really blame this guy because he was there around me and my ex as we're breaking up, just like being nice, you know. And my ex is like, I fucking hate this guy, he's an asshole. And I'm like, he's just here, you know. And he was very respectful. There was no like flirting. He was just there, and he was nice, and he was handsome. And then he gave me an envelope that said follow your star with his signature, and it had money in it. And then he left and he went back to Serbia. And I was like, found a way to get this guy out of my life, and I was like, fucking skedaddle, dude. And within 2 months of me contacting that guy again, because I waited like 2 months to like fully get that guy out of my house. And then I contacted him and I'm like, where you at? He's like, I'm back in Serbia. I'm like, well, that sucks. Okay.
Well, the lesson is, if you're trying to get a girl in libertarian circles, there's a lot of competition.
Right.
Speaking of which, if anyone would like to call in, if any suitors would like to call in to steal
all
her,
this to say, I'm not single. I'm not single.
Oh yeah, does that work in your experience?
What work?
Saying that you're not single?
No, it doesn't. That's true. That is a
exactly.
thing.
So
yeah.
PAZNIA.com/call2 to call in, or if anyone who's in the room already wants to talk.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, he was smart in that he could see I was not very close to that guy by watching the series, and he just came and he shot his shot. Reality is, if anybody else would have did what he did, and some have, like they've showed up at Anarchapulco with the intent of meeting me, it would have been a little weird and creepy, right? But like,
yeah,
you know, 3 years later, I'm still with him. He's back in Serbia selling said apartment, but we've lived together and had a grand old time traveling the country and living life.
It's true. You can fall in love with an internet personality and then track them down and become their boyfriend, but usually you have to be subtle about that's what you're doing. You just have to be like, oh yeah, I was in the area. Oh, who are you? Oh yeah, I think I saw your show a couple times.
No, to be honest with you, the fact that he was so upfront about it and he didn't really try to hide who he was or the reason that he was there, it was comforting to me, you know, because I've had
Yeah.
people be kind of like weird and shifty and try to lie to me and stuff. And I was just like, but he was just there. It was obvious that he was interested. It was obvious that he knew my story from the show and he was very impressed by what he saw. But he had just the blend of being obviously interested and being upfront while also being like, all right, I'm going back to Serbia. You know, there was no like, oh, let's do something. No, it was literally like, hi, here I am. Here's this nice little gift. He also gave me a coin, which I carry around with me. And then it was like, okay, you know, he knew that I was ending that situation. Anybody could tell. And it was like, okay, I'm just going to go keep my distance. And if, you know, this is meant to work, she's going to message me. And if it's not, you know, he was in Serbia surrounded by fucking supermodels. So something was going to work out for him, you know?
Maybe the coin had some sort of magic love spell on it.
I mean, even if it did, here's the thing is like, there's, you know, I've had some shitty, terrible relationships. And this one is the best of my life. He treats me with the utmost respect. There is like a level of peace in my home that never existed before that. So, I mean, even if this is all a thing and he put me under a spell and like, you know, that it's artificial, I mean, at least I'm in a good situation.
Well, I'm
It
glad
could
to
be
hear that,
worse.
I guess.
Yeah, it could be worse, right? You know,
Yeah.
like,
Well, I got to read fan mail now, so I'm going to bore you unless you want to leave or something. But it's possible someone may have posted a question for you in the chat. Well, Radio 2 says, what about Thane doing his own presentation for NCS?
that depends on what you would want to talk about, and it depends on the theme
That's
of
a
the
good
next
question.
NCS. You know, because like we do them by the themes, and that's how we pick the speakers. Like the next one is going to be a revisit to the essentially the health and wellness and spirituality one that we did first. But I mean, it could happen.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess I should probably watch it or something, figure out what the hell it is. There is a new tip from Thought Crime Boss. Thane, the interview with Start 9 Dude was great. Keep up the occasionally good work. Thank you,
Occasionally.
Thought Crime Boss. Keep up the occasionally generous donations. Shadrach says, publish the manifesto on an end site. Rayo2 says he'll publish all of fucking Vonu Life 25 there. Great. Leave me out of it. People send a bunch of fucking links. You got fucking non-KYC physical crypto debit card goblin cards. We got fucking enemies of the state.net. I didn't look at any of this shit. I don't know what it is.
So,
Maybe
enemies
it's
of
cool.
the state. I want to interrupt you real quick.
Yeah, do
I'm
it.
kind of laughing about that because it is an event put on by some friends of mine, and maybe I'm a little butthurt, but like it's like a sausage fest of like Julian Assange and Edward Snowden and all that, and the whole point is to bring awareness to people that are being negatively impacted by the state for their activism. Guess who's
yeah.
not on that list?
Your friends have snubbed you. Well, you're not as famous as them.
But I kind of am, though, you know, like.
Oh, come on.
Ron Paul knew who I was before I introduced myself when I finally met him.
Yeah, but Ron Paul's on the cutting edge. He's a libertarian intellectual elite. Okay?
Apparently, so
person.
are all of these people, right? But like, you know, no true shade, but
they
also
snubbed you.
I did respond to an email from them asking to be speakers at Anarchapulco, like, so asking for a friend, but what do I got to do to become considered part of enemies of the state? Sincerely,
I think you should just like message them and be like, hey, what the fuck, dude? Just put.
I think I will.
Yeah, just do that.
I heard Aaron Day's behind it, and so I'm about to be like, Aaron.
Yeah, if they're libertarian, then they're autistic. So you can just literally say, can I be on the show with no social tact? And it'll be fine.
That's what I love about the autism thing is you can be direct and they're not going to be offended. And that is the thing I struggle with in Mexico is being direct. And they're like, oh, wow, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like,
Somebody
just
said,
asking.
does anyone in this group have any favorite privacy-centric domain registration providers? I mean, basically, I would give a similar answer to. Oh, yeah, you do it.
Unepic Networks. It's Drew Phillips and Derek Slopey. That's who
Are you
hosts
saying Epic or something else?
Unepic. It's spelled
Unepic.
UNEPIC.com. It used to be Agorist Hosting, but they rebranded because they're tired of calling, explaining to their few. They do have some normie customers. They're like, "What's agorism?" and they're tired of it, so they've rebranded, right? But they host their own physical servers. Freedom's Phoenix, Oliver Ernie Hancock's site, Anarchapulco, my own personal website, and a lot of other people in our community. We get our domains through them. We get our website hosting through them. And the way they have things set up is your website is automatically backed up every day. So if you get taken down, you're back up in 5 minutes if Drew's there paying attention to his chat when you bug him about it. So
that sounds like a perfectly good suggestion to me. All I was gonna say was like, yeah, what Avalon Centrifuge said, like just look at KYC, not me, or look at Monerica or something, and just fucking, I don't know, pick one from there. I don't really have a great, but that sounds like almost a better suggestion than that.
It's truly trusted, tried and trusted within this community, and I do web design and. When I work with clients, I'm like, you can have like the cheap and dirty Namecheap option, but if you're concerned about your website being taken down, you need to go with Drew because Drew's going to solve it. And Anarchapulco, we've been hacked so many fucking times, but we've never lost any data or really more than maybe a few hours downtime because of the way that they have things set up.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of a good what's the word I'm looking for? Testimonial, because you guys got clout.
Yeah, we try.
Oh yeah, somebody, because you guys were suggesting I do speed dating, like Sky Huddleston did or whatever, and somebody brought up the idea of me using a VTuber avatar. I'm way ahead of you. I'm not way ahead of you in actually doing anything about it, but ever since the beginning, since like last year, I was like, maybe I should be like a VTuber. I should have like an anime girl avatar. Just my voice is the same, but it's just like different kinds of anime girls, like magical demon lowly anime girls. That's what so yeah, I think I'd like to gauge interest in that because I would like that. ANCAP Furry, shout out to ANCAP Furs for affinity.net/user/ANCAP-furs.
There is a friend of mine who puts on tinfoil dating events worldwide.
What the fuck is tinfoil dating events?
Well, like we have our tinfoil hats, right? Well, her name is Rebecca Archer. She's an English woman and she started tinfoil dating during COVID to bring unvaxxed, people together. And she's done an event for Anarchapulco and probably is going to do one on the side for Librepulco's floating man situation. But there are people out there that are having these sorts of events and they're pretty successful.
That's good. We need a way to find women, and if there's not enough women, we're gonna have to make some. We're gonna have to take some of the boys and put on the cat ears and dress them up.
There are more women than you would think. They're starting to come out to Anarchapulco now. I would say we have like 30% women.
Yeah, I think part of it too is just the tendency to actually go to an event that has something to do with fucking politics, which even makes me kind of sick to imagine. Doc Barber, who is the agorist.market guy, or at least he used to be the agorist.market guy, said that he's used Drew's hosting for years and he's a great guy. So that's another person with clout recommending that.
Well, agorist.market, I'm pretty sure that Drew's taken that over recently.
Oh, right. He runs it now. He's that guy.
Yeah, he was harassing me because he changed how like various, because he's nerdy, and he had me essentially test how to add a listing and edit a listing, and I told him what I did and didn't like about it, but it's doing pretty good under his control, I think.
Wow. Underhanded insults towards Doc Barber. Do you want to respond to that, Doc? She's saying that it's run better by Drew. How do you feel
Okay,
about
I didn't know how it was run before. I'm just saying, like, he's put some pretty cool little features in, and I've used other Agorist directories, one of them being the Agorist Nexus one, which is kind of, I mean, I
could
love
never get Agorist Nexus to work. I love those kids.
Exactly.
Their show, cute show. I couldn't get that site to work.
I tried to make that site work. The problem is he's trying to use free tools, and the free tools don't work when you're trying to do something of that caliber.
Doc Barber says, yep, Drew is doing a great job, better than I could. So he has conceded defeat. Ted says, Thane, you just need knee-high socks as a resident Arch user. I think he's talking about my VTuber personality. I'm actually not really an Arch user necessarily. I have used it. And let's see what other crap people said. People are talking about how to fight off furries with lint brush or 30-06. Oh yeah, they were talking about NIM VPN being sponsored by the European Commission and stuff like that, rubbing people the wrong way. Oh yeah, someone posted some interesting shit written by Shadow Rebel, who's the Hydra Veil simplified privacy guy. I'm interested in looking more. I've always been a fan of that guy. If Hydra Veil or whatever, if their VPN thing is like decentralized now, and multiple different people can like run nodes on it, that's a new development to me. I didn't know about that. If that's true, that's really cool. I've always been a fan of those simplified privacy guys. I got to get Shadow Rebel on our show. We're both kind of like assholes who have very high standards for privacy and are always like talking shit about everybody and saying everyone sucks and no one's doing it right. So I feel like be good to get him on the show with me. Speaking of which, that Drew guy should be on the show.
He's kind of, it's funny because I started my own podcast recently, and when I was getting ready to start, I was like, you want to be a guest? And he's like, he's funny as hell. He's very smart, and he is kind of grumbly. He will, I think, but he's kind of grumbly. He's kind of like, nobody cares what I have to say anyway. And I'm just
does
like,
he
all right.
he might like this. Does he like offensive humor?
Oh yeah.
Does he like low production value? Just get him to listen to the show. And then
I mean, I plan on sending him the link to this, so he can watch it later and be like, I did my duty. I plugged you on this thing because
I didn't say the N-word enough. I fucked it up. Someone suggests we should get an NVPN on the show and cook him good. Even though I like NVPN, but yeah, we should cook him good. They might be too, I don't know, are they too big for us? We'll do it anyway. Try and get them. Got to work our way up. Oh yeah, somebody asked about fucking authenticators. Yeah, whatever. The whole world of fucking, what do they call it? Passkeys, which is literally just FIDO2, except there's no hardware dongle. That world is kind of burgeoning and new, and big tech is trying to brainwash everyone into thinking you need a Google account or something to use it. But yeah, it's not true. There are some open source implementations of like passkeys, and KeyPass is one of them. There's a couple others I can't fucking remember. Literally, the people in the chat are actually becoming better at me now at answering these questions. So that's good. That's less work for me. Second realm investing, I did talk about on one show, and I'm not really an investment guy, so I didn't have like really ingenious stuff to say about it. I was just like, yeah, well, there's precious metals, there's cryptos, there's weird fintech stuff on smart contracts, and then there's also investing in businesses, which is a nice classic, sometimes high risk, high reward way of investing. You can invest in your own business. You can find some random fucking food truck and offer to like whatever, they're renting their truck. Maybe you can buy them a truck and then they can pay you some of their revenue or whatever. And they do cash, you know, because it's like a Chinese lady. Whatever. Fucking figure it out. I don't know. Oh, actually, you should give me the money. You should give me and PAZNIA the. Oh, here's a good one for second realm investing. Actually, I was talking about this recently with somebody. If you're a wealthy-ish second realmer, one thing you should be doing right now and this year and not wait is buy a shitload of electronics. Just start stockpiling electronics, especially whatever. It could be single board computers like Raspberry Pis. It can be LoRa nodes, lots and lots of LoRa nodes, like enough to cover miles and miles with a mesh net. And like fucking, you know, RAM and GPUs and fucking ThinkPads and graphene phones or something. Because in a year or two, there might not be any more electronics coming. And then you can sell it at a huge markup to your fellow second realmers who didn't have the cash or wisdom to prepare thusly. And so you could help us out. Oh yeah. I feel like I should probably have looked at this link. Someone discovered an issue with Mulvad's exit IPs. Should probably look at that. Maybe that should be in my news, but it wasn't. Sorry about that. Go fuck yourself. Let's get through this crap. You want to talk about some cool stuff? What other cool stuff? What have you been doing since then? You're now. What are you doing at Anarchapulco and all that shit?
I mean, what have I not done for Anarchapulco? I counted this year alone during the event how many hats I was wearing, and I was stage manager, co-producer, sponsorship management, speaker, circus artist.
What's being a circus artist involve exactly? Are you like the ringleader?
No, I'm in like aerial acrobat, so I do trapeze and silks and hammock, which is just a silk that's in a loop. And yeah, it's literally just tangling myself up in various apparatuses and scaring the shit out of people, basically, because I fall, you know. But that really became a coping mechanism. It was one of those things I had always wanted to do, and then I realized I could do it here locally. There are a lot of gyms in this particular city for that, and I started learning like 5 years ago, and then I've just kind of kept up with it. You know, it's in a lot of ways it's how I quit weed, because I was using weed for emotional regulation, and then I realized that being physically active and doing aerials is better, because there's something about like when you go and you're like trying to run or do regular typical exercise, not only is it boring, but like you can get stuck in your head while you're doing it, right? But when you're doing aerials and it's a situation of, if I don't pay attention to what is happening in my body, I'm going to hurt myself or die. And it really forces you back into your body, and also forces you to have fun, because it is fun and you become stronger physically, you know. And I wasn't really in touch with my femininity until I started doing that. But, you know, then you see a photo of yourself up in the air doing full splits, and it's like, wow, okay, I might actually be like a woman, you know. I feel like I hit puberty at 30 because of aerial, right? So that's what it entails. It just entails, you know, having anxiety and a need to solve it, you know, because within a year of starting it, I quit weed and have had zero desire to smoke again, just because it's just more fun.
That's actually really cool and a valuable insight. There are two secret things hiding in there from my Thane brain. One is anything like gymnastic type equipment is some of the most useful stuff to know about. Like gymnastic rings, you can hang them off a fucking playground bar, and you can do all sorts of crazy shit. And it's better in some ways than like free weights or even many body weight exercises, because there's all these stabilizer muscles that are involved, like your rotator cuffs, shit that gets injured normally, because you're fucking working on your big muscles and your rotator cuffs are not getting
Yeah,
the
you get the
exercise you need.
mobility.
Yeah, exactly. And like injury proofing. It's injury proofing to do stuff like this. It also makes it much harder to do this stuff.
Right. And I've had kind of arguments with people where they're like, "Oh, yeah, it's pretty, but it's not a workout." And I
That's
was like, "You want
bullshit.
to fucking yeah, I was like, "You want to fucking bet? Try it, you know?" "Oh, I'm not going to try it cuz it's gay." Okay, fine.
Do like a body weight row on a static bar and then do one on 2 gymnastic rings. And then say that they're oh yeah, the gymnastic rings were easy. They're much harder, way harder. And I'm assuming the shit that you do is kind of like that because it's still dangling shit.
Yeah, you
Like
have the
yeah,
movement, and often you
yeah.
have spinning too. If you have a, I don't know what it's called in English, a distorstador. It's like the thing that spins. If you have one of those on it, you're going to naturally spin. Um, and it's about grip strength. There is that element of flexibility, but you don't necessarily have to be flexible to do it. But yeah, if you don't have enough grip strength to sustain yourself to do those pretty movements, like, the people that think that it's not, an effective workout haven't tried it, because the reality is there's not really a harder thing you can do. And, I've seen gym bros come into these aerial classes and not even be able to hang through the warm up that's on the ground. And then, you put them up on the silks and they're just like, what the fuck is this? Like, why is this skinny, pretty girl over here way stronger than me?
Yeah, I mean, even normal ass body weight exercises, you can make them harder with
Hmm.
variations. But things like this gymnastic style stuff, it is harder because you have to stabilize that sideways motion when you're grabbing onto shit that's dangling. But anyway, my second Thane brain insight was and this is more esoteric kind of. The being connected to your body and mindful of bodily sensations is one of the most important things you can do in your entire life, because everything's connected to that. All your thoughts and feelings and complexes and habits, it's all connected to bodily sensations that you're not normally consciously aware of. And if you become aware of them, it changes everything.
No, there's something to that. Like, I don't think I truly had freedom in my life until I started doing these things. And I also make the joke, I'm out climbing my demons every time I climb up into the silks or something. But there really is something to that, like you get on that primal level, you remember who you are. And there's also, when you get good at it to a certain level, because most people look at it and they're either like, "Oh, that's as hard as it looks," or, "I could never do that. That's so hard." But the reality is, if you have hands, you can do it. I've seen people without feet doing this, without legs, like, you can do this shit if you have hands, as far as
If
I'm concerned.
anything, it's in some ways a little easier because you have less body weight.
Right, exactly, and that's true. But, like, beyond that, there's really something about the self-trust thing, and that was a big hurdle for me, because the way in which I was brainwashed in my relationship is I was told that I couldn't survive without him, and that I could not take care of myself, and that I could not trust myself for the decisions I make. And the final step of me taking back my autonomy was realizing I can do anything that I set my mind to, because 70% of this stuff is just in the mind. Can I do this? Yes, I can, and then it's like figuring out how to do it, but having the confidence to even try, right? And there's something like super powerful when you're, 15, 20 feet off the ground, tangled up in ropes with a bar, and just like, and then there's also that, like my nephew, I haven't met him because he was born right as I was getting arrested, like the same year. And I was isolated from that part of my family, but he thinks I'm a fucking superhero. He's pretty sure that I don't exist because he's never seen me, but he's seen videos of me and he thinks I'm a superhero, and so do the people at Anarchapulco. Like, when I perform for the parties there, which I do often, when I come down, if I had $1 for every time somebody from Anarchapulco was like, "I had no idea you were that strong," you know, and just the like, it people start to see you as like almost like a supernatural being, but there is that aspect to it because you have conquered the monkey mind of fear, you know.
She's just making it up, folks. Oh yeah, people come up to me and say, "Wow, you're like a superhero. You're
Yeah,
like a god."
it's weird. It's weird. And you know, the whole like not only am I a woman in the community, but I'm also a woman in the community that performs like, you know, midair splits and stuff in little skimpy outfits. Like it has added to that I don't even know how to describe it factor, but there is that like, you know, that sort of thing about Anarchapulco. There are certain people every year there are certain people that show up and are like, maybe I'm the one. And it's like, sorry, that only works once, okay? And we're done here.
PAZNIA.com/call2 if you want to call in suitors. Here's another old comment that I haven't gotten to because I wasn't fucking here last week. Secret tip: if you meet furries and they ask you for hugs, do not consent. Always be ready to respond with violence. Always know how to run. Their suits make them slow and sluggish due to the weight, dehydration, and the aerodynamic drag. Tasers will mostly not penetrate their furriness. Consider larger ammunition if necessary. That's true. They're also sometimes fat underneath that.
I don't know why that made me think of Dr. Simi. Do you know who Dr. Simi is?
No, I'm very uneducated.
He is a Mexican icon, for lack of a better way of putting it. He's actually one of my favorite things about Mexican culture because some genius, there's a pharmacy here called Farmacias Similares, which is literally like all the generic drugs for cheap. It's like el mismo pero más barato. It's the same but cheaper, basically. But he's the mascot, and he's this big fat dude with like a mustache and bald head, and he's fucking like super round. Well, like they pay
Is his
people.
mustache as big as you motioned there? Like,
Yeah, it's most of his face.
Wow.
It's quite funny. And but they pay quite good money for people to wear these mascot uniforms, and he's become kind of an icon because like they were figuring out how to like twerk in that costume, and they twerk to like bus honking and stuff like that. And so like wherever you go in Mexico, you're probably going to see a dancing Dr. Simi. But Dr. Simi, like there's a meme of like Dr. Simi, he's always doing everything but being in his pharmacy, and you'll see him like doing street construction and like listening to the gossip in the streets. Like somebody will be screaming and Simi will be there. Like he's amazing. He's one of the best.
He has access to all those cheap generics, so he can take them all.
And not only that, but he's diversified recently, and I respect him as a businessman because he has the pharmacies, right? Well, now recently he's opened Simi Pet, which is like a veterinary office. It's super cheap. We're talking you can take your pet for $2.50 and get high quality care.
That's great.
And attached to those, they have Simi Cafe, and so like I have a video of me on my
This
TikTok
is what's possible with a little less regulation, folks.
I mean, he's an icon, and there's all different versions of Simi, and like sometimes you'll see like a whole gang of Simis, and it's just like it's a marketing fucking genius thing. It's gotten so big to where like Simi has found his way to Japan, and the Japanese people fucking love him.
They would love that. Yeah, that's way up their alley.
Because he's cute, you know, like he's got that cuteness to him. I used to be terrified of mascots.
Kind of like Mario.
Yeah, but like a big fat Mexican doctor version.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, there are some hysterical videos. Like if you just go and type Dr. Simi on literally any social media, you're gonna find some shit that's gonna make you laugh till you cry.
Thank you. I will.
Some culture for you today.
Yeah, it's cultural enrichment. Here's another comment from last week. Comment: once you have seen darkness, you are not scared of shadows anymore. Thank you, Fagduel. Question: whenever I take DMT for breakfast, the DMT elves keep telling me that I should stop taking DMT. For once, you know, it's funny, they often give good advice. The question we all know nobody wants: DMT elves. What are they? Why do people think it is real and not just in their head? Maybe you want to take this one.
Yeah, that's actually interesting because I have had my fair share of psychedelic adventures, and my favorite medicine is actually 5-MeO-DMT, which is the molecule that's in a specific type of frog poison. It's not the combo one. It's not the one that's having you barfing and shitting yourself. It's the God molecule, right? And I've also had experiences with mushrooms, and I remember seeing this guy's face, this old man's face, while on mushrooms. And I'm like, so are you always there, or are you just there because I'm, under the influence? And he started laughing at me. I never got an answer out of that. But it's interesting, the DMT elves. I don't know if I would classify them as that. I know the Mexicans, for Bufo or 5-MeO, it's Otak. It's this like frog totem, and it's honestly one of the most like those my experiences with that medicine are proof to me that magic exists. You can heal physical ailments, and I have with my experiences on those. You can undo years of trauma. You can morph reality into what you want it to be, It is, but it matters who you do it with. Like, who's your practitioner? There's only 2 people on this planet that I trust to administer that molecule to anybody that I care about, and one's named Bearheart and the other one's Piazza.
Well, my answer is, if we use the hyperstition model, where shit goes through levels of realization from fiction to reality, then the answer to your question might be kind of fuzzy, right? Because it could be that there's somewhere in between what you might call real and not real, and maybe that's the key to the
That's
the
where
weirdness of
manifestation
making contact.
happens.
Right? Yeah, exactly. That's the shamanic point, right? The point between 2 extremes. And yeah, I mean, there's different kinds of weird thought forms and fields of shit that you can encounter in the realm of parapsychological wanderings out of your normal waking way of experiencing stuff, if that makes any sense.
I think all autistic people should experiment with psychedelics because it makes them realize that there's more than just the shit in their head, Like, I wouldn't say like, I'm religious or that I believe in God, but I do know that something is out there is keeping this whole thing going, and you can tap into that thing, and that is what people call magic. And it helps you see the world from a more healthy, reality-based view.
If you like autistic people on DMT, you should look into Sky Huddleston, our friend of ours, who he's building like groundbreaking energy technology. He's building the Bork engine and shit like that. He had a crazy experience on DMT where they showed him some sort of crazy engine that made total sense to him, and he saw like how it looked inside and everything, and they said, don't come back until you build this. But and he's like one of the most autistic people, not in the sense of obviously extremely autistic means like not talking at all or looking at anybody, but like in terms of the stereotype of the highly functioning autistic guy, he's one of the most stereotypical ever, like super intelligent genius who's really, really autistic. We have some videos called Second Realm Speed Dating. It's him talking to like a half naked chick who has like a stream, and she's doing like speed dating with people call in, and for some reason they got him to call into the show even though he's asexual, has no interest in women. You might be entertained by that.
That's iconic. I mean, the reality is, like, I think so, like, and I talk about this a lot because autism is a special interest of mine. It's not like a not autistic sort of thing. It's like a circle on like what flavor of autism are you, right? And the nonverbal thing, I think, see, autism is known for having comorbidities, and I think that nonverbal side of it is actually a comorbidity and not necessarily autism
Oh,
itself.
that's interesting. I haven't heard that take before. That's an
I mean,
interesting
it's
thought.
just my experience. You know, the majority of people that I would classify as autistic are not at all nonverbal.
No,
It's a
if
very
anything, they
small.
talk more.
Right. We overshare, you know, like we info dump is the term for it officially, you know, like.
Well, I
And
think the idea is like if you're just dialing down the social skill dial, then eventually you'll get to a point where you have such little social orientation that you don't look at anybody or pick up talking. I guess that's the idea.
Well, realistically, those people, they need psychedelics. They need, you know, they need
That's an interesting
therapy.
idea. I mean, most people who are like that, well, not necessarily, but there's a lot of people who are like that for life. But that's interesting. I don't think anyone's researched psychedelics for. Well, that's probably not true. Maybe someone has researched.
I mean, I
psychedelics.
feel like if we were to harvest like testimonials from Anarchapulco ceremonies, because we host retreats and ceremonies every year, that right there could count, you know, because there's such a high
Because everyone's
percentage.
autistic there.
Yeah, basically, like the majority of people are autistic that come to Anarchapulco because you kind of have to be really deep into this stuff, you know.
Well, let me ask you this: when they're cured of autism, do they come out hippies? Because I don't know if that's an improvement.
Okay, so no, like in my opinion, you can't be cured of autism, right? Like I'm what I consider a
I'm teasing you.
well-regulated. Yeah, you know, and of course I'm assuming that you're serious, right? But you can't be cured and you can be regulated. I consider myself regulated, but you can't be cured. But when you become regulated, that's when it stops being a disorder and starts being a superpower, you know?
Well, there's definitely benefits to being more systemizing versus socializing. I mean, socialism's kind of just a bunch of bullshit. You know, systems are where it's at.
Well, like
Point a
it's
gun
a
at someone.
question of effectiveness, you know, like how
Yeah.
much how effective are you actually in the world?
Yeah, yeah. I'm actually teasing. Social skill is highly valuable, but it's just that systems are way cooler than people. That's all. Comment: you may have the power of privacy, but I have the power of dipshit. Thank you. Comment: always so confused when the show starts. It has already been a week since the last Thane hour. I was meditating in my garden for a week straight until my hair started turning into an ecosystem for night crawlers. What types of work have to be done for the great LARPening to start? What groups or tasks need to be present in societies to, well, exist? In current societies, what is the purpose of influential people, governments, companies, secret societies, etc.? What about future societies? This could be a show topic, maybe. Fanta virus sounds cool and might taste good as fuck, by the way. Thank you. Orange Fanta, maybe. For the great LARPening to start, I mean, honestly, it could have happened at any point. We already had market anarchy with subscription-based security and arbitration in like medieval Iceland and in Somalia and shit. So we don't need the technology that I talk about all the time. But yeah, what I want is tokenized private mesh networks, encrypted distributed data stores, secure distributed computing, and then you compose those things to make all kinds of other dApps like fucking decentralized marketplaces, and then you got insurance, and you got outlaw insurance, and you got security. Okay, and we start doing the things like people are covered for parking tickets and shit. So then we start. It makes more sense to cut down the cameras or something than to pay out the parking tickets or whatever. As for the role influential people play, some of us are born vampires, like me, like Thane Riddle, knowing that we are superior to the rest of humanity, that we are the predators and you are our natural prey, that we are the next stage of evolution. But these fools, my brethren, okay, believe that they should harvest you and control you as they did in ancient times. And I think that's fucking gay, and socialism doesn't work, even if you've got cool vampires who are actually inbred retards controlling everybody. And I don't believe in that. I think the market is better. And so I am like Prometheus, okay, stealing fire from the gods to gift it to you. Use it well.
Yeah, that's some autistic shit if I've ever heard it.
Thank you.
I mean, you're welcome. But I was just like, wow. Yeah, that's a perfect example. Perfect
Thank you.
example of what we've been talking about.
So what other cool shit are you into? What else are you
What-
fucking doing?
Oh man, like, well, I mean, something that was brought to my attention during a Anarchapulco team bonding mushroom trip was that for a person afraid to travel, I sure do travel a lot. And I know, me and my cat alone, and I'm looking over there because she's sitting on her lazy boy recliner. We have seen more of Mexico than most Mexicans have, and this country is pretty special. I mean, even if I could go back, I don't think I want to, and my long-term plan is to get my passport and everything sorted out, get my Mexican passport, and then renounce my US citizenship. So,
Well, good luck.
I've seen a lot of cool shit in Mexico. Mexican coffee is better than almost all other coffee. Like Colombian coffee is crap. I mean, at least the stuff that you get outside of Colombia.
Well, what's it like? Like, describe it.
I mean,
Mexican coffee.
Mexican coffee. I mean, and not all Mexican coffee is the same. There's like really three main producers. There's Veracruz, there's Chiapas, a little bit in Oaxaca, and a little bit in Guerrero. But there is just more complexity to the flavor. Whereas, like, all the other coffee I've tried from other places, maybe it's because it's shipped from those places and what we're getting here is fresher, but there's something truly special, specifically about coffee from Veracruz. I went and I visited a coffee plantation there, and it was one of the coolest experiences of my life, really. And I still drink their coffee. You can buy it on Amazon. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things like that about Mexico that people don't necessarily realize. The chocolate is amazing here. The food in general is considered a UNESCO heritage culture for a reason. So I'm probably the biggest fangirl that exists of Mexico. And also, and this is switching hardcore gears, but I literally only listen to Brother Ali. Do you know who Brother Ali is?
I feel like I've heard that name, but no.
So in 2007, he released a song that a lot of people in this community know about. It's called Uncle Sam Goddamn. And it is bitching about the US government and their involvement in Iraq and Afghanistan, and about taxes and how taxes are used to go overseas and kill a bunch of brown people. And I found his music in like 2012 and I fucking glommed onto that shit, and it's literally all I listen to.
Does it sound good though? I feel like
No, he has a beautiful voice, and it's awesome because like when you listen to him, you think he's just a black guy. But really,
you think he's just a black guy.
Well, like he's
That's
got
what
that,
I
like,
think.
he's got
Yeah.
that richness to his voice that a lot of black men that rap have, right? You wouldn't think he's a white rapper, and I didn't realize he is actually a white albino Muslim rapper until like 5 years into listening.
He's an
to
albino Muslim?
Mm-hmm. And he lives in Turkey
Oh.
because
He
he's
better watch out. I think witches might try and get ingredients from his body or something. I'm sure that's called for in some sort of spell, like
I mean, he's just like
eyelash of an albino Muslim.
I mean, I consider myself more or less pretty witchy, but I would never do that to him because he is just like, they say you should never meet your heroes, but I ended up taking an online songwriting course from him with the intention of just getting to talk to him. And he is just a very cultured, very sweet, very intelligent dude. But perhaps that's why he lives in Turkey. It's either that or the fact that the FBI has raided him repeatedly over the music he sings. It's either about
Wow.
his faith or it's about anti-US government shit. And
Yeah, that's very like I can actually see that because like what they want for people is like if you want to be a radical Muslim, you just got to be an Islamist who wants a theocracy. And we're happy to entrap you into terror plots and we'll help you do that. We'll run the fucking organization. But oh my god, Muslim anarchists who are just peaceful and shit like that. So no. That's very,
yeah,
let's nip that in the bud.
yeah, he's literally got a song that is called Uncle Uzi Taught Me. And the whole point of the song is that he got like invited to speak at a conference in Iran. And they were egging him on stage, like, come on, sing Uncle Sam, goddamn, like perform. And so like, he's got to give the people what they want. So he did without realizing that rap is illegal, or at the time was highly illegal in Iran. Let alone rapping
Everything's
about the
illegal
US
anyhow.
government on national television. And like he was kind of like stranded there for a while, and he was getting death threats from a lot of people there, for doing that. And he finally finds his way back to the United States, and then they start raiding him and treating him like a terrorist because he was literally talking shit on the US government on Iran television like in 2007 when
You'd think they'd give him a few brownie points because it's like kind of an anti-US government song, like maybe that
they did.
cancels
What they
out.
were pissed about was that he was rapping on
Right.
national television,
It was
and they
rap.
can't do that without going to prison. But because he was a white guy, he had no problems, So like it was a whole thing. They were trying to do what they did in Cuba, because they did something in Cuba like, I don't know, 30 years ago or something like that, where rap was illegal in Cuba. And then they brought
Really?
somebody who was, they brought somebody in, I forget who, but they brought somebody in who was rapping about shit that Cubans could get down with. And they had him perform in a big way. And they changed the laws and legalized rap music in Cuba over it. So they were trying to do that in Iran, but they didn't tell Ali about that. They just, tricked him into it.
Wow.
And in the song, he's
Those
like,
fuckers.
me though, anything for the people. And then like he goes and he raps it, and then it's just like shit. He's still to this day like his kids get harassed in the airport when they go through the United States. He gets harassed in the airport when he goes through the United States because
It's a
there's so much
generational
shit.
curse.
Yeah.
Proof that Jews run the U.S. government. Generational curse. Let me get through these last.
Sponsored by Stu Peters and Jeff Berwick, that message, but
yes, thank you for the endorsement. Let me get through these last fucking messages. I don't feel comfortable learning. That's the only reason we're not banned from YouTube, is because I say nigger and I make calls to violence all the time. One time we talked about the medical benefits of colloidal silver. That got us a strike. But they want everyone to be a Nazi or a communist. So they're fine with that. They'll let you do whatever you want with that. And they want you to be violent too, so you fight each other.
Although you're not allowed to say fuck, because I realized that if my podcast title has the word fuck in it, which my podcast is called What the Fuck Was That, I get marked as 18 over. And I'm like, come on, man. Like,
yeah, that's a bit much.
It's too much. It's too
much.
much.
You went too far. I think you went too far. So I don't feel comfortable learning how to set up an XMPP server. But my answer to that one is basically try Start9 maybe. But yeah, I agree with you. I agree with the sentiment of like, yeah, more decentralized would be better. But just saying we could. You could. Let's see what the fuck they're saying here. Here we go. Here's some shit that was actually posted during our interview. You get to have, this is your reward at the end. Comment: should one give you a reply to your paper, the MD file, if it is 1,000 words long? I go through all points, all maybe for show content. If you read this during the interview part, feel free to skip this if it is off topic. Where do you wish to go with the radio? Yeah, okay, I'll skip the rest of this comment then. This poor girl has tolerated so much already. But yes, you can give me the autistically longest possible reply you can. Please do. Let's hash everything out because I'm serious about this project. Comment: do you want to go through each part of the mesh project and interview with somebody? Yeah, maybe. Super serious comment: you replied to something I said and it made me consider getting worried. Steganography and privacy in people's minds in general. Is it very rare that people are aware of this stuff? It sounds more and more as if there are very few people who are obsessed enough with that. It cannot be that we, privacy weebs, are that rare. Mesh nets and comms with skipping or ground wave, is that also that rare? Yes. I only talk to waifu pillow, so I cannot judge. Is everybody just a nerd who hides and contributes to the BTC core every few months, and that is it? We want some cool stuff, and the mindset of freedom people generally not mature enough. I play Minecraft right now. That does not count. It is high IQ. Thank you for being a pro-freedom psyop, by the way. We don't need a lot of us, so you got to read my manifesto, okay? If more people don't read my manifesto, I don't know what's going to happen. There's going to be acts of terror to promote it. But yeah, like I said in my manifesto, we don't need more genius visionaries and agorists and shit. We just need the ones that exist to build and be the early adopters of cool shit. All the normies will do all the hard work. They'll jump on the bandwagon when they realize we've got something and we're like winning. They're just little sheep looking for a protector. We just have to take that. Instead of the wolves guarding the hen house, we'll get some dogs to guard the hen house. And then we'll capture the sheep of the world under our wing, under our decentralized wing that nobody actually controls. And then everyone can be safe and have the body pillows and the sex robots and everything. because Miranda, there's not enough of you to go around. Okay, you've got the fucking Serbian guy.
Serbian Mexican.
Yes, Serbian Mexican. Question/comment: any further comments on art in the freedom space? Octopus hats are some of the coolest hats ever. The only issue is that they cannot be safely worn when working with a lathe. That is not their purpose, though, I guess. Great interview. Do you want to take this one?
They're bringing that up because, I mean, if you can see on my website that I've made a lot of these hats. I don't remember how many, but I had a crochet business for a while, and for some reason they were literally, it's like somebody gutted an octopus and put it on somebody's head, and it was kind of realistic. It had the eyes, and then it had like tentacles with suckers and everything. So that's what they're talking about.
That's very dark in a way. It's like Cthulhu. We're referencing the elders. Okay,
right.
Are you trying to summon something that incomprehensible?
It was literally like the way that business worked was people would send me screenshots of shit that they saw on the internet and ask me to make it, and I can make pretty much anything. And that was before like my web design business really took off, and I've kind of abandoned that because after shipping and materials, it's like less than $2 an hour to crochet for a living, and even in Mexico,
raise the prices.
I mean, I did, but here's the thing: is like nobody wants to pay $200 for a hat.
Then the problem solves itself.
Exactly. So, you know, like I do take on occasionally, like somebody will reach out and be like, yes, I'm willing to pay $400, $500 for a sweater, do it, you know, and I'll do it. But like, I am not making $35 hats and $55 anarchy plushies. Like I was making these anarchy teddy bears with a little hoodie and an anarchy A. I'm not doing that shit anymore just because.
What if, I don't really know how this shit works. Maybe you could get a mass production thing going, a small run.
You can't mass produce crochet. It has to be done by hand.
Maybe it doesn't need to be crochet.
Yeah, but the reason I do crochet is because I like crochet. Like even to this day, I have a project sitting right here, you know, like I like the process of it, which is the whole reason to do it. I didn't start it because I wanted to start a business. I started it because I was traumatized and losing my shit and needed something to do with my hands to keep from having a fucking meltdown, you know? So
Oh yeah, but then you always have a sharp object.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
True.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, it's one of those things where
I'm
like
not against sharp object rights or anything.
it served its purpose, that business, you know? Like, I got a lot of support, I had a lot of fun with it, and then I realized I was a crochet artist that didn't own anything crocheted because everything I made, I sold, you know? And so, like, 3 years of nonstop crocheting hundreds of items, and they're out there in the ether, like, people are still wearing the octopus hats and the cactus hats and the sweaters and
That's
stuff
pretty
that I was
cool, yeah.
making. Yeah.
They sound cool. I haven't actually seen one, but it sounds cool. Last
I mean,
one, finally. Comment.
go ahead.
Thane, Pikachu VTuber would be cute. I don't know if I do Pikachu, but you're giving me ideas. I kind of like the idea of being an animal or a Pokemon. I'll think about it.
All I have to say is if it exists, there's probably porn of it.
Of course. There's going to be even more porn after I'm through. So,
Oh, Jesus.
all right. Thank you so much for tolerating us. The first and last female guest, the famous. She doesn't want to be called Lily Forster anymore because the name is cursed. So it's
Yeah,
Miranda.
I don't need any more trauma. I'm fucking sick, guys.
Was it Miranda something?
Miranda Webb.
Miranda
the
Webb,
name
that's right.
It's the name my parents gave to me, but they did a good job, you know?
You could get a new one too.
I'm good. I like my
Okay.
name. I like my
That's good.
name, you know? It's it's nice here in Mexico because it's easy for the Mexicans to pronounce, you know, it's Miranda.
Oh, yeah.
So they think I'm lying. I think they think I'm making it up, but no, that's the real name, you know? So
Yeah. Well, plug all your shit, all the links, all the things.
and there's only two. There's MirandaReneeWebb.com, spelled as it sounds, and that's where you can find my podcast. You can find the crochet stuff. You can find how to hire me to build your websites. Which that's my favorite thing to do work-wise. I love building websites, especially for freedom people that don't trust nobody. And then for the comic series, it's rootlessrenegade.com, but you can find the link for Rootless through my main website. And then, like, if you're into social media or even, you know, you can find my Telegram. You can find all sorts of ways to contact me through my website. That was the point. So, yeah.
I heard a rumor that you were kicking around the idea of maybe doing something on the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Yeah, so that was suggested to me. My biggest concern with that is it happens quite often where I'll go to bed one night and then wake up the next day and I'll have a reason to go to Mexico City and I won't, you know, I'll have to go, you know, so like it's
The
more,
bar is pretty low here.
yeah, I've
I
been
know.
told all I have to do is just find people that want to talk to me and give them a link and show up, and that, you know, it's appealing for that reason. I'll probably find a way to work it in. It's just a matter of like being realistic about what I can commit to with my already kind of ridiculous schedule of,
Well, I put
working.
a really, really embarrassingly low amount of effort into this show.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty famous for it. And I think some people like that. So
It's about time, you lazy ass son of a whore!
thank you. So thank you for being with us, Miranda.
Yeah, thank you
It's
for
been a
having
good
me.
interview.
It's been a lot of fun.
Thank you. Go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleX to see all the fucking SimpleX chats of various different categories, especially the P2P chat, the Anti-National Security Agency, because I'm starting a mesh network project and I want more feedback on fucking the core principles and shit. So
If
we
you
can
want
move
a
on.
guest about Mesh Network from Kat from Anarchapulco, her husband Paolo did a presentation and is building his own LoRa situation in Texas, and he would be a good guest for that.
Paolo?
Paolo Bonandine. He's an Italian guy that lives in the United States, but he's real nerdy with this shit. And
There you go. Yeah, that'd be a good guest for the show. Yeah. Make it happen, Rayo 2.
I will send the contact information for that.
Oh, he knows Cat, apparently.
Yes, he does. Yeah.
And if you have any military-aged males or anyone who's going to be like 13 to 25 now or 10 years from now, tell them that we're on TikTok at P.A.Z.NIA Radio. And also, I am a super serious privacy and security consultant, okay, who's really good and cool. And you should give me money. I'll help you with things. Go to vonupodcast.com/CD and get me on Session or SimpleX. On the next show, next week, I don't really fucking know what I'm going to do. I guess I'm going to cover the fucking document for my proposed mesh protocol, the core principles, which are dark, hard, growing, and slippery. And you'll find out what that means next week. I leave you with a quote from Pema Chodron. We think that the point is to pass the test or overcome the problem, but the truth is that things don't really get solved. They come together and they fall apart. Then they come together again and fall apart again. It's just like that. The healing comes from letting there be room for all this to happen. Room for grief, for relief, for misery, for joy. Self-Liberation Saturday will keep going for some hours still with sundry PRN deprogramming, followed by a rerun of the last month's Life and Times of P.A.Z.NIA, that news show hosted by Rayo2 and Shadrach. So don't touch that dial, boss. Stay tuned and stay frosty.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Are you tired of the clown show? Is this system bringing you down? If you're like me, you've asked yourselves, well, what can I do about it? Join me on the Tinker Tribe Live. We'll take a look at some monthly projects that I've been working on that aim at reducing our dependence on the current system. Inspired by the wise words of Buckminster Fuller, you never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. Tune in on P.A.Z.NIA Radio starting Saturday, May 30th from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. Central. Let's learn some stuff together and let's grow for a brighter future. Hope to see you there.
Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray. Ever have one of those deep and dirty pains or strains that just won't go away? Annoying migraines? Maybe you got into an altercation with Goat General Willie 2 and are only alive because of his mercy. Regardless, you've tried everything, but have you tried Pain Liberator? With the power of DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium, this Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray is taken directly and deeply into the tissues, providing instant pain relief. Wow. Commonly used in sports and physical training independently, DMSO has its own benefits, but combined with anything, in this case, aspirin and magnesium, those compounds are taken directly to your pain point with 90% absorption rate. Double. Wow. That means lower doses needed, rapid relief, and a provably safe way to live pain-free. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/pain. Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Mini, the newest product available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. It's the same original Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, just mini DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium blended with Doc Barber's high-quality colloidal silver water. Ready for your hiking backpack, the unfortunate circumstance of having to fly, or if you'd just like to try it out before buying the bigger jar. Visit libertyunderattack.com/mini. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini and find the pain relief you're seeking today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini.
The warm weather is here, at least at Veritas. which means the springing forth of life in all its forms, as well as contending with those creatures of natural coercion, ticks, mosquitoes, itchweed, and the like. Thankfully, nature provides the solutions, and Aura's apothecary is now almost fully restocked after the consulate fire. First, Aura's most popular summer product, her natural insect repellent. She blends a blend of essential oils proven to repel insects. It works, it's non-toxic, and doesn't smell like a chemical poison. Next is Black Drawing Salve. Featuring activated charcoal, andrographis, and bentonite clay, it's great for drawing out toxins, especially those associated with tick bites. After you're bitten, whether by ticks or mosquitoes, or if you wander through a patch of poison ivy, you're going to need something to help heal and resolve the potential itching and burning. Jewelweed Salve is here to the rescue. Also on offer is Thyme Salve, a fantastic solution for pain and inflammation, especially those nagging pains on hands, wrists, etc. from arthritis, typing, manual labor, or whatever. Aura's apothecary has you covered when you venture out into nature, the highest quality ingredients, all organic, made with love here at Veritas. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/aura, again libertyunderattack.com/aura, and make sure you and yours are defended from the natural coercers. libertyunderattack.com/aura.
Billy Mays here, host of Vonu Extreme, bringing you the deepest and dirtiest insights into the most radical and sometimes the most radically inconsistent Vonu lifestyles. This episode is the Strait of Stress, living on the edge of Armageddon. Host Vonu Vanderhoof, the stunning goat over there in the high-tech bulletproof silk, will dialogue with Jontavius Jensen, a self-liberator who has chosen an unconventional lifestyle. As you can see there, Jontavius stands upon the slightly rusted yacht, the Sovereign Float, holding his Trust Martini glass amongst a sea of massive ships. And no, those aren't yachts, those are military ships. This is Vonu Extreme, coming to you from the Straits of Hormuz.
I can barely hear myself think. But that's the point, isn't it, Jontavius? Welcome to Vonu Extreme. I'm here in the middle of the Persian Gulf, literally in the crosshairs of a geopolitical powder keg, with a man who claims to have achieved the ultimate state of Vonu, an invulnerability to coercion. Jontavius, tell our listeners, who are currently watching from the safety of their bunkers in the Free Republic of PAZNIA, what are you doing here?
Vonu. It's great to be here, Vonu. And for those at home, yes, I'm currently anchored in the Straits of Hormuz. Specifically, I dropped anchor right in the middle of the shipping lane that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has declared a no-fly, no-sail, no-go zone.
You're in the kill zone.
I call it the VIP lounge. See, Vonu isn't about hiding in a bunker. It's about realizing that coercion is a mental state. And right now, I feel incredibly secure. Why? Because I'm surrounded by the most dangerous men on Earth.
Wait. You're saying your safety comes from being near potential enemies?
Exactly. Look at this view. You see those fireworks? That's a missile firing. Over there's a drone strike. That's a naval blockade. To the average person, that's terrifying. To me, that's entertainment. I love the thrill. I love the adrenaline. It makes the martini taste better. But more importantly, I love the protection.
Protection? From whom?
From everyone. See, this yacht, the Sovereign Float, is technically a neutral humanitarian aid vessel, but in reality, it's a floating fortress. I hired a private security detail, 12 men, all ex-special forces, all heavily armed. They have RPGs, machine guns, and enough explosives to sink a destroyer, and they are very happy to be here. Why? Because I pay them in Bitcoin, and I pay them in OxyClean.
You pay mercenaries with cleaning products?
It's a barter economy, Vonu. The world is collapsing. Gold is heavy. Fiat currency is worthless. But a man with a gun? He wants a clean shirt. He wants a clean deck. He wants to know that if a missile comes his way, he has a place to hide. I provide the shelter. They provide the firepower. It's a symbiotic relationship.
So you're using coercive force to maintain your non-coercive lifestyle?
I'm a paradox, Vonu. I'm living the Vonu lifestyle in a Vonu hostile environment. That's the ultimate test. If I can stay calm while a destroyer fires a warning shot across my bow, then I have truly conquered my fear. And if I can stay calm while my bodyguards argue over who gets the last can of beans, then I have conquered my ego.
Let's talk about the daily life. You mentioned the fireworks. What's a typical day like aboard the Sovereign float?
Wake up at 0500. Check the perimeter. My security chief, Big Mike, tells me there's a suspicious speedboat approaching. I go out on the bow with my binoculars. It's just a fisherman. I wave. He waves back. I feel a surge of power. I am the master of this domain. Breakfast is oatmeal, cooked on a propane stove that is currently being pointed at by a .50 caliber machine gun. Delicious. Then I spend my morning coding. I'm working on a decentralized mesh network for the yacht. Why? Because if the satellite internet gets jammed by the Iranians, I need to be able to communicate with my other yachts in the region. We call it the Straits of Trust.
You're building a crypto mesh network in the middle of a war zone?
It's essential. If the power grid goes down, if the banks close, if the governments fall, I need to be able to send a message. Jontavius is still here. Jontavius is still drinking martinis. Jontavius is still Vonu. And in the afternoon, I host guests. Today, we have a visiting diplomat from a country that doesn't exist anymore. He's very stressed. I offer him a drink. He refuses, saying he's afraid of poisoning. I tell him, relax. The only thing trying to kill us is the guy in the helicopter circling overhead. He's probably just taking a selfie.
Is it true that you've named your missiles?
I haven't named the missiles, Vonu. I've named the explosions. That one, that was the surprise party. That one, that was the late fee. And that one, right there, that was the audit.
This is incredible, but let's get serious for a moment. Isn't this dangerous? You're living in a place where people are dying.
Vonu, look at me. I am not indifferent to suffering. I see the suffering, but I also see the freedom of those who refuse to be coerced. The people on the shore, they are trapped. They have to obey the laws of the state. They have to fear the soldiers. They have to live in fear of the bombs. Me? I am free. I have no home to lose. I have no property to protect. I have only my will. And my will is backed by 12 guys with guns who really, really like OxyClean. Is it dangerous? Yes. Is it crazy? Maybe. But is it Vonu?
It's certainly a new definition.
That's the spirit. Vonu isn't a place. It's a mindset. And my mindset says, if you want to take my yacht, you'll have to go through me and my guys and our collective understanding of modern warfare.
So, what's next for the Sovereign float?
Next week, we're moving north, toward the Strait of Hormuz's northern exit. There's a rumor of a naval blockade forming. I intend to sail right through it. I'll be broadcasting live on the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network. We'll call it the Strait of Freedom. And if we get hit, well, then we'll know we've truly achieved invulnerability, because we'll be gone. But until then, I'm here. I'm safe. I'm armed. And I'm Vonu.
Jontavius Jensen, thank you for joining us on Vonu Extreme. Please stay safe. And please, for the love of God, don't run out of OxyClean.
Never. We have a lifetime supply. And a lot of guns.
Community Technology, Vonu, and Beautiful Bella Coola Wilderness by Shane/Rayo2. The following is a fictionalized account, yet based off real experiences and reports of self-liberators from the 1960s/70s. Dear Community Technology editors, Rayo2 told me about your coming publication, and I felt so inclined to reply that I put the TAZ on autopilot for the next day or two, and will be convening with y'all across space and time. I've been a big fan of Carl Hess for a long while. I will even say he was the major inspiration to me, and most definitely for the current liberated lifestyle I'm enjoying, along with my free wife, our 2 free children, and our small community. I read Community Technology and Neighborhood Power back when I was in my early 20s, in the early 1990s. At the time, I was a left-wing, college-going, political crusader living deep in heart of Los Angeles. Hess' books were such a revelation to me, it's like a switch went off overnight. I quit those bullshit organizations, moved out of my apartment, and hit the road for a while. Without boring details, a year and a half later, I met my wife at a community workshop in Portland, set up by a group of folks who were directly inspired by Hess. Unfortunately, a couple of those folks passed on and that community is no longer around. My wife and I, being hyper-passionate about nature, spent half the year wilderness camping in Oregon and Northern California, summer/spring, and half in a stealth camping van, winter. We eventually had a couple/few children, which forced us to really examine the servile society around us and the prospects of sending them to government schools. That thought horrified us both. Mandatory vaccination was becoming more and more common. Waco was in the past, etc. Absolutely not. How does Canada sound? So that leads us up to today and the lifestyle I'm about to describe. But first, we're also inspired by the freedom strategy of Vonu, the pursuit of an invulnerability to coercion. SMUMISM, described below. Temporary autonomous zones, investigations into the application of breakthrough energy, aka free energy. The free pertaining to freedom, not cost. And in our circumstance, wilderness Vonu specifically. This might be best if I start with a general overview of our lifestyle, which may be most adequately provided by Rayo and Vonu Life, March 1973. SMUM stands for Seclusion and Mobility Using Multiplicity. SMUM has some features of and intergrades with troglodyte, foot nomad, urban anonymity, and vehicle nomad's ways, but it differs in overall living pattern and equipment use. SMUM has similarities to traditional ways as diverse as hobos, Eskimos, fur trappers with several overnight cabins, and wealthy families with several conventional houses. Many SMUM lifestyles are possible, but all involve migration among various abodes. The abodes are usually simple, inexpensive, semi-permanent, and widely separated. A number of towns of a region are used in succession as trading outposts. SMUM offers, in part, the wide-ranging mobility and...
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Percent of the news out there today. "99% of the news out there today is AI slop, distractionary nonsense, or worse, fear-mongering based outright manipulative deception and propaganda. With no desire to empower, the modern news cycle is designed to lead the hapless citizen serf along the train tracks of servitude, with only slight permissible digressions into controlled cul-de-sacs. What news show exists for the self-liberator who strives to keep up with news relevant to liberated lifestyles, second realm culture and music, and critical PAZNIA developments? What news show exists that will provide freedom pioneers with the knowledge, education, and networking connections necessary to liberate them, while also having fun? There is only one. Join host Shane, aka Ryo2, and Shadrach as they dive into the freeing and mysterious world of liberation here on the Life and Times of PAZNIA, a monthly news show from Veritas.
Music is fading out. The stream is still live. No interruptions today at all. It is great to see that. Shadrach, let's do a quick audio check.
Check, check. Can you hear me all right?
Sounds great. Let me go ahead and turn up Jitsi real quick. Actually, yeah, I do have to do that. Loud music. Jitsi auto updates or it auto adjusts the volume. So now we're good. We are finally set. Your audio is loud again. So yeah,
Awesome.
Let's go ahead and get to it. This is the Life and Times of PAZNIA, a monthly news show from Veritas. I'm your host, Shane, Rayo2, joined alongside my co-host, Shadrach. This time I'm actually coming to you from Veritas. The first episode of the show did not, come from Veritas. But yeah, you'll see behind me if you're watching the video on Rumble, Zap.Stream, Odyssey, or Fascist Tube or whatever platform. You'll see the what the console it used to be, where it used to stand, where it used to stand. And we've been broadcasting outdoors all day today at our nature sanctuary. It's our first official event of the year. Small attendance, but a good time nonetheless. If you happen to hear any side-by-sides or background noise, that is the reason why. It's a dynamic environment at all. But yeah, if you're new here, and you probably are, we're new to this being the second show and all too. The goal of the Life and Times of PAZNIA is to bring you the best, most entertaining, and most valuable news show on self-liberation and existence. You might say, well, wow, Rayo2, that's a lofty goal. Well, like being the world's most foremost expert on Vonu, it doesn't take much, and there isn't a lot of competition. But anyway, we do this via 4 segments: self-liberation news, freedom pioneer focus / freedom music spotlight, wherein we highlight the art and culture of the second realm. We've got the Vonu Life digital message board, which could be a slew of who the hell knows what's going to show up there. And the last segment being the longest, our second realm strategy session. And our second realm strategy session topic today will kind of just be I actually don't have much planned in terms of it. I know Shadrack's been busy as hell. I don't think he's left where he's been since the last monthly news show.
Oh,
But,
no, I'm back.
You're back. Okay,
I
you're
escaped
back.
from Pirate Island. Yeah.
Okay, well, you I know there was at least one walk and talk interview with Dare Gigi, which I know that there's been a lot that you've been up to and a lot that we need to talk about. I know there's Archipelago, which again, this will be good for me because I don't know. I need to figure out more about what you're doing and what happened, as far at least as what you can talk about. We don't want to violate operational security, but yeah, obviously at the end of the day, the goal is some practical use and vision for building out this parallel network. Talking in theory is great, but it's time to start doing shit, and that's what they've been doing. So we're gonna find out, boots on the ground reports, all that good stuff. We might have some titillating messages from PAZNIA Simple X chats to attend to, and some Scardust and Bitcoin Bugle / Richard Dick Greaser to tune into for Freedom Music Spotlight. And we will have a special guest for Freedom Pioneer Focus to Bastard Chris will hop on for 15-20 minutes and talk about what he's learned over the past few years living in a polyethylene 8 cent like Rayo, and learning the intricacies of heating and cooling and electrical. It'll be again, I think this will be a highly autistic, as everything on the PAZNIA Radio Network is a highly autistic discussion. It'll be fun for all the autists involved. But anyway, obviously the wonderful mystery and spontaneity of a live show. I missed it. This is where I started back in February of 2015. It was doing live shows, and it's good to get back into it, and I guess refresh that skill. But we've got lots in store for you. Get involved. I'll be checking chats across YouTube, Odyssey, Rumble, and Zap.Stream. xmrchat.com /PAZNIA Radio. Again, xmrchat.com /PAZNIA Radio is where to go to leave a donation and a message if you like. And finally, PAZNIA.com /call too if you'd like to call in. We'll start taking calls maybe, hour and a half, something like that through. We do have a lot to talk about. We want to make sure we get that in, but we do want to hear from you as well.
I love the call-ins, and listening to the show earlier, I was just like, oh, I wish I was a trucker listening to this driving down the road, and then like, hey, go, it's just, it's such a great show. I love it.
Hey man, well, I certainly glad to hear that, and appreciate that. I guess that is one of the one of the audience, and also just the working class folks like me who, when they're 19 or 20, and we're trying to jerry rig playing podcasts on web browsers for 10 hours a day, or old Bill Cooper hour at the time. As the listeners to this, right before, if you've been here for the past hour or so, you heard Bill Cooper's one of his classic episodes on militias. But this is home for me, I guess you could say. And finally, before we really get to it, PAZNIA.com /fund is one of the most important links. If we're going to build out the SecRealm infrastructure, we need your help. As the great Thane Riddle says, go fund yourself. He also says go fuck yourself, but that's not applicable or meant here. Anyway, head on over to PAZNIA.com /fund and go fund yourself. Leave a one-time fiat XMR or Bitcoin donation, or better yet, become a stakeholder. So Shadrack, brother in Bitcoin arms, fellow freedom pioneer, Lutheran maniac, how's it going? You said you're back across the pond. How are things going? And kind of let us know what's going on.
Yeah, no, it's good to be back. I won't be back for a whole hell of a lot of time, but yeah, I'm enjoying it. I noticed you were in shorts. It got really cold here, so I'm out in the garage so I can smoke. But yeah, it had a nice warm day, and then it got really cold, and it is what it is. But it's good to be back.
For sure. No, it was warm. I had the shirt off until a couple hours ago, and then an hour or so ago, once the sun went down. It's all for me. I always run hot, and not being able to have a fan on, because I don't want to make the listening experience bad for you. I will suffer in heat, generally speaking, but I don't have to tonight. Thankfully, nature is helping me out on that one. I'm wearing a sweatshirt and roll up the sleeves if I need to. But anyway, that's all nonsense. We should get into some good stuff here. So I guess the self-liberation news, which we do have, I guess we can go ahead and do this.
This is self-liberation news. No fluff, no bullshit, no propaganda. Keeping you apprised with developments regarding liberated lifestyles, PAZNIA, second realm gatherings in physical space and time, and more. And now your host, your humble radio deacon, programming coordinator Rayo.
All right. Is that done yet? All right, I'll have to just stop on it. But yeah, now we're banned in Russia for a second time. Anytime you play Lorna Shore, you're banned in Russia. On YouTube. I don't know why that is, but we're secondly banned. Anyway, we're getting to news here. Get the proper tabs open. The first one, this is relevant to Bitcoin. Just an interesting kind of overlap between the what does Thane call it? The Gulf War, 27,000 or whatever it is now. So this is just interesting though. Obviously Iran is in a situation where they're trying not to. They can't use U.S. U.S. payment platforms, so they're transacting in different fiat, but they're also accepting Bitcoin for oil in the Strait of Hormuz. I'll illustrate a little bit here. It's interesting, and this is just if you want to know the utility of Monero or privacy, privacy, tools and tactics, you look at the people whose lives are dependent upon it. For a lot of this times, like deep web, Monero marketplaces, but in this case, like international sanctions, financial sanctions, like how do you get around that? That's a big problem. Thankfully, as individuals, we don't have to deal with nation state problems that much. If we do, we're pretty much fucked. But Iran is another nation state, so they've got some other tools up their sleeve. So this article is from anyway, it doesn't matter. Wazir, W-A-Z-I-R-X. The long-held belief that Bitcoin is the ultimate neutral settlement was tested on April 8, 2026, when Iran announced it would accept Bitcoin for oil tanker passage through the Strait of Hormuz. The system, confirmed by Iran's Oil, Gas, and Petrochemical Products Explorers Union, requires tankers to email cargo details, receive a $1 per barrel toll calculation, and pay the digital asset promptly. For a fully loaded, very large crude carrier carrying 2 million barrels of oil, that is a toll bill approaching $2 million paid in Bitcoin. Now you might ask, and for anyone listening to this podcast, it's an easy answer, but this is, when it comes to digital currencies, the main push is towards like USDT and shit like that. Well, why wouldn't Iran, work in stable coins? Well, it's very, very simple. The choice of Bitcoin over dollar-pegged stablecoins is not incidental. Is a deliberate technical and political decision. It tells you a lot about how crypto infrastructure actually works under geopolitical pressure. Tether's USDT and Circle's USDC, the two dominant stablecoins, both include a built-in freeze mechanism. Both issuers can blacklist wallet addresses and block transactions on demand, typically in response to requests from U.S. law enforcement or OFAC. End quote. And we'll just stop there. That's the long and short of it. Is that Iran is accepting Bitcoin, and it seems like I don't know, like my naive, I guess not naive, but I guess my whimsical, vision, or a whimsical vision is like some I don't know, some self-liberator sea nomad, riding into the Strait of Hormuz and buying a barrel or two of oil with Bitcoin. It's a cool thought. It's a cool thought. You know, obviously they KYC you and all that, but this is just you know, under, you know, like geopolitical pressures are kind of the biggest ones that exist, especially when it comes from somewhere like the U.S. And they choose Bitcoin and for very fundamental reasons. Not saying Bitcoin's the best, but that is as far as you know, maybe in terms of like privacy, it's not the best for privacy, but in terms of, again, censorship resistance, this is you know, another, you know, demonstration of that, regardless of the privacy concerns.
Yeah. Well,
So
there
yeah,
were a few other things that happened alongside that.
yeah, go for it.
Yeah, Tether seized something 370 million linked to Iran. So somebody did pay in Tether and got it seized.
Okay.
And then one of the generals was talking in front of Congress or something about Bitcoin basically being unstoppable. There was a speech that kind of went around the internet the last couple days of him talking about kind of possibly the soft war thesis of like Bitcoin being a power projection. But very clearly he said that the US is running a Bitcoin node and that yeah, nobody can stop a transaction. So sure, Iran could there's no privacy in it, but like they can also, you know, flex their muscles and say, look at all this Bitcoin we're getting and you can't do anything about it. So
Yeah. No, and I guess just in terms of obviously, if you consider, I guess, the fractional reserve banking that's already happening within Bitcoin, again, not on chain, but through like Cash App and PayPal and outlets like that, the prices, especially in times like this, the price is certainly artificially low. And even if you just consider, again, not number go up is whatever, but this provides, you know, consider how many, like if countries or, you know, businesses decide to, you know, pay in Bitcoin, that's a lot of it's a lot of demand, you know, if a tanker decides to pay in Bitcoin. So it's you know, it's just another interesting kind of geopolitical thing. Well, you know, it's a, you know, demonstration of the use case even without the privacy concerns. And we'll bring up Samurai and Keone and Bill again. And yeah, they're probably not going to get. I'm far less hopeful for pardons for them now than. And I had a very, you know, I was very not hopeful before, but Mr. I don't know, Mr. Dementia and whatever, you know, Mr. Blackmailed and, or whatever the hell it is, it's not going to happen now. There's too much, there's too much going on.
Donations are really low for them right now.
Are they?
I felt like that. Yeah, I think I'm feeling some starving in the freedom tech space. I think that might be another kind of attack vector that we didn't really consider, is that a lot of the grants and the flow towards freedom tech projects have seemed to have slowed down. So
yeah, I mean, the uncertainty will cause that, for sure. Yeah, and I mean, it's and we don't have to get into this, but, you know, like I think we're going to see, yeah, for these decentralized projects to exist, there's going to be new business models. I think kind of like the value for value, kind of that Bitcoin ecosystem sort of thing is going to be that, I guess, that Lightning, whatever you want to call it, that value for value ecosystem is probably where it's going to have to be. Yeah, where it's going to have to go. But yeah, there'll be plenty more opportunities to talk about that. I guess let's get into a couple other news items, and then we can get more into the tech. This is just a fun one that I found. That's it's kind of an homage to Jim Stum and Rayo. But a college instructor turns to typewriters to curb AI written work and teach life lessons. So again, this seems so silly. Like, why the fuck is he bringing this up? But anyway, I don't have to even read the article. Like, you know, he's trying to show like know the shit you're talking about. You can't just run things through AI and write your articles. But I just have to bring it up as an homage. You know, the behind me. I might even have that up on screen right now. I do. Yeah. So behind me, you see where the old console used to be, and those all those old you know, physical archives are, you know, burnt up and smithereens back there. Well, Jim Stum, when I corresponded with him a few years ago, he's writing on that same typewriter from like 1970. So and obviously Rayo, they're you know, they are you know, like they're Bitcoin maximalists, they're typewriter maximalists. So I just had to bring this up as a little bit of an homage. Shout out to that professor. He's probably a communist and probably doesn't allow us anything else. But God bless him for this. This is a good lesson for those children that they'll take forward. And a lot more useful than the bullshit about like, oh well, you can't use a calculator on a test because you got to know the math. No, like actually that's not. Yeah, this is more relevant. So, anyway, let's see what's next on the news here. Okay, so yeah, these next few are actually ones that you sent over, Shadrach. So there's it's called Nowhere, and I'll bring it up on screen. And this is one of those that I will have to turn it over to you for the most part. But this was a link, and I'll read just a sentence here to give people an idea, and you can kind of take it from there. Nowhere encodes an entire website into a URL fragment. The site lives in the link itself and is never stored on a server. 8 tools: event, fundraiser, store, petition, message, drop, art, forum, publish without accounts or platform permission, orders and messages route through, it's Nostr. Okay, route through Nostr relays using ephemeral keys. So, might have stole your thunder a little bit, but yeah, tell us more about Nowhere. I'm not familiar with it, but it seems like another cool piece of Nostr tech.
Yeah. And I noticed it was interesting. It was hitting kind of the mainstream a bit today, and I went through the GitHub just to make sure it was in fact Nostr. But yeah, it's I don't know much about it. But what's really interesting is the way that Nostr uses Blossom servers and Hashtree. So there was like a Spotify clone that's all done on Hashtree and Blossom servers. So all the songs exist like in distributed relays. It uses chunking and encryption. So there's some really, really neat use cases for this new technology. And I think it's going to be really powerful for the things we want to build out.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Well, no, I appreciate that. And Nostr seems to be, yeah, I don't know. There, obviously any ecosystem there's good and there's worthwhile projects and there's not. But I'm always like Nostr is one of those ones where there's a lot of this organic generative creation energy going towards, and not for just because someone wants something they want a tool themselves and they build it, and that's kind of the that's great motivation. This next one, and I searched for it, but I mean this is kind of a generic search term. So I'll just turn it over to you. You just said new framework laptops. So tell us about these framework laptops.
Oh yeah, they just had a cool announcement just in tech news. They've got the Framework 13 Pro now, which that was the one I was most interested in because I like the small form factor laptops. But yeah, they have a super bright like 700 nit backlight, really good matte screen, so it's not reflective. And they pretty much doubled the battery life, which was another big complaint about the framework. I'm a big old school ThinkPad guy myself, but
okay, so that was gonna be my question. So is this kind of like there's a new ThinkPad implementation kind of thing?
No. So Framework, it's actually a pretty cool company. They you can build your own laptop with parts from Framework. I think I talked to Thane about him a little bit, but yeah, I don't think it's super open as far as like the firmware and stuff like that. But like as companies go, they work closely with their users, and things like you can upgrade the motherboard in your laptop super easy.
Okay, so it's more of a it's not necessarily a ghost pad solution where it's you're kind of fully on your own. It's kind of an intermediate, a reputable company that delivers good products, good service. Okay, fair enough.
Where they can, they have all their firmwares are on GitHub and stuff. So
okay, so there's
pretty cool.
An open component too. Okay, right on.
Yeah. It's as open as it gets at this point.
Yeah. Okay. Right on. Yeah. And I got to ask this clarifying question. Yeah. You never know.
And it's frame.work is the website.
Frame.work. Okay. Yeah. We'll have to look at. Yeah. I'll drop that in the show notes if I remember when I post this. But anyway, yeah, folks, you're hearing it. You can find it yourself. So this next one, I did find an article for this one. Gotta find the right tab here. Always fun. There it is. So you said that. So I guess the short four words: UK raids P2P exchanges.
Oh yeah,
And I
did you find it?
found a CoinDesk article. London P2P sweep. UK FCA raids 8 illegal peer-to-peer trading hubs. Does that be what you're referring to from a few days ago, maybe?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll read. Yeah, I'll read a little bit from this. So the sites were targeted for facilitating P2P trading without required registration or AML. Yeah, the same fucking story. So I don't have to read much of this. We'll see if we can get any nuggets out of here. The UK's Financial Conduct Authority has carried out its first coordinated crackdown on illegal peer-to-peer crypto trading, targeting 8 locations across London in a joint operation. They issued cease and desist notices at each site and gathered evidence that is now feeding into criminal investigations. Suspected of facilitating P2P crypto trading, where individuals buy and sell crypto directly with one another without the required registration or AML, yada yada yada. Yeah, they're going to tell about their fear mongering about how it's funding terrorism, even though especially the UK government has no goddamn business talking about funding terrorists. Let's see if there's anything. Yeah, yeah, I guess, yeah, it seems like it's, I don't know if there's anything special. Just it's worth noting that, yeah, I guess the UK is going after, were these like, I guess, yeah, well, I don't know if they're peer-to-peer exchanges, they go after the developers. Is this another one of those cases?
These are, so I've been in London a lot, and I get really strong, you know, criminal underground vibes there. Basically, they're starving the population, and people are turning to crime more and more. So I think this is more like, you know, a little office that's got some people in it, and you come in and you can buy and sell crypto. I think it's funny that they call it peer-to-peer when it's like, if it's an office with people in it.
Yeah.
like,
Okay.
It's not really peer-to-peer. So
okay, so this wasn't like a decentralized, digital peer-to-peer exchange. This was like a ground level operation. Okay, that makes more sense. And how they were able, yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah.
But it does. It's a warning shot. I mean, like, we had the guy that got arrested in New York a while back for operating a peer-to-peer exchange, and I mean, I think he's still serving time. So like, publishing stuff like this in the paper and like kind of going after it, and also the wording that they use, they're basically saying peer-to-peer is not legal.
Yeah. No, it's one of those chilling dissent things where, I mean, yeah, they can't get everybody, but they can make a spectacle out of this and try to scare people away from privacy solutions.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that's always good to bring up. Kyle brought that the very first time I interviewed Kyle Reardon. It was on Dragnet wiretapping, and that was one of the things we talked about was the chilling dissent. You're being spied on, therefore don't say anything ever that could be controversial. Was kind of the long and short of it. So there was right before we went live, there were a few other items that you popped in here. There was one that was on there, and I was going to work that in at some point somehow. But I want to talk about this one first off because Thane brought up something. Thane brought up one earlier, and I'd actually been going down a rabbit hole because there's a PAZNIA connection. But you've dropped Ancient Aliens David Wilcock, and David Wilcock, I guess, so for some context here, David Wilcock was he was the Ancient Aliens on the History Channel. He was that guy, and he apparently committed suicide a couple days ago. And I've seen from different UFO that I guess from different folks in this community that he's kind of been going downhill for a number of years, and people didn't reach out, like, and it's kind of been like on visible. And then there are the folks that when it comes to any of these instances, that like he posted that if he would never commit suicide or something along those lines.
Right.
So again, like with all of these things, and this is where a lot of this, and it's a lot of it's speculation, and unless you are involved in it personally, and then I guess the things kind of can go different directions from there. But I guess what was your purpose for bringing this up? I love it. It's very on theme with today. But yeah, I guess give us your thoughts or
Well, a couple weeks ago, I heard that Nick Pope had also died, and he was on there all the time. He was a member of Parliament in the UK, and that I don't know. It kind of freaked me out more than I expected it to. It was quite upsetting. And then when I heard about David Wilcock, and then I was looking at some other stuff, he's apparently the third person off Ancient Aliens to have died recently. And then there's all the 11 nuclear scientists and all that stuff. So I think why I wanted to talk. I mean, this is our, you know, these are our people we're talking to, hopefully here. I think it's really important to stay in touch, to have things like a buddy system. If people are going downhill, I mean, we don't know what kind of external factors. I mean, Nick Pope got turbo cancer, like and then like, yeah, I don't know, with David Wilcock, there might have been financial things, but I think it's really important that we watch our backs and watch each other's backs, and then really check in with each other on a regular basis. There was another, I should have written it down. I've been talking with, there's an app for, you hit a button on your phone and it notifies like your circle of friends. That's an open source project. I think it's GART or something. I'll look it up in a second. But yeah, I think having these practices in place early, because we don't know if you know, are they sonic weapons? Are they like, how are they affecting people in this kind of almost MK Ultra way? And then, you know, then you're pointing a gun at your face. I mean, that's not where you want to be.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and I'm glad you brought this up too, and it gives me so I randomly I've been going a different path for my research, and I won't go into that here, but I got kind of dragged back into, and there's a reason for it. Maybe it was a reminder, but along with these, you know, these dozen scientists that were involved in strange research over the past few years that have, you know, gone missing. Some very high notable names in the recent ones, like you talked about. I got kind of put on this. What's her name? Amy Eskridge. And this was from, yeah, she died. I guess it would have been 3 or 4 years ago now. But for some context here, I started kind of getting in contact with Bernie the Crypto Alchemist, and he was doing streams with Falcon Space Labs and even John and Nancy Hutchison, the infamous Hutchison effect. They were doing streams, and they were going to release the crystal battery, crystal power cell sort of solution. Long story short, the Falcon Space Lab folks is the reason I mentioned this. But there was this a drop. It just kind of fell upon me on Twitter from you know, one of these, you know, comments in the accounts, and it was a 3-hour conversation where she was getting near. She was trying to find a way to disclose this information, and she'd already gone through some weird shit. She'd taken videos of what she perceived to be clear direct energy weapon attacks on her, and that this was a private, you know, 3-hour conversation. It was kind of vetting thing. It was with Jeremy Reese, alien scientist. He's been on this shit for a long time, and I can't remember his name. He's kind of the main Falcon Space Labs guy, but they did this. He was in her house when they did this, you know, private conversation or whatever that was released publicly after she was dead. And the part that kind of just gets under, I guess there are 2 parts, and one part was that she kind of her dad was like big in NASA too, like in anti-gravity technology. Like, again, like she's huge, like she's notable family, like she's marked, so she's not just some random person. But yeah, she was on the verge of disclosing this, and within like the first 5 or 10 minutes of this conversation, Sky Huddleston was brought up in terms of like an alternative way to try to get some of this stuff out there, and it's like, oh fuck me. Like, God, I wear for Sky. But no, she's yeah, I guess that yeah, she's another one of those that yeah, she killed herself, and before she died, she was under some very very weird so there was I guess I mentioned the DEW kind of attacks, but there were also physical yeah I guess there was also other harassment too that transpired.
Yeah.
I'm not going to try to speak to
I did think of your house fire and the magic box and everything too.
yeah, only I mean, yeah, the wishing machine potential. Like
Yeah.
it's well, I don't know. Yeah, no, there's forces that we cannot comprehend that we don't know about at this point. And then there are ones that we do. The ones that and I'm not sure if I finished this line of thought, but one of the things she mentioned in this conversation was that like if so like if she's under direct surveillance, then pretty much 6 people, there's like 6 layers, they're going to monitor everyone within like 6 layers of her connections.
Yep.
So like we talk a lot about like AI, like this data and shit, like harnessing this data and trying to sort through it. Like there are folks that are that important, and I think Sky's one of them. And I don't I shouldn't talk about it, but he's one of one, and not always in a good way. But he's like I think I mentioned to somebody, like I think he might be like one of those critical components of like the future of humanity. And
I think we should talk about it, and I think this is where things like Noster come into play. I mean, we can create and sign messages that nobody can delete. I think this is we should be talking about this, and we should be protecting these people.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. It's kind of the double, like you got to talk about it to get people to care about it, but then like you don't want to draw attention to it. And I was quoted in an FBI investigatory document a decade ago, which is burned up now. I'm not sure if I have that file anymore, but I've got the quotes that I have on the website when I was too scared to post to actually post the document, because it was dissemination limited by court order, and one of my old colleagues, Gary Hunt, got put in prison or jail for a month for releasing that, and God bless him for sharing that with me.
Wow.
But I don't know where he is. I tried, like we kind of went on. He got kind of drawn up in the Patriot, or I guess the Trump, the Patriots that got drawn up in the Trump bullshit, where they went from like armed standoffs against the federal government to Trump, and I mean, God bless it. Anyway, we get back to the news. We're talking about ancient aliens, David Wilcock. I guess we're still on on the same thing. Plenty of imprisoned. I mean the Political Prisoners Archive. There's plenty of dead patriots that died in prison. All that. It's not good. Yeah, I guess I don't know where to go from there. It's important to know. It's important to pay homage and just be aware that like we can I'm 100% in favor. Obviously, like we sell all the products, is the best that we possibly can provide. But I think at the end of the day, we've just got to do what's right and what we need to do, and whatever happens, I guess. End of the day.
I mean, like with the Bill Cooper thing, I mean, we need to take this stuff in and live like it. And I think this is the time. This is, as Greaser puts it, we're pioneers of the first turning. So this is the rebuild.
Yeah, certainly. Okay, so we could sit here and talk about that for an hour and a half. I would love to. We should at some point, but we've got a new show to get to. So I guess there are a couple other things which maybe we'll choose one, and maybe we'll push one back. So there were 2 other points: thoughts on praxeology of privacy and Thane's manifesto, and I'd almost rather prioritize that one. If you've got thoughts on Thane's manifesto, which he's been desperately seeking. And I think this overlaps with Max Hilbrand's book on privacy. So, I'll kind of open up the floor to you, I guess. What do you got on that one?
Yeah, I like the overlap. I haven't read Max's book, but I mean, I think I read the chapter subjects and stuff like that, and I think it goes really well with Thane stuff. I think, and again about having Noster and being able to create systems of verifiability. We can create web of trusts now. So that kind of ties into the insurance and escrow markets that Thane talks about. It's just, I think we're there with the tools. I think at this point, and that's possibly another segue, but I think we have the tools now to start putting a lot of these things in place, and that's something that I think we're going to hit pretty hard in Madeira, which is where I was. There's a lot of really good people there, and I think that basically the solutions that Thane proposes are similar to what Max is working on, and these are the kind of the primitives that will enable us to operate with, chosen levels of privacy at every level.
Yeah, certainly. So yeah, we're and what I guess we set this out from the very start that like I kind of had a rigid like 30 minutes, hour. But we're gonna nix all that bullshit. We're just gonna do it. And our special I guess our in-person guest. Thankfully, yeah, he's more than happy to deal with to handle the dynamic situation. So we'll do that. The Freedom Pioneer focus will be later and all that. But we'll get to the work first. Kind of the stuff that's most important. Which maybe we should do that anyway. Maybe this is kind of maybe we should get to the work first and do the fun stuff after. Maybe that should just be the way to do it. But at least for this one, we'll do it this way. But so you've been in Spain for I think Madeira for some time. Since you got back at some point, but you were there for quite some time. You were on the ground with a dear GG, building shit.
Yeah.
Trying to fix the internet. So yeah, give us all that you can tell us. It doesn't violate operational security.
No, yeah. So I did the show last month. Was my first couple days there. I hadn't started the actual sovereign engineering, which is, I mean, that's public. It's an amazing initiative that they're doing there, which is just build and present in 1 week, like talk, build, present, but as much as I love that, what I really loved was was very impactful was meeting the people on the island who are living as Bitcoiners, as like privacy freedom people. And I think a lot of the things that I talked about with different ways of doing markets, being able to do ride sharing, house rentals, all with a new level of privacy rather than using these trusted third parties. I think this is a place where there's enough people and enough interest to really push this forward and to show what we can do.
Yeah, so I guess it's kind of a similar impression too that I get from Prague is that they've been living under totalitarianism and kind of a dystopian state for longer. So they're far past the theory stage. I mean, Second Round Book on Strategy came out in 2011, and #Over came out that year or the year before. They're past the theory part, and it's by necessity. So. I guess that might be the most valuable part of your visit is experiencing those things.
I think they are to an extent, but I really think and that's why I brought up Thane's manifesto and stuff. I think that we need to make it smoother and I can't think of the word, but it's having small groups of people that are able to meet and interact is good. I think we've done good with different markets in smaller areas, but I think being able to use the tools that we have now to really create the coordination layer, create the trust layer, create, instant escrow. These are things we couldn't do really 2 years ago in a very efficient way. And so that I think that's the exciting part is like we can actually have a viable replacement for Uber, for example. I don't think we could have done that 2 years ago.
Yeah, so I guess let's get into some of these. Are there any specifics that you want to talk about? Excuse me, from that from that conference, anything that was like top of the list? I know there's Archipelago, which is a project you're working on, but I kind of want to get into building practical tool sets for folks using Nostr and using these things, because even for me, Nostr is becoming more useful now thanks to Zap.stream. Like more practically useful for me, but it goes far beyond that. I know that Nostr, there's Nostr VPNs now. There's Nostr ride, as you said, Nostr ride shares. So yeah, I guess tell yeah, multiple questions there, but yeah, first and foremost, what can you tell us about that conference that really, I guess, lit a fire under your ass? Was there anything like that?
Yeah, I think nothing specific on the technology side. You mentioned some of the cool projects, and I think it's more the people and the drive to create this world that we want to live in. And so like there's Nostr, like the Twitter clone and stuff like that, but it's the and other stuff that is the really powerful stuff. So I think the idea that we can own our own identity, we can sign our own messages, we can create contracts, we can create encrypted smart contracts that are able to live on public relays, but nobody can interact on them except the people who sign them. In a way, it is kind of the alternate internet that we were looking for. The transportation protocol of the packets is one thing, but what now we kind of we know what the formation of the data sets are going to look like and how they are able to interact. So like you can back up your phone by encrypting it and chunking it onto Blossom servers. These are just things that people have tried to do with different blockchains, IPFS and stuff, but Nostr has kind of created the ecosystem for being able to communicate in this way and coordinate.
Yeah. So what comes to mind for me is, and this was a hard part for me before using Lightning and some of these things is, so like you're talking about like using, it's going beyond, again, like just these first layer, I guess these surface layer digital components, and utilizing the encryption, signing, the public and private keys, and all of those things to basically so yeah, like, are you using Bitcoin or are you using like Cashew or something like that, like and
well, Nostr makes Lightning kind of easy, but that's more your Nostr client that's got a built-in wallet. It's not tied to Bitcoin. It's an open communications protocol.
Right.
So like we could use anything we wanted on it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess what I'm saying is like Nostr is more useful than just like this digital alternative to Twitter. Like you can use the principles, the network, all of that for things far beyond, and digital, for coordinating digital space and time. So I know, and I guess there are a million different directions we can go, but I want to make sure we get to Archipelago. Which you sent me a screenshot of it, and I don't know much beyond that, but it seems like kind of a Start OS, like kind of a re-envisioned Start OS, but focused on very specific things. So yeah, you want to, I guess, fill us in on Archipelago?
Yeah, it's I think that I love StartOS. I think Umbrel's great. What we were really looking for is a few things. I think having a user interface that is beautiful and intuitive is really important. And as well, like I ran my first Lightning node because I thought I could earn money routing traffic. And I think now there's not really a financial incentive to run a node. And I think this is the one piece that can kind of push us over the edge is when you're able to, like I said, if you have Noster, you're running a Blossom server and you're able to get paid for the data that you're storing on your hard drive in a really easy way, then you open up your node, you look at your wallet, and it's like, oh, there's, I've got money flowing in. You could run your own escrow market. So you install a couple apps, and then you are able to earn money by just having some Bitcoin sitting in collateral. And then ultimately you can use it for internet traffic. So you're able to bounce a packet off of your neighbor's Meshtastic or Reticulum or something like that. And then you're able to get fees for creating the new internet.
Yeah, for sure. So I guess one other, just to hone in on this specifically, because it's something that I see a lot of potential in, for marketing and just as, a demonstration that this can work. But like so like I guess the Noster rideshare could be reappropriated to this, but there are a couple open source apps I found now for like decentralized open source delivery, fulfillment coordination services, etc.
Yeah.
And there's so many people that are looking for alternative income now, and I mean, just to offer something like to offer like a white market layer where you're just delivering like a pallet of paper, like fucking thing of tomatoes or something like that. It doesn't matter who's delivering it as long as they're doing it and they're building a reputation, all of that. But I don't know. I really think like just in terms of like what we can do to try to help people. Like I think people need financial options at this point. A great way. You've got your white market layer for travel. Once people build a reputation and they have a few signed PGP and Noster keys or something like that from people in person, then they can move up to the gray layer where maybe they'll be delivering insulin or something like pharmaceuticals or something. And then you've got the next reputational layer, which I don't know what the stipulation for that would be. To get them to that point. It'd be like the first layer, circle of trust. People that would come here that would deliver the stuff that you would trust them to deliver. So I guess with whether it's Noster or something else, like is there something that we could like we got Matthew Raymer, for example. If there's something that can be built that can be usable, do you have any like or I guess altered code wise or something? Do you got any solutions in that vein per se?
I think everything's been written. I think what we need is to create the actual network. So the problem with creating an alternative to Uber is you need drivers and riders at the same time.
True.
So it's really like we need to figure out the strategy of how do we build this out? How do we grow it? So that was kind of the idea with Madeira. Is I think there's enough passion there to where that can be done. I mean, it's an island, but then where do we move next? I mean, do we do like Chicago or Austin? And then when you're talking about transportation like that, you're talking multi-cities. So do we need like to say, here are the 8 hubs we're going to start with. We're going to have people there who are encouraging, handing out a card to their Uber driver. and then encouraging the people there to start using the services.
Yeah.
And then once we've got a bit of that set up, then, one of those Uber drivers were like, hey, if you drive an hour to the west, you can drop off this package for this much money.
Yeah.
And I think it's really important what you said. People really do want to earn money. And that was the other thing I kind of got from Thane's manifesto is like, really, we need to be just doing stuff that people want for money. And how can we make that as efficient as possible and also not be buying bombs to drop on children at the same time?
Yeah. Yeah, and you bring up a good point there. I guess I don't. I'm thinking more in terms of like the overall PAZNIA network, and that might be how it could be more. I guess utilizing a network of nomads already. Kind of, I think a nationwide network is easier than setting up something like in Chicago or something. Austin, maybe not. Austin would probably be a right place for something like this. But I don't know. Like there's so much we could theorize all day. I guess it's with all these things. Like I wanted to be done like 5 years ago, but reality sets in, and it is what it is.
Yeah. And people who are interested in these things need to speak up. I mean, I've talked to a few people. I do like the Bitcoin, human network as well. So that's kind of been my go-to. But what I've loved about meeting you guys and going to Midfest is just like everyone wants the same thing, and how we get there. I think we have all the tools to get there now.
Yeah, no, I would agree. No, I would agree. And I was just telling, I was just talking to somebody today about meeting you the first time at Midfest, and how you and your tech crew showed up with the, your off-grid Starlink and meshified the entire place. And it was perfect. Amazing meeting. But I guess we might actually be on time. I told our in-person guests it might be 8:15.
Perfect.
But I guess let me just check. We've still got we aren't short on time. Let me make sure we didn't brush over anything that I wanted to get to. I don't think I did. There was the Tim Booma's post on everything collapses to 32 bits, but it might be too late for that one right now.
I mean, it's kind of what we think about. It's more of the philosophy behind it, but like, everything objects they all have a SHA-256 code, and they're either the same object, they're the same person, they're the same event, or they're not. And now we can tell.
Gotcha. Okay, so it's a proof of what we kind of talked about then.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll put that in the show notes, and maybe
Cool.
and maybe we'll talk about it in the future. But no, I started reading through that, and I was like, man, this might be too autistic for me right now. So we'll push that on for a later time. As for right now, we're coming up to our only break for the evening. Actually, on time when there is no on time. But we'll go to break, and we'll come back with Freedom Pioneer Focus, and I guess take off the headphones. These headphones are retarded. Freedom Pioneer Focus, or we'll go to Freedom Music Spotlight. Either way, we're going to some culture. So stay tuned.
Let's fucking go.
Now, when it comes to weird alternative health shit, you may have heard of Brown's gas, boss, aka molecular hydrogen. Technically, actually, molecular hydrogen is just one part of what Brown's gas is, but whatever. It's a kind of wellness treatment used by health professionals and weirdos all over the world, both mainstream and otherwise. They got gas bars in Japan and shit. Big body of research showing that this therapy likely helps with pretty much everything. cancer, diabetes, heart disease, pretty much every organ system in the body. Over 1,500 papers, therapeutic potential for 170 diseases. In broad strokes, it works by fucking electrolyzing water into hydrogen and oxygen, and then you breathe that shit and you drink the water that it's bubbled through. And these gases are, negatively charged and shit, and they get into every cell of your body. It's probably how magical healing springs work, at least partially. The water is hydrogen enriched. Now, the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness has run R&D on these machines for about 4 years, and the top machine being recommended right now is the Lord's Hydrofix by Holy Hydrogen. And can you believe it? We have a coupon code for a product that isn't on our own fucking store. There's a first time for everything, so save a fat chunk of change on the Department of Health and Wellness's top recommended machine, and support Cloak and Dagger at the same time by heading on over to holyhydrogen.com and inputting coupon code VONU100 to get $100 off your Lord's Hydrofix. You're going to want to do your own research on this. The Molecular Hydrogen Institute website can help you with that. There's you can use whatever resources you want. There's a huge body of research on this. You know as well as I do, hopefully, that there are a lot of bullshit health tonics and gimmicks being hawked out there. The Brown's gas is one of the truest, most powerful tonic treatments out there in the world by far. When you learn for yourself how much of a health and wellness bombshell molecular hydrogen truly is, you're going to see why having your own machine is truly worth the investment. These machines are a bit costly, okay? I'm not going to lie to you, but they last for ages, and they may help you save on health costs in the long run. Nothing's a bigger deal than your health, so pony the fuck up. Go to holyhydrogen.com. Use coupon code VONU100. Victor Oscar November Uniform 100. Get $100 off.
Hey guys, Scott here for Liberty Under Attack Publications. Looking for a Liberty-focused publisher? Liberty Under Attack publishes books and strategy guides for individuals looking to increase their personal freedom. They assist authors through the entire publishing process: proofreading, editing, cover designs, paperback and Kindle formatting, and full audiobook narration and post-production. Tell them Scott sent you and get 20% off a full service deal. To get some one-of-a-kind books or for more information, visit libertyunderattack.com.
Liberty Under Attack Publications is your source for all things self-liberation. Featuring high-quality agorist and anarchist fiction, Paul Rosenberg's A Lodging of Wayfaring Men and his The Breaking Dawn are two great starts. The Brushfire series by Matthew Wojtecki is stellar, #Agora, and more. Save Bitcoin or fiat by buying a bundle, such as the Strategy Sample Pack, wherein you can explore a few different strategies to the problem of freedom. At Current, Vonu, Ben Stone's Vision, and Second Realm, book on strategy. And once you're inspired to take action in your own life, head on over to the Ghost Pads and Privacy Tools tab to get yourself a Ghost Phone and Ghost Pad, and secure your communications from both the public and private spies. Stock up your home apothecary with items from Aura's Apothecary, Black Drawing Salve, Comfrey Salve, Natural Insect Repellent, and much more. And finally, the newest edition, PAZNIA Farms Canned Goods, Cowboy Candy, Pickles, Salsa, etc. Of course, all of the canned goods and the apothecary items are made with the highest quality ingredients, some grown here at the homestead. Head on over to libertyunderattack.com, again libertyunderattack.com, to check out our full catalog or to place your order today. Bitcoin accepted and preferred. Email if you'd like to pay with XMR, shane@libertyunderattack.com, or if you'd like to place an international order. Again, libertyunderattack.com. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story. Find your freedom.
Rayo, Shadrach, hide the guns and the drugs. We about to be back on the air.
This is the life and times of PAZNIA, a monthly news show from Veritas. Now, your humble hosts, Rayo 2 and Shadrach.
Which one are you playing?
Getting pushed to the edge, I know you feel despair. But if you want to change the world, you'll have to choose to dare. Go to places that aren't safe and face the darkness that's within. Learn what it means to become comfortable in your skin. Everything may be falling apart, but for you this is a fresh start. Pick up the pieces to build something new. Learn what you have the capacity to do. I know times are tough, but don't give in. It's not over until you win. It's your time, so fight like hell. Keep moving forward, give them a story to
Why does
tell.
Kaylee have to call me every time she gets in trouble?
Your body needs to move, so dance. Your body needs to feel, so dance. Your heart needs to open, so dance. Move your body. When you were young, you had dreams. Let your heart remember what they mean. A longing to do something brave, to be someone more than a slave. Now you're standing at the edge, wanting to leap off the ledge, doubting there will be better days, asking if God hears you when you pray. Some days it just feels so cold. Everything is so out of control, but you don't know what lies ahead. Cling to hope instead of dread. I know times are tough, but don't give in. It's not over until you win. It's your time, so fight like hell. Keep moving forward, give them a story to tell. Your body needs to move, so dance. Your body needs to feel, so dance. Your heart needs to open, so dance. Move your body. I know time
We will not let them get away with this. We will teach the galaxy that compliance is defiance.
I was looking at the stream, and there was me drinking my Red Bull in the middle of the video somehow. Cool, cool. So yeah, Stardust is in Vegas right now. Some of them, so.
Stripping down the armor to reveal. Realize inevitably our future dies. Forsake me and break me. Just let me drown. Emerge from the sorrow to claim your life back. Future shall see, let rest in peace, put it to sleep, very easy. All that you crave, down in the grave, after the sorrow tomorrow, you'll be left with everything. Only you have to pay. So forsake me and break me. Just let me drown and crack. Emerge from the sorrow to claim your life back. Forsake me and break me. Just let me drown. Emerge from the sorrow to claim your life back. To claim your life back. To claim your life back. To claim your life.
Don't close that out. I almost closed you out, Shadrach. That wouldn't have been good. But okay, all the clicks are in order. No, I guess I forgot. I like that. That's very that kind of symphonic metal. It reminds me of two bands. One's called Shoot the Girl First, and she's the girl pianist who does some clean vocals. And there's Betraying the Martyrs too, which I don't think there's a chick in it, but it's still the symphonic sort of symphonic metal. That's I don't know how I didn't remember that. That's a damn good song, damn good tune.
There's some good black metal with girl singers too.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta turn your audio up again, Jitsi. Damn it. No, you get quiet in my ears. If anything's quiet in these headphones, there's a problem. But anyway, we just did our freedom, our freedom music spotlight, and now we're going to this is the first PAZNIA event of the year, and we've got an in person guest here, Bastard Chris. He is he's here for the event. He has some knowledge on Vonu. He's lived in polyethylene A-tents, which was Rayo's forte. He's handled some electrical issues, in the modern day. I had to deal with that, and I'm sure a lot more. But I'm just going to kind of open the floor to Bastard Chris here. Much appreciate you being here, and much appreciate you for coming on and spending a little time and talking a little bit about what you know and what you do. But yeah, I guess I'll open the floor up to you.
Yeah, thanks, Rayo. Hope you all can hear me well. I guess I appreciate being here. I appreciate the spring event and the welcome out here after becoming vetted. Ooh, I hit a button. But I guess I'd kind of like to open up and kind of share how I got here just a little bit, just in some abstract detail that, perhaps is common for a lot of us out there. It was years ago, not so many years ago, where I came across the Vonu podcast and Rayo's book that you got republished. And, that was at a time when I'd kind of, been going through the gauntlet that is known as the rabbit hole. And it just so happened, Vonu was saying something new. It was consistent with, voluntarism. And it also, had the essence of freedom, in that, those pursuing Vonu are also tasked with taking responsibility for their own lives. Coming across Vonu, it's been life changing for me. It kind of gave me a new way to think about things and a new approach to, I guess call it the newfound unknowns, right? I really don't know a lot, but I know, the Vonu, for me, the Vonu mentality, is taking responsibility for your own security, your own capability, your own dependence to some degree, independence. And yeah, I guess I just wanted to kind of lead with that to say, Vonu is real. We're building the second realm, and I can just speak, from my own experience that Rayo's out here changing people's lives, and I really appreciate you, brother.
Hey man, well, I appreciate you being here. Appreciate the words and all, but yeah, doesn't mean anything without folks like you, without folks like Shadrach. If it were just me, then it would be some weird singular cult, or I don't know what you'd call it, but something weird. But with a bunch of fine folks around me, it turns into something a lot bigger and better, and not just some weird thing. Wouldn't be here without any of y'all. So I guess so Vonu spoke to you philosophically, and obviously with Vonu, if it speaks to you philosophically, it impacts your action, what you do. And I guess I'm not going to disclose much. I'll just kind of leave it open in question. You've experimented with nomadism, different shelters. You've got some experience with electrical stuff. Like, can you share some practical knowledge that you've learned, kind of from that Vonu perspective?
Yeah. I mean, we all kind of have our own paths that we're capable of. We kind of got to, we've been kind of dumbed down. Comparing ourselves to Ray, I've been thinking about this. If we could contrast our own capabilities with somebody from his time frame, I just anticipate there's this whole, a very different capability that Rayo's generation had, and maybe different problems too. And so. I guess I'm kind of starting at the end to go back to the beginning a little bit, but it's kind of been interesting to see how Vonu changes over time, because having attempted to be comfortable in a polyethylene tent, It's different for me than it was for Rayo because I'm trying to run electricity to run a computer, to whereas as far as I recall, he only had a non-electrical typewriter.
Yeah, there was no electronics.
Right.
Definitely no electronics. Yeah.
Yep. So the times change and the pathways to Vonu change, and so that's kind of where I'm at now is kind of realizing some of that change, but on the on the way here, starting with kind of a nomadism with a home base. Gaining first of all gaining a reputation, having the luck and a fate of crossing paths with other Vonuans and PAZNIans. So starting there and then what was really helpful for me was learning how to take care of my vehicle from the repairs that you can accomplish with tools that you can have in a kit. And also not upgrading to the modern vehicle that's just much more challenging to maintain and repair. But that's one of those things, those changes I'm realizing is that these older vehicles are going to be phased out. Who knows how soon gas might be phased out. There's a lot of unknowns, a lot of things changing, and I guess I'm lucky to be in this time, or I guess I'm grateful to at least be able to maintain my own vehicle to the degree that I am, because I'm able to recognize a huge cost saving and also a huge security and confidence when I'm out there on the road. So I guess I would say that is one huge thing is don't be afraid to get under your hood, to get under your vehicle, and start learning. I guess I haven't been able to maintain a full nomadic lifestyle throughout the year. So how it's kind of worked out is I've been able to make the winters comfortable in a polyethylene tent. I found that it's much easier to, well, not maybe much easier, but in the circumstances I'm in, it's more affordable. More possible to heat the tent in the winter than it is to cool the tent in the summer. And like I said, trying to run electronics and stuff like that. And there can be a trade-off between putting a tent in shade under trees and where you have the exposure to the sun. Right. So if you have the sun exposure, you got a little more opportunity to draw solar, and then once if you have a tent under trees, you kind of have a little bit of a vulnerability to the trees themselves, and especially with some of the hard wind that can be endured in different places.
Oh yeah, especially here. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. No, I guess the only thing I would jump in to add here, which I think is highly valuable. Is that like I've got a lot of like technical knowledge and things, but I don't have that much practical knowledge until the past couple of years, like practical skills and things. And I think that's kind of the difference between, in large part, difference between like Rayo, like he was an engineer, practical engineer, like he can engineer. I mean, like he pretty much engineer anything, and he was allegedly looking into alternative like hydroelectric solutions. That Jim Stum hypothesized that it was him that wrote into this publication from details. So a little speculation there, but Rayo was going beyond into different energy sources, and I think that that practical knowledge is so valuable. And so there's we talked about it earlier with the typewriters and the college professor mandating his students use typewriters so they can't use AI. To write their papers for them and such. It's kind of instructive in this way too, that I can look up anything on the internet and like most anything and figure out how to, fix it, or if it's something like a programming box, I can look it up and figure out the things to program it. But there's nothing more, nothing better than, that on the ground analog experience, hands-on experience. So I think that's valuable it's one thing that came to mind from what she said.
Or indeed, and I guess if I could just throw out a practical tip as far as how to go about learning and having a confidence in learning to maintain your vehicle and repair your vehicle, is you don't have to be a mechanic, especially when you can at least focus on the stuff that it tells you what's wrong. So, the mafia government has mandated that all the vehicles produced since 1990X, whatever it was, all come with this OBD2 port, and through this OBD2 port, they can diagnose, different sensors and whatnot. Now, this doesn't solve everything, but if you have something that can read these codes, so you don't have to have a dependent on somebody else to read them for you, and then from there you can hopefully try to attempt to repair those based on searches or whatever, but contrast that with things that you need an eyeball to see that there's a problem, or you need a noise or something slowing you down or whatever it is. At least you can start out, or at least that's how I've started off, is by, okay, if the computer's telling me it's broken, I can fix it. Like, I can go about fixing it, but knowing what's necessarily becoming a problem, that's a skill that I guess takes must take more time to develop.
Yeah, I think well, I guess so there was a little semblance of trail. I guess we had in my shop class, we had maybe a technical tech college, someone come in and try, and it was, I guess it was a good explanation that, like, there's between a mechanic and a technician, whereas a mechanic can fix what's going on, a technician can tell you, like, what and why, like the actual details. Yeah, very much in line with the trivia methods, as yes, I know you're familiar with. So yeah, like it's regardless of whether we're talking about we're learning how to fix a car, or reprogramming an Intel management engine chip or something like that. It's very much just, if you're gonna do it, it just takes doing it. And learning, and maybe in certain circumstances, like Start 9 Dave, I'm actually not that necessarily against sometimes we humans need some structure, and I think he's going to a community college to learn deep math or something like that. Whereas it would be, for me, I've had that inclination myself too. Like, I want to learn how to actually do math. I'll find a free online course. It never happens. Never happens. It probably never will. So anyway, I guess that's just what I'll toss out there. Don't know if you got anything in response to that.
Oh, well, I guess going back to the practicality, when you're saying that you want to pursue the math and it never happens, when it becomes practical to go deeper, I think that's when you'll make it happen. And it sounds like that's what Dave has done in a pretty notable way. And props to Dave. Shout out to Dave. Hopefully he can solve the maths.
Yeah. No, I've never been good at the maths. Never. I always joke. I went to government school, so I can't do math. Can't do the maths. Can't do the myths. Both good. I guess both good things are probably good to not be able to do. But anyways, yeah, it's been about don't want to keep it too long. But I guess any other tips or tricks, or if someone's listening and you're you're on the other end of this conversation, and there's one burning thing that you had to pass on that would greatly expedite your time, off the cuff, what would it be?
Well, I guess if I could just say one thing, I'm actually saying this to myself. Anybody else, sharing a similar path with me? When you're trying to build the second realm and trying to go Vonu, you're making some sacrifices that can be mentally taxing in some ways, and it can be helpful to not fail to give yourself credit for the challenges and those sacrifices that we are making. Because sometimes it can be, it can lead to, some doubtful things. Because trading comfort for Vonu is, I guess that's one of the things I'm kind of pointing at. Going back into the wild and undomesticating ourselves. There's some mental parts to it, and I just want to say that don't lose sight of those accomplishments, and also the sacrifices, trying to fight the good fight, trying to take responsibility for my own life, and speaking for myself.
Yeah. So I guess I'll give so Shadrach, this will be a one-sided, because he can't, with the current setup, he can't necessarily hear you. But you like, do you have a short question I can relay? Like I'm a translator. You got any questions or comments I can relay across?
I think what's the most significant thing that got him to see this kind of way of life? Like, what was the turning point, and how can we like change more hearts and minds?
Okay, I just got the headphones. I can hear you now. Can you... Something about changing hearts and minds? Well, you know, I guess I kind of only caught the end of that question, but I'll respond to it with Polish. Malpa robi, malpa widzi. And it's actually monkey do, monkey see. I say it backwards to remind us that it's the doing that the other monkeys see. And so once we start doing, and the other monkeys see it, monkey see, monkey do. All right. So
love it. Great answer.
Yeah, thanks guys for having me. I appreciate the the temporary audience, and the good vibes, and very thankful for the show. Thanks for having me.
All right, and I'm glad the headphones back. Doesn't matter because I'm just talking. But yeah, thank you so much, Chris, for coming on and sharing. We always appreciate that, and especially from people that are doing. That's what Vonu's all about. Hearing from folks that are doing it and can share things that aren't from his mic. That aren't from theory and are from actual practice. So always valuable, always appreciated. So that was our Freedom Pioneer Focus, Freedom Music Spotlight. Again, Richard Digreaser from the Bitcoin Bugle, Scardust, RAP, and our guest, Bastard Chris. So that leads us into our Vonu Life digital message board, which I should have a clip for this. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, maybe we'll just forego it unless I can find it quickly. Yeah, we'll just forego it. There's a cool clip that I had prepared for the Vonu Life digital message board segment, but you're going to hear some stuff. So anyway, yeah, this is a segment where we cover messages from you, the listener. Again, PAZNIA.com/call2 if you would like to give us a call. But regardless, we've got a few messages to respond to at least. And a message from General Willie 2, who's actually in Lebanon right now. Go General Willie 2, he's in Lebanon. It's good he's over there now. Just put it that way. So let's see here. There was one message to me by this Fog Duel. You could sell external SSDs with an OS as boot stick. I mean, like USB adapter case with an SSD inside. Tails or something. Maybe even deliver a custom PAZNIA OS to pre-install applications. Yes, that's an amazing idea. I used to offer Linux Tails. Oh shit, lost the microphone. I used to offer bootable, the USB Tails drives on the LUA site, but yeah, stopped offering those. But yeah, when it gets to a part that's more expansive, like where if we can send you an SSD and have like the PAZNIA library duplicated on there by default, or like the PeerTube instance or something like that. Yeah, I'm 100% on board with that. That's a great idea. Yeah, 100% on board with that. He also asked Shadrach, and I guess the open question: are you a pirate? Is what Fucktool asks.
That's a funny question. I think somebody raised while we were on Madeira about how the pirates oftentimes worked for the state, and they were just kind of an arm of the things that the government couldn't do publicly. They would get pirates to do a lot of that. So I'm going to stick with Pioneer.
Yeah, no, I had a similar question. It was just like a couple years ago, like a Vonu Fest event. But we make really high quality rum at the distillery, so I enjoy rum, and I make I made a joke around the campfire that I was a pirate, and obviously the highly autistic. Like, is that really a good thing? I was like, well, no, not really. No, not really. No. It's a joke. Kind of. I explained the same thing you did. But then I also went as far as to go even more autistic and mention argumentation ethics and how it would be morally justifiable to do it, but I wouldn't do it because just personal things. So yeah, can't blame people for being too autistic when I go further. Anyway, let's see. All right, someone comment on the Star Wars video. That was the Richard Bugle. But we've got a couple other pieces of, at least I have. I don't know if you've got any messages, but I wanted to take a moment here. This is played on advertisements, but I think this is an important message from the digital message board. General Willie too. He's in Lebanon dealing with a bunch of this fallout from this bullshit happening right now. So I want to give General Willie to the floor for a few minutes to. Yeah, we just need to hear from Willie too. I guess I'll just put it that way.
Transmission source: PAZNIA Radio Network. Frequency: 99.9. Freedom. Date: April 8th, 2026. To President Dolan J. Trump, USSA. From General Willie II, Supreme Commander of the Free Republic of PAZNIA. Subject: your new residence and a suggestion to stop posting on Truth Social.
Greetings, citizens of the USSA, and a special direct message to Dolan J. Trump, the man who thought he could rule the world with a golden pen and a broken phone. I am speaking to you today not as a goat, but as a liberator. I am speaking to you via the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network, the only station in the world that doesn't play ads for tax loopholes or cheap off-grid solar kits made in China. Dolan, listen closely. The time for Make the USSA Great Again is over. The time for Make the USSA Quiet Again has begun. I have reviewed your recent activity. I have seen the photos. I have heard the rants. I have seen the way you hold your phone like it's a holy relic, posting on Truth Social while the world burns around you. Put the phone down, Dolan. Put it down. Your fingers are getting cramped. Your brain is getting fried. And quite frankly, your orange hairline is looking a little receding. It is time to put on the white jacket. Yes, the white jacket. The one with the little pockets for your pills and your napkins. It's the uniform of the wise, the calm, and the people who finally understand that the world doesn't need a dictator. It needs a nap. So, Dolan, pack your bags. Not your golf clubs, not your gold statues, but your dignity. Because you are heading to your new home. Your new residence is the St. Jude Sanctuary for the peaceful and the peaceful-minded. It's a beautiful place, Dolan. Very quiet, very soft, very jello. Imagine it, Dolan. No more rallies. No more screaming at the mirror. It's a warm, wobbly bowl of strawberry jello every morning. And in the afternoon, you get to watch Fox News on a loop. But here's the catch. Dolan, you can't talk about it. You can't tweet about it. You can't post about it. You just get to watch and eat and nap. It's the life you always wanted, Dolan. A life of passive consumption. No more fighting. No winning. Just you, a bowl of jello, and the endless loop of breaking news that never breaks anything. We have prepared a special transport for you. It's a comfortable padded van with soundproofing. The ride will be smooth. The ghosts will be driving. They are very good drivers. They know how to avoid potholes. So Dolan, get your white jacket ready, pack your jello, and get ready for the great transition. The P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network will be broadcasting your new theme song all day long. It's called Orange Jello Jive. Remember, Dolan, freedom is not about controlling the world. It's about letting go. And the best way to let go is to sit in a white room, eat some jello, and watch the news until the credits roll. Signed, General Willie II, Supreme Commander, Free Republic of P.A.Z.NIA, the Quarter Goat, the Liberator, the Jello King.
All right, and there we have it. General Willie II reporting from Lebanon. He's dealing with a lot of this shit firsthand. A lot of this fallout. But General Willie II was happy to do it. He'd have it no other way. So, thank you, General Willie II, for your service. Sorry we had to kill all your lambs. Or not kill them. We didn't kill them. We just shipped them off. But yeah. The only other pertinent news point here. Well, I guess it's not really. It's not even really pertinent. I'll leave it open to you. Do you got any well, it's not even news. Digital message board. You got any messages you want to share, Shadrach?
I think.
Turn your volume up.
Oh, there we go.
There you go. You're good.
Good. Yeah, about what Chris was saying. I think it's good to know, like, have the basic skills that we need to like survive on our own, but then I do believe in specialization and having experts on things, and also being able to kind of, you know, rally the crew together to do big projects. And so I love the nomad thing. And it's definitely good to be able to work on your vehicles, but I want to have people that I know that I can trust that can help me. And I think there's a lot of we can have good manuals, like field manuals, like things, basic information you need to know, like when you're stuck, but then also how to get in touch and stay in touch with people who can help.
No, there's definitely a fine balance between specialization and actually doing it yourself and all that. There was one other actually news point. Wow, or digital message points. It's kind of off topic, but it's kind of funny. I think it's just up. No, was this up? No, you were the one that shared the Wikipedia. Started telling Simplex. So you are familiar with the history of the name Shadrach then. But maybe I'll if I could just take like 30 seconds here and for the listeners. It's good. It's good. So this is just the Wikipedia, but yeah, I mean it checks out. So Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. So I'll just go to the summary real quick. It's just a paragraph. So the name Shadrach, King Nebuchadnezzar set up a golden image in the plain of Dora and commanded that all his officials bow before it. All who failed to do so would be thrown into a furnace. Certain officials informed the king that the 3 Jewish youths, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, who bore the Babylonian names Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and whom the king had appointed to high office in Babylon, were refusing to worship the golden statue. The 3 were brought before Nebuchadnezzar, where they informed the king that God would be with them. Nebuchadnezzar commanded they be thrown into the fiery furnace, heated 7 times hotter than normal, but when the king looked, he saw 4 figures walking unharmed in the flames, the 4th like a son of God. Seeing this, Nebuchadnezzar brought the youths out of the flames, and the fire had not any effect on their bodies. The hair of their heads was not singed, their clothes were not harmed, and no smell of fire was on them. The king then promoted them to high office, decreeing that anyone who spoke against God should be torn limb from limb. So Shadrach, in one of your previous lines, that's kind of heretical, but I guess, and one of your, your namesake, you refuse to worship false idols.
Absolutely, I refuse to bow down.
There you go. So I guess that's the moral of that story, and I don't think it's accurate. I like it. It's one of those few times where namesake is actually kind of on point. But we are coming up to our 2-hour mark, and I guess I don't really have too much else. Don't need to extend it further than it needs to go. I guess the next question for you then is the next monthly news show. It's either 3rd or 4th Sunday. May 30th, good for you?
Oh shit! Yeah, I'll have to look.
10-4.
We'll let our anxious viewers know soon.
Yep, 3rd or 4th Saturday. Yep, 3rd or 4th Saturday. We'll figure it out. I guess the only other noteworthy note here is that Matt Hill, the CEO of Start9, will be on Cloak and Dagger May 9th, and that'll be a really great discussion. I listened to an interview. I'm trying to remember who it was. One of the big Bitcoiners, but he went deep into AI and kind of the Claude aspect of it, and why local AI is so important.
Yeah. No, he's been doing some great podcasts lately.
No, like I listened to that one. I was like, yeah, this dude needs to be on. He needs to talk to Thane. I'd love to talk to him, but I'm not. Thane could have a more intelligent conversation. That's why it's great to have Thane Cloak Dagger around. Is I can just secure shows that I would want to do myself, and the more smarter conversations on his. So it's good for everybody. So I guess that's the couple of noteworthy notes. Before we close out, we covered a lot this evening. Any closing thoughts? Any loops we didn't close out in this conversation?
No, it was great. I'm really enjoying this. I'm sure we'll prepare better next time.
We probably won't.
We probably won't. Yeah, I like the way Thane puts it. So
Yeah, we'll come out with what needs to come out. I guess the last couple things I'll mention during Thane's show, I was tossing up PAZCraft on the screen, which I'll do for our younger listeners because they need their short attention spans. They need something different on the screen. So maybe I'll just scroll, fly through the PAZCraft map during the stream sometime, which I did tonight. But no, it's some cool shit. Check it out. PAZNIA.com/PAZCraft. It's our self-hosted Minecraft server, which I think he's doing on decentralized VPS. I don't know all the details. I mean, Avalon is he took this up and he went way further with it than I ever imagined. Lots of good stuff in there. PAZNIA.com/PAZCraft. And if you want to help support the PAZNIA Radio Network, you can get our XMR Chat digital book bundle or the XMR Chat Sounds of Self-Liberation audiobook bundle. Just go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio, and you can find the various tiers there. I think it's $20 for the book bundle and $30 for the audiobook bundle. But great offers there. You support the network, support me, you support Thane, and we keep this shit going. We keep it expanding. Keep tossing money back into it and watching it grow. Otherwise, I guess that's pretty much it. VonuPodcast.com, LibertyAttack.com, and unless you got anything else, Shadrach, I'll turn it over to the post programming, and we'll leave it there. Thanks so much for tuning in.
No, let's do it. Thanks, everyone.
All right, cheers.
Good night.
Have a good rest of your evening, guys. Later.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Transmission source, PAZNIA Radio Network. Frequency, 99.9, freedom. To all citizens of the Free Republic of PAZNIA. From Billy Mays, the resurrected voice of clarity.
Hello, PAZNIA! If you're listening to this, it means I'm back. That's right, I'm alive, I'm breathing, and I'm ready to scrub the world clean. Dr. Naomi Gatherer, the brilliant scientist and our beloved chief of biological resurrection, has performed a miracle. She didn't just bring me back from the dead. She gave me a second chance to serve the people of PAZNIA. And let me tell you, I am honored that I was the first one we brought back. Why? Because my work wasn't done. My work in the OxyClean commercials had to continue. The stains of history, the stains of coercion, the stains of the USSA, they are still out there, and they need a voice that is loud, clear, and unapologetic. I used to think my life was just about cleaning carpets, but I was wrong. Cleaning is about order. It's about discipline. It's about taking the chaos of the world and making it sparkle. And in P.A.Z.NIA, we have so much chaos. We have the tall Nordics, we have the GMO corn, we have the draft. But now we have me. I will dedicate my life to OxyClean. I will dedicate my life to providing the best voice acting possible. And I will dedicate my life to the PAZNIA Radio Network. From now on, every morning you will hear my voice. I will tell you how to clean your pens. I will tell you how to clean your souls. I will tell you how to clean the airwaves of lies and fear. I'm not just a voice. I'm a force. And Dr. Naomi Gatherer, she's a genius. She looked at a man who had passed on and said, no, this voice is too important. This energy is too pure. We need him in the modern day. And she was right, because the modern day needs clarity. It needs brightness. It needs OxyClean. So citizens of PAZNIA, get your sponges, get your clover, get your horns ready, because I'm here to teach you how to clean up your act.
All right, listen up. Eyes on the general. No chewing the grass. No staring at the clouds. We are here to learn the art of the horn. You are the Seal Go 6. You are the future of PAZNIA. You are the ones who will protect the clover fields, the radio tower, and Princess Little One's napping spot. Today, we do not learn to fight like humans. Humans are slow. Humans are loud. Humans get stuck in traffic. We are goats. We are chaos. We are speed. We are unpredictable. To understand how to win, we must look at the masters. We must look at the past, the present, and the future of war. First, we look to Sun Tzu, the ancient sage who said, appear weak when you are strong, and strong when you are weak. What does this mean for a goat? It means when you see a tall Nordic soldier, you do not charge. You do not bleat. You do not show your horns. You disappear. You become the rock. You become the bush. You become the shadow. Sun Tzu says, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. How do we do that? We don't fight. We confuse. We make them think we are everywhere. We make them think we are nowhere. We make them think we are ghosts. If they can't see us, they can't shoot us. If they can't shoot us, they can't win. Second, we look at the Middle East, the endless wars of the 2000s. Why did they fail? Because they were trying to build a nation with bombs. They tried to occupy the land. They tried to control the people. But in the desert, you cannot control the sand. You cannot control the wind. And you certainly cannot control a goat. The lesson here is asymmetry. The humans had tanks. They had jets. They had billions of dollars. But they had no idea where the enemy was. They were fighting the ghosts. We are the ghosts, my friends. We are the ones who can climb a cliff in 3 seconds. We are the ones who can disappear into a thicket of brambles. We are the ones who can shoot through a fence post while the guards are still looking for the key. We do not fight the war of the big. We fight the war of the small. We do not fight the war in the power. We fight the war of the patience. Third, and most importantly, we look at Ukraine and Iran. The modern era of drone warfare. You think drones are for humans. You think only humans can fly? Wrong. In Ukraine, they use drones to see what the humans can't see. They use them to strike from a distance. They use them to make the enemy think they are under attack when they are not. In Iran, they use drones to create fear. They don't need to be there. They just need to be seen. Now look at us. We are the goat drones. We don't need a remote control. We have our own horns. We have our own hooves. We have our own eyes. When a human army comes, we don't hide in a bunker. We go up. We climb the highest rock. We become the drone. We watch. We wait. We bleat. That bleat, that is our weapon. That is the sound that makes their heads spin. That is the sound that makes them think, oh, is that a goat? Is that a ghost? Is that a demon? We don't need to be in the sky. We are already in the sky. We are the sky goats. We are the cloud goats. We are the wind goats. So here's a lesson, Seal Go 6. Be invisible. Like Sun Tzu said, be the rock. Be the shadow. Be asymmetric. Do not fight the big. Fight the small. Fight the slow. Fight the predictable. Be the drone. Be the eye in the sky. Be the voice in the wind. We do not fight to kill. We fight to liberate. We fight to make them run. We fight to make them cry. We fight to make them leave. And when they leave, we take their tanks. We take their boots. We take their golden pins. And we use them to scratch our back. Greetings, my fellow believers, my fellow chewers, and my fellow coders. This is General Willie too. For years, we have lived in the sanctuary of PAZNIA. We have built our walls. We have grown our clover. We have defended our borders against the tall Nordics. But the world is large. The shadows are long. And there are many who seek to extinguish the light of faith, not just with ice, but with ideology. There are those who believe that God is a myth, that the soul is a machine, that the goat is merely a biological accident. They are the atheist, tall Nordic Jews, a coalition of cold logic and colder hearts who seek to impose a silent, sterile order upon the chaotic, beautiful mess of creation. They think they can freeze the spirit. They think they can code the soul out of existence. They are wrong, and that is why we are forming the Iterant Goat Command and Control Team, or IGCC. What is the IGCC? We are not a static army. We do not sit behind walls. We are iterant. We move. We wander. We travel the world like the shepherds of old, but with the technology of the future. Our mission is simple: defend the faithful. We will travel to the hidden enclaves of Christian goats and humans who are being persecuted, silenced, or erased. We will bring them protection. We will bring them hope, and we will bring them fire. Who are we looking for? We are looking for the brave, the smart, the faithful. We need goats and humans who possess the following skills. Number 1, technical mastery, you must be proficient in mesh networks, cryptocurrency, artificial intelligence, and open source software. You must understand how to build a network that cannot be shut down. You must understand how to store value that cannot be seized. You must understand how to create AI that serves God, not the state. Number 2, tactical proficiency. You must be skilled in the use of firearms and explosives. This is not a game. This is war. And in war, you must be able to protect yourself and those you serve. If you cannot hold a rifle, you cannot hold the line. Number 3, spiritual resilience. You must have faith, not just in God, but in the mission. You must be willing to leave everything behind to serve the truth. Why join? Because the world is changing. The tall Nordics are getting smarter. They're using drones. They are using AI. They are using their cold, atheist logic to dismantle the foundations of society. We need you. We need your code. We need your faith. We need your hoof. We need your hands. We are building a new kind of resistance. A resistance that is fast, that is decentralized, that is free. How to apply? Do not send a letter. Do not make a call. They will hear you. Send a signal. Tune your radio to the IGCC frequency. Listen for the code. If you are ready, you will know. And if you are not ready, then stay in P.A.Z.NIA. Chew your clover. Pray for us and wait for the day when we return. General Willie II, Supreme Commander, Free Republic of P.A.Z.NIA, leader of the IGCC, the shepherd of the digital flock.
General Willie II. The Veritas Viking football victory speech. The scene. The PAZNIA football stadium. The confetti is still falling. General Willie II stands at the podium, wearing his number 1 jersey, a cape made of the PAZNIA flag draped over his shoulders. Princess Little One stands beside him, beaming. The crowd is a sea of humans and goats, roaring in unison.
Friends, compatriots, citizens of the Free Republic, look at this sea of faces. Look at the horns, the helmets, the smiles. We are standing here today not just as a football team, but as the living proof that the spirit of PAZNIA cannot be broken, cannot be bought, and certainly cannot be frozen by the cold hands of tyranny. When we started the season, the odds were stacked against us. We were the underdogs. We were the GOAT, literally and figuratively. But we knew something the other teams didn't know. We knew that in PAZNIA, our greatest strength isn't just our speed or our agility or even our ability to chew through a defensive line. Our greatest strength is our heart. This season was a roller coaster. We had the week of the mudslide where we lost 3 games in a row because the grass was too slippery. We had the night of the static where the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network went off the air and we had to play by the light of the moon and our own intuition. But through every stumble, every fumble, and every near disaster, we stayed together. We stayed free. We analyzed every play. We studied the opponents. We realized that the other team were playing for pride, for money, for trophies. But we played for freedom. We played because every time we crossed that goal line, we were reminding the world that a nation of goats and humans, united in love and chaos, is unstoppable. And let me tell you, I could not have done this without the woman standing right here beside me, Princess Little One. From the moment we met in the borderlands, leaving the old world behind to build this sanctuary, you have been my anchor and my wind. You taught me that leadership isn't about being the strongest, it's about being the most loyal. You taught me that a kingdom isn't built on stone, but on the quiet moments we share when the world is watching and the loud moments when we celebrate together. There was a moment a few weeks ago, deep in the shadows of these very bleachers, away from the cameras and the noise. We were tired. The season was heavy. We needed a moment of pure, quiet connection. We needed to remember why we were fighting. In that moment, under the cold steel of the stadium seats, we found a warmth that no fire could match. We found a love so deep, so fierce, and so real that it refueled our spirits for the entire rest of the season. It was a reminder that no matter how dark the night gets, our love for each other and our love for this republic will always be the light that guides us home. So to our common Father, the great architect of the universe, the source of all life and liberty, thank you. Thank you for the vision that brought us here. Thank you for the strength to overcome the tall Nordics and for the wisdom to build this league. Thank you for the gift of life, for the gift of love, and for the gift of this incredible team. We give you our glory. And to the teamers and Steve, to Mike, to Barnaby, to every single human goat who gave everything on that fearless, and you are the heroes of PAZNIA. You are the reason we are champions. We are the Veritas Vikings. We are the Free Republic. And we are unbreakable. Let's go home, my friends. Let's celebrate. Let's live free.
General Willy 2 bleats triumphantly, raising his hooves in the air. The crowd erupts. Princess Little One kisses him on the cheek. The P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network blasts the victory anthem as the confetti rains down.
This was P.A.Z.NIA Folklore Storytime, wherein we remember and celebrate the sacrifices of those that came before us to build this free republic founded upon the principles of truth, peace, and voluntarism. To help support our evangelical efforts, please visit xmrchat.com/P.A.Z.NIA Radio. Again, xmrchat.com/P.A.Z.NIA Radio. Or visit PAZNIA.com/fund. Cheers from the Second Realm.
This is the basic law of life, and dear listeners, it is spiritual in its nature. If man failed to do everything in his power to protect his life, as a result of such neglect lost his life, then the destiny for which the soul came to earth would end there. Without life, a body or medium to function through, spiritual attainment would be impossible, ladies and gentlemen. Spirituality would then be forfeited. You see, if man's life was threatened without cause on his part, and he failed to do everything in his power to prevent death, he would then be guilty of three actual crimes. He would first of all permit the enemy to commit murder. Next, he would be committing suicide by failing to protect the most precious possession given to man by his Creator. And worst of all, he would end whatever his destiny might be, the purpose for which body, mind, and life had been given to him. And I believe it's to learn something. In one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. And I might inject here that the Ten Commandments does not say, in its original form, thou shalt not kill. It says, ladies and gentlemen, and you can check this, if you wish, go to the original Hebrew and Greek, it says, thou shalt not murder. So in one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. From his birth, the law of self-preservation forces him to be on guard against every inimical force attempting to destroy him by one means or another. He must be on the alert to prevent man, natural forces, or his own carnal desires to betray him into acts of degradation. Man is a warring creature. But his war, I tell you, his war is an honorable one. It is one of protection. First himself, so that he may protect those he is responsible for, but in doing so must not take unfair advantage of others, nor be guilty of unrighteousness. The nature of this was and is actually spiritual. It is the battle of righteousness against evil. It is a war biblically spoken of as taking place in heaven because it is waged within man's spiritual nature. He fights to fulfill destiny and to finally create heaven on earth for himself and others who follow. By the war of righteousness, wherein there is no selfishness, he attains the consciousness which makes him a man, knowing both good and evil, having chosen good to attain the promised sonship. Notice, you must choose. You must choose. Each and every one of you listening to this broadcast tonight must choose, and you must choose very quickly. You might ask, is there actually a need for some form of evil in the life of man? Was this, together with some form of fear, ordained in the beginning? And I say nothing has been ordained, but if the divine law is to be fulfilled in the life of man, then it is certainly necessary that he, according to sacred concepts, become a crusader in God's cause and not exist as a negative, effortless, uncreative, unproductive creature, a leech-shaped parasite upon the rest. The first command is that he must become a man in the true sense of the term, and this implies that he must prepare himself to meet the enemy that is ever alert to destroy the best that he has created. He must meet evil as the soldier meets the enemy. Doing this in the righteousness of his conscience neutralizes fear. Many of you call and ask me, Bill, aren't you afraid? My answer has always been and always will be no. No, no, and no. For I know from where I have come and I know where I am going. I know who I am, and I know that I possess a soul. I fear the actions of no man. I fear the judgment of no man. I fear only the judgment of my God. And I know that if I am doing what is right, I need not ever fear that judgment. And therefore, I am not afraid.
You've just heard a transmission of the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of P.A.Z.NIA, a public service of the P.A.Z.NIA Free Press.